earlier, but that was it.
You don't hear the shriek, the high pitched.
Dice flows
No.
just fucking with you.
I don't know. You got dog ears or something. I don't know, bro.
Dice flows just fucking with us.
It's only like 1 kilohertz. It's not a terribly high sound. It should be in most people's hearing.
All right, go ahead, Jace. Let's hear what you got. Let's hear your shrieks.
Yo, yo.
Tiny
a little bit of sonar echolocation in there, but not too bad.
There's a little ping.
I like for Bacon to make his point. He seemed upset before.
I am upset. I mean, it's a pretty simple drawing. If there's something wrong with the globe, there should be something wrong in this drawing. Either the drawing would show something wrong with the globe, or I'm getting the drawing wrong. I'm trying to get Essie to point one of those, instead of just repeating his claim. Like, that's not helping.
Well, I mean, you got this blue line targeting nothing, and
yeah,
I think that's the problem.
Well, the blue line. What do you think the blue line represents?
A straight line.
Yeah, what does that do to the whole thing?
To the whole thing, I don't know, but that establishes like a straight line of sight.
No, the line of sight is the line of the line of sight is bent. Like if light is bending, the line of sight is the line that you see, then the line of sight is bent. The line of sight is the green line, not the blue line. The blue line only represents the direction that the sight was initially, but it bent because of refraction.
Well, isn't the blue line the place where you would see the building or the ship?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So you see, because if that's the direction you're shooting, that's the direction where you see it.
Yep, Bacon. There's a problem there, bro. The apparent size change, the convergence, is optical. It's an optical illusion, right? It's an optical illusion there, bud. So you're assuming the ground is curving down. Can you show me how that works when there's an apparent convergence of angular size change that's actually not happening?
That's not related to what we're doing here.
Yeah, you're demonstrating a line of sight, which is optical. So your false representation, again, does not take in the optical illusion of convergence. You're having this apparent line of sight curve in your mind while completely and openly demonstrating your lack of awareness when it comes to the convergence that's an illusion. And you keep demonstrating the continuous
I have
flaw.
no idea what you're talking about.
I kind of do, and he's fundamentally kind of screwed up. Assuming that both of those buildings, those red things, are the same height, your convergence point will be in the center of the second object. So you would be seeing, convergence is factored in.
There is no convergence in his demonstration whatsoever. It doesn't happen. The apparent rising of the surface,
it's an
the
orthographic view.
object size change is an illusion, so it's not actually changing in space. So what is he demonstrating when it comes to line of sight? An assumption of a curved path while ignoring perspective. Thanks again for demonstrating. Thanks again for demonstrating that you cannot orthographically don't tell me to stop. You cannot orthographically represent you can orthographically represent your religion, but you cannot orthographically represent it orthographically, because that's not what's happening in reality. There's an apparent size change. There's an apparent size. Listen, there's an apparent size change that you can.
You already said that.
You can shoot with a straight line of sight. Now, for instance, if I fire a gun and I have that line of sight gun, and the velocity of that gun doesn't have any drop rate between the distance of when I fire it to when I shoot it, I can fire it in a straight path. And I can keep going until the maximum velocity of that bullet, and then I can correct for the distance where I'm at and the velocity of that bullet. Let's say there's no wind. This is a basic principle of line of sight that has nothing to do with curved space-time that you're trying to represent, because you're trying to represent
exactly.
You're trying to represent a pathway of line of sight based on a curvature rate. You're also not representing true convergence
2
of
minutes.
light and the optical illusion of perspective. You're not representing it there in your drawing at
You
all.
can
Zero.
stop repeating
Of
these
course not. That's not a perspective view from the observers. That's an orthographic representation of what's happening.
Yeah, and you're saying that the curve rate of the Earth matches the line of sight. That's what you're showing.
Okay.
It's not okay. You don't have perspective. The ground is appearing to converge. The object isn't actually changing size. In reality,
Yeah, because
everything
that's
is
not a
planar.
perspective.
Everything is planar because you
God.
have to add in convergence due to optics.
You're just repeating
So
yourself.
to get that,
So he
I'm
does.
telling because
He doesn't
until
want
you
to have
get
a
it,
conversation.
until you get it, you're not applying
No, either you address
the
what I
optical
said.
illusion. You're not applying the optical illusion, buddy, in any of your drawings, and even
Yeah,
in your
because
speech.
that's orthographic. Because that's
No,
an
but even in
orthographic
your
view.
speech,
It
even when
isn't
you're trying to
supposed
represent
have
any kind of
perspective
line
if
of
it's an
sight,
orthographic view.
see that's what line of sight works orthographically when you draw a plane Earth, because it's just that it's taking in the effect it's line of sight. You're trying to impose a line of sight based on a curvature rate
Could you
while
I'm not
ignoring
imposing
the
anything.
convergence.
Just like make short blurbs.
You're literally trying to demonstrate a pathway over a curving Earth, claiming that this particular line of sight is curving at the rate of Earth. That's how dishonest you are, Bacon. Either you're dumb or dishonest. I don't
What?
know.
Well, why the fuck are you calling me dishonest?
Bacon.
Well,
I would
because
really, if I were you, I would ignore 'em.
again, you're claiming line of sight is curving at the rate of the Earth.
I can't
in
hear
your
you anymore. No.
demonstration. I can't do it no
yeah.
more. That's what you're
I
doing,
can't-
dude. You're claiming
hear you
line of
anymore.
sight
Just
technology
know that.
curves to the rate of the Earth. You're lying.
You're not allowing conversation to take place. I think Bacon.
No, dude, he's either lying or he's not acknowledging,
Yeah,
because
dude.
line of sight
You
technology
speak for
works
2 minutes non-stop.
orthographically
I say,
because
like,
it's on a flat
Just
surface,
two words.
right?
You start like 2 minutes again, saying the same thing you said. Now you're calling
It
me
doesn't have to
dishonest.
curve at the rate of the Earth that you're demonstrating there.
No
when it
reason
comes to
I'm
why.
line of sight
intellectually
technology.
honest enough to have a conversation, so you just bow out, man.
How are
It's
you
just
going to have a
unbearable.
conversation when he's blatantly
Just
either
unbearable.
not aware of his demonstration or intentionally misleading in his demonstration? He's not representing anything factual here. He's assuming that the line of sight is curving at the rate of Earth, while ignoring the apparent convergence as an optical illusion over Euclidean space, 3D space.
When you say that,
So
I
when
don't
you
care if he's
demonstrate
just
this,
quickly,
Sorry?
that
when
way
you
other people
demonstrate
talk.
this, line of sight technology is based on these
What was
straight
it?
lines and angles. Line of sight technology is based on these straight lines and angles, not your assumption of line of sight curving at the rate of
He's
Earth.
he's still talking.
Yeah, he's still talking, and
Yeah,
the
just
thing is
mute
that
him.
if you have a point, it could be a valid point, but can you make it quickly and once? That way, people can respond to it, and the conversation can persist, so that people don't decide to leave. We can continue the conversation. Wouldn't that be best? Because you can make a point whether it's valid or not. It'd just be nice to.
I made several points. It's already established. Thanks, Kosho.
Right.
Yeah, I mean it is kind of a problem. Like if line of sight is curving, then what are all these, like, globe proofs of things being cut off by the globe?
Yeah, because they're not curving enough.
Yeah, but your
I mean,
line if your line of sight is curving, where's the straight line that cuts off the horizon and cuts these buildings off in the distance behind a hump of water?
Yeah, you don't need a light. You don't need the line of sight to be straight for that to happen. All you need is it doesn't curve as much as the surface. If it covers less than the surface, you won't be able to see forever. At some point, you're going to start getting obstruction, even with a light bending down.
So, land slopes either upwards or downwards, of course, away from, if you're headed towards a body of water, land most likely will slope downwards, right? So are you implying to the observer, is he standing on land that is sloping downwards? Are you referring to this? Because in your demonstration, you have no reality in it. You have an assumption that line of sight is curving to the rate of the Earth curvature.
And then we should just be able to see forever, right? I don't get it. Like then we should see Mount Everest.
No, not really, because
Why?
typically
Because
refraction
the line of-
bends at approximately somewhere around a half a degree. Half a degree plus or minus 0.2.
Yeah, light doesn't bend as much as the surface, so you will get obstruction.
And by the
And
way,
again,
you always do
that's
get
not how line of sight technology is calculated. It doesn't have any of this effect that you describe. So I don't know what's with the either you're unaware or is this intentional? Like, are you being serious?
Well, how does knife edge
Are you just
refraction affect
are you
this
just
pencil
running
beam radar?
are you just running the 12-step globe program, the
But
Rumpus
don't engage him.
program?
Don't engage. I'd rather engage with DMOC
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
or
Yeah.
Gene.
Okay, to anybody else in the room,
Engaging with the
SC,
fact that you're not representing anything here that's true, just complete like poppycock.
SC, do you when you speak of pencil beam radar and line of sight, does knife edge diffraction have any impact on it?
I think he's in a phone call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So how high off the ground is this? I mean, is terrestrial refraction a thing? Is this how high off the ground is this?
Refraction is less for radar depending on the frequency, and it's always less for radar.
So there's less terrestrial refraction for radar when it's close to the ground.
But there are different types of diffraction and stuff. Like I know of knife edge diffraction. I usually think about that with a sharp edge, so I don't know if it applies because I'm not a sea sparrow expert. But knife edge diffraction will redirect light downwards past the surface.
The only thing that really matters, right, is if you're at a position X sending a radar at an object at position Y, the two things that matter are the ground distance. So if you were to measure, walk how many miles or how many feet it is from your position X to that object Y, that's one thing that matters. And the other is the refracted path of the radio wave. If there's a path that allows the radio wave to go from your position X to that object's position Y, the radar will pick up that object. It has nothing to do with what your eyes are seeing, the location of the object that your eyes see it at. That has nothing to do with it.
The other thing that keeps on getting overlooked here is, a radar X on the ship A is at 200 feet. The top point on ship B is at 200 feet. That's going to give you quite a big, much larger, more than 20 miles view of the horizon.
What confirms radar does a line of sight technology is the fact that you can point it at an object in the distance. And because perspective converges this object in the distance, let's say to a smaller point, 1 arc minute, but you can send a radar signal to it because you can still see it. This is proof and evident of a line of sight technology because there is no optical convergence between the point of the observer and the object 3 miles away. It only appears to converge. It actually doesn't change size. So between the space of the observer and the object that's being reflected back, it's a straight line of sight. Thanks.
Yeah, whatever.
You're welcome.
Again, as I said, if the refraction is such so that the photons in the radio wave can make it from your location X to that object's location Y, the radar will pick it up. It doesn't matter where it converges, the visible, optical, whatever the fuck, none of that matters. It's quite simple.
You didn't understand the example then, right? So being the observer can see an object 1 arc minute in size, let's say 3 miles away. He could point the radar at that object he sees and he'll get a signal back. Now, what you have to understand what's significant about it, and I don't think it's registered, but I'll just repeat myself again. The convergence is an optical illusion. So that 1 arc minute, while it may only appear to be that angular size due to the spatial relationship to where the observer sees it, not changing size, right? So if I can see a straight path to it from my position, you're telling me that ironically the Earth is curving at the rate of that position, or the line of sight is just coincidental because it is an optical illusion, the apparent convergence.
I don't know if anybody's still talking to you. You've been so damn rude.
Well, I
Dude,
thought of a test.
I'm just tired of the rumpus style tactics and then just straight questions. That there's tons of evidence that shows you at least 6 miles the Earth is flat between 2 points using radar, and no radar tower flattens for curvature. Like you go to an airport, small terminal station, they don't flatten. They got a good 50-mile radius. They don't flatten for curvature. So it's just kind of really bad. Like that you guys have to do what you're saying when it's just evident.
So they always put these radar systems on the. I'm not supposed to talk to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought of a test.
And somebody like Jace would already know this, so to go out of his way to kind of hide that or
Don't do it.
bend the light, so to speak.
Do you guys know how much differently UV light refracts compared to infrared? Is that a significant difference?
It's
There's
not-
higher frequency of
Hold
stuff
on,
that has
bro.
higher
Hold
energy
up,
that
bro.
refracts
That
more.
wasn't to
So
you.
Hold up, bro. Hold up, dude. Yeah, it's not very significant. I can give you an equation very quickly. It's a very simple equation. It's n. So it's the index of refraction is going to be the speed of
1.
light. Excuse me, sir.
The index of refraction that you're going to be shooting through is 1, which is air.
Go ahead, Koshu. Go ahead, Koshu.
Anyways, hold on. Let me make sure.
Well, I'm not sure if the equation is gonna help me right.
All right,
okay.
fair enough.
Well, I'm trying to think about like, so let's say we have an observation where the water is obstructing something, right? And then we want to check if light is bending. I mean, the whole thing is what's going on with light. Is light bending up and then creating that obstruction, or is light bending down, which means that there is an obstruction?
I want to first know
Convergence,
if you're
Bacon. Where does the convergence come from? Again, you have to acknowledge.
Data, shut up! I want to hear what No Thanks wants to say.
You still want to ignore the apparent illusion of
No, I
convergence,
want to ignore
right?
you.
So how are you going to determine something's going up or down unless you understand the convergence first?
Right, thank you. Go ahead, No Thanks.
Well, I think my question was kind of to that point was, so don't you first have to establish whether you're looking up or looking down first?
You mean like the elevation?
Yeah, so you're saying that the water is coming up to block your view. So is it humping up or curving down in a way? So therefore, you would have to either be looking up or looking down.
I think you're always going to be looking down.
So we're looking down.
Yeah.
Okay, so not a horizontal line, but we're looking down from a horizontal.
Yeah, the horizon is like hardly ever horizontal, right?
But I mean, when we set this horizontal line from our point, from our position, it's not. We're not looking straight across. We're looking down.
Depends on how you establish it.
Yeah.
That depends on how you establish it. A horizontal line is not down.
The human
horizontal
eye,
line is
Bacon.
horizontal.
With the human
but
eye.
the horizon is usually below that line. So if you're looking at the horizon,
with the human
then you're
eye.
looking down. Not exactly
With the
down.
human eye,
You're
looking
mostly
down.
looking horizontally, but somewhat.
I've never
somewhat
looked
of
down
that
in my
you're
life looking
down
at the
because it's
horizon.
slightly below horizontal. Does that make sense?
I've never looked down, Bacon, looking at the horizon, dude.
Oh my god!
So
I think
Shut
you
up,
said
I
we're
was
looking
trying to answer
slightly
you.
down. I couldn't really hear.
Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So if you establish a horizontal line, that line is horizontal. It's not down. But if you're aiming at the horizon is usually not horizontal. It's usually slightly below it. So you're looking slightly down. Right.
Right. So we set up a plumb bob, and then you use something to get perpendicular to that plumb bob, and that's your horizontal. But you never follow that line of sight. You're always looking down to see the horizon. So then you're looking.
Yeah.
Is that
Mic check.
You got a mic.
Oh, I think no things broke. Is lagging down or something. I'll wait until he's back. Yeah, my idea was, if we're trying to distinguish if light's bending up and light's bending down, or light's bending down. If there's an obstruction and we can confirm the light's bending down, then that confirms that that obstruction is not optical, or not entirely optical.
My whole
So
thing.
one way I thought of.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, one way that I thought we could do this is picking two different lights that refract differently, and see if they're like, if let's say the UV is appearing higher, and the infrared is appearing lower, and the UV refracts more, then it's the light's bending down. If it's the other way around, then it's bending up. But I don't know if there's a significant enough difference to spot that.
Here's
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I can give you the equation, but if you don't want the equation, I found this picture that has it's just got like a quick this difference between the refractive index of water between red light and, let's say, what is this, violet, or very violet.
Mhm.
That's about the difference there. So obviously, if you're doing infrared, it's more. But the point is, it's inversely proportional to the wavelength, and the exact amount. Let me see if I can. Yeah, the exact amount is I just forget about it. Forget about the exact amount. That's what that's what it is for those ones. Okay.
Yeah, I think if it was significant, we would see chromatic aberrations on things like the black swan, right? And we don't see that.
Of
So
course.
yeah. So I think it's very.
Green flash.
Sorry?
Well, the colors become more and more muddled on distant objects, so that probably is part of the chromatic aberration. That it's just shifting things out of position and making the colors bleed together. But I'm a little confused here. I mean, I'm looking at the Sea Sparrow missile, and it looks like it's mainly a ship to air.
Yeah,
Like,
it is.
really defeats the whole purpose of this argument.
This is so far gone, dude, that that is the original argument days ago, that it's not even getting through to people. But given that that's the issue, like that it's not even, that we're not even talking about surface to surface, or surface to air, the question still would persist if you're talking about something that's a ship on the horizon, or a missile on the horizon, or whatever. And let's say, in this example, it was refracted, and its actual line of, like, it's the straight line to that object would actually be obstructed by the curve, like the geometric horizon, but you can see it. That is actually, that's a situation where it would still be operable, because it seeks the position. Like, if you target something and you're touching it with a thing, it makes course correction the entire way to make sure that it's still aiming at that thing. So if refraction caused it to go in a different path than it thought, like 5 seconds ago or half a second ago, it's going to correct, knowing that the position is being corrected, right? Because it's actually going for where the signal actually is touching, regardless of the fact that it's being refracted.
It will follow the refracted path, because that's what we see, what it sees, right?
Yeah, that was exactly what I was trying to say earlier. Right, the signal, the radio wave itself, doesn't matter where you, with your eyes or with your camera, sees the radio wave. The radio wave is touching the ground at the location where the object is that you're targeting. That's how it shows up on the scope. If there isn't a path to that for the radio waves to that object, then they would terminate before the object and it wouldn't show up on your scope. But if it does show up on the scope and you can send the missile or whatever, it's not following refraction, it's following a path that the electromagnetic wave follows. And if it hit the object, then the missile will hit the object.
I agree.
And Bacon, your original example when you first came in was on point, dude. I was using Jeremy being hung upside down in a pool, and somebody's trying to blind his good eye with a laser pointer. But what you said got straight to the point without all the violence and violence, and but yeah. So yeah, but what you said was on point. Like if you have a rainbow, like if let's say Jeremy's ship, he's on a gay cruise with his friends, and he's got a rainbow on the side of his ship, and you're just messing around with him because he's doing some gay stuff, and you want to just mess around with him. Anyways, and so you have a laser. It's a red laser or white light or something, and you're shining it from fucking way far away, and it still is it's hitting what you said, the green or something from where you are. If it appears to be hitting the green, even though there's a lot of refraction happening and it's actually, beyond the horizon, the fact that you see it hitting the green, he's also going to see it hitting the green from where he is on the ship. Like there's not going to be two different things happening. That was a little bit convoluted also, but it wasn't as violent as the other one.
Oh, I didn't know that. There's like the green light after the sun sets. I think that pretty much confirms the light's bending down because you're seeing the green light higher than the rest of the sun.
Yeah,
The green and the blue. Hey, you're very low, Doofus.
yeah,
Maybe
I'm sorry,
there's
but
some.
that's
Oh,
all
is
I
that
got.
what that is?
Okay.
Yeah, you are very low,
So-
Luke. Sorry, Doofus.
So in that example too, the video that he's got there, he's also got he's punched up the colors enough so you can see where the blue light is, and the blue light is above the green too.
I never realized that was what was happening. I'm so dumb. That's why you get that is because the sun's already set, but there's still there's still the refracted light is of the lower wavelengths, and they're still actually being refracted upwards. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I think so. Like the sun, you have a different picture of the sun in each wavelength, right? So each color of the sun is going to have a slightly different position if the light refracts a different amount. So you should expect that if light's bending down, the colors the suns that are refracted the most are going to be on top, and the ones that refract the least should be on the bottom. So the very top of the sun should be a higher frequency colors.
Yeah,
I
and
never
you see
even
the
realized
red
that.
is at the bottom and the blue is at the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
So technically, is it a blue flash, really?
The blue gets cut down quite a bit by the atmosphere, so typically your eye is not good enough to really notice how much blue light is left at that point. So what he did in his examples is when he recorded it, then he took it back to his computer, he punched up the blue channel a bit more so you could see the blue light.
So you guys still talking about this? I see.
Yes, SE. Yes,
Yeah.
SE. You see, we're still talking about
I'm
it.
back. Eyes are back.
Yeah.
PSE?
Yeah, I mean, there's only three colors. I mean, there's only three primary colors, and green is not one of them.
Primary colors have nothing to do
It
with
is. Well, I mean, yeah, the in the white color of the sun, there is like an infinite amount of different colors.
Yeah, green is one of the primary colors, bro. It's
Oh,
Yeah,
it's red.
that-
I thought it was red, yellow, and blue.
Oh, but yeah,
no,
well,
RGB.
that's-
RGB.
Is it green?
Yeah.
no, primary.
You have
primary
like
colors-
adding. You have adding colors and subtractive colors. When you're dealing with like colors that add, like light, you have RG and B. And if you have colors like that subtract, like ink, so your printer doesn't use RGB because when it mixes two different inks, the light doesn't add, it subtracts. So you have the
Bro, that's
opposite. You have magenta.
That's crazy LEDs, bro. Like you mix the red, the green and the blue, and you get white. Like how does that even work, dude? It's
Well,
like-
because your eye, it's simple. Your eye has a cone for each. So your eyes have red cones, green cones, and blue cones. So if if you have white light flashing in your eyes, the red cones are screaming to your brain, "There's red coming." Your blue cones are screaming, "There's blue," and the green cones are screaming that there's green. So all
What
cones are
colors?
screaming
What
their
colors can
own
I
color
add
to your
together to
brain.
make yellow?
Does that work with paints and crayons and
It
shit?
doesn't work with paints. That's what I was going to say. But what I want to make sure that no tanks knows that when he's talking about the primary colors, he's talking about art and like paints and stuff. It's different.
It sounds like
Yeah,
a nice
it's
shade of
right.
blue brown, bro, in crayon.
Right, but
Yeah,
regardless
with
of how,
paint.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
regardless of anybody's opinion about whether or not it makes sense, if you look at any TV or any computer monitor, you'll see there's red, green, and blue light coming out of that display. Every single display is like that, except for a very small number, which include additional color subpixels, like yellow for some of them.
Yeah, I was saying mine was a yellow and brown when I was a kid. But all weird
They
colors.
typically they don't have a yellow subpixel. Everybody else that doesn't have one of those crazy TVs that only existed for a short period of time, everybody else is looking at R, G, and B. That's the only colors that that screen can put out.
All right, so how do we get this yellow? How do we get yellow? Well, I want to know how we get yellow. That's his point. I don't know. I don't know how we get yellow.
Screen is putting out, if that screen is putting out red and green, your mind sees yellow.
So your mind just sees
It's just
yellow, but
about
it's not real.
no. It's about how much of those red, green, and blue cones are activated. Like there's a spectrum of activation for those cells. It's not just balls to the wall every time. They can be like partially activated.
Cut out.
Yo, since Jace is breaking up.
It's not that serious. We can skip past it, but yeah, it's not that serious.
Well, yeah, like each color when it gets to into your retina, your three cones react differently, and the way your mind makes sense of colors is based on how those cones are reacting. So if you see white color, like white, sorry, not white. If you see yellow color, if there is yellow wavelengths reaching your retina, it's going to react with both the red cones and the green cones, but it's not going to react with the blue cones, or it's going to react, but like very insignificantly. So the way you perceive yellow is when you have your both red and green cones reacting. So if I send separately green and red light both to your cones, they're going to have the exact same experience because you're still getting the same cones being activated. It's just instead of it's being one wavelength that is yellow, it's two wavelengths, one for each cone. But your brain can't tell the difference because in both ways you'll get both the cones being activated and the blue not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Doofus's cones are wrong.
No, that's not correct.
Doofus, your cones suck, man.
Yeah, Bacon got it. Spot on.
My cones are the bomb, dude. My cones are the bomb.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I mean, it could be true. Yeah, it could be true. It could also not be true. But yeah, I understand what you're describing.
Well, we can measure these things, right? Biochemists do this in labs often.
Man, I can measure one hell of a cone, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, we're just saying that it's definitely green. It's definitely green and not yellow. You just call it the opposite and say, well, now we're infusing it with the other color.
Nobody's saying that.
Sounded just like it. Sounded like it was you actually who said it with your TV. Right. So this TV only on special TVs. Yeah.
Yep, there's only
it was really I was secure with Bacon's explanation.
Have a yellow subpixel. All the other subpixels are red, green, and blue.
It's a wavelength, bro. What it is wavelength. Okay, so when they're hitting yellow, they're just hitting the right wavelengths for and it's in between blue and green. So
yeah, but it's also
all this cone shit. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine with the cones going into depth, man. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, but
I learned something. I learned something today, but I do know it's wavelengths
and intensity.
But by the way, you can have experience with colors that don't exist, like. So I think it's magenta, like the wavelength. There's no wavelength of magenta, because the way. Sorry.
like you said, you could have we could see interact with colors that don't exist. I said like corduroy.
No,
Yeah,
it's
thanks.
talking about
No,
magenta.
I mean colors that there is no wavelength. Like it only exists in your mind. Like I think magenta is it's either magenta or pink. It's like
It's
one.
magenta.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you look to a rainbow, there is no magenta in the rainbow, and the reason why there's no magenta in the rainbow is because what the rainbow is doing is splitting all the colors that come from the white light that basically has all visible spectrum, and magenta isn't there. So how do we see magenta? Like the way the color magenta makes our cones react, there's no wavelength that makes them react like that. But it is a possible combination of reaction if you combine different wavelengths. So you can combine different wavelengths to make your cones react in such a way that there's no wavelength that can do that alone. And that's exactly what the color magenta is. It's a combination of reaction of your cones that can't be reproduced by a single wavelength. That's why
Man,
it's a color that only exists as a combination of other colors.
you know you learned this shit off the Lucky Charm cereal box this morning, dog. Come on, man.
No, I really wanted to understand how the eye works. Like a couple. I think it was last year that I learned the thing about magenta.
I think yellow is the one one of the ones that doesn't exist.
No, yellow does
It's
exist.
magenta. It's magenta
it?
because
Okay, it is magenta.
yeah, because if you have if you have what is it like red on one side and blue on the other side, and let's pretend that green's in the middle, which I think it is. Then the what is it, additive or subtractive or whatever, like the red and the green, you'll end up with what is it? Anyways, the point is
Voodoo brown.
you end up with yellow, I think, from red and green, and I think you end up from let's call it, I don't know, what is it, cyan? I think it's cyan from blue and green, but red and blue, they also, even though they're on two different ends of the spectrum, there doesn't actually make a circle. It's two ends of the spectrum, so there's no actual color between red and blue, but the eye makes up this color. It tries to make sense of this subtractive.
Yeah. So what it goes back to then is that when you see this, when you see this green
Green
flash,
is in between red and blue, bro.
When it goes back to is when you see this green flash, how can you be sure that it's the mixing of those two colors and not the yellow from the sun and the blue of the sky making green instead of it being refraction of a setting sun at a different wavelength?
Yellow and blue make white. Yellow
I'm
and
just
blue
saying,
light
whatever
make white.
colors. I'm not as good as Kosha with these mixing of ciantas.
Fair enough. But you can mix colors into green, like not with light.
But there's the sky, there's the water, and then there's the sunlight.
No, you can tell the sky's being refracted all through sunset, so it's not like a mystery if it's being refracted, if there's refraction happening. And clearly the reds are the ones that so you can see the whole thing shift. Like it goes from red, and then you see the yellow, and then so when the sun's going downwards, the light that refracts the greatest is the green and blue, or the blue, but then the green because the blue's getting scattered, like Doofus said. So it's clearly what's happening.
Yeah, it's definitely refracted, man. I agree with that, and it's definitely ionized, and we could see it as it. We could see the light as the sun goes away from high altitude balloons. You could see the sun taking the light with it. It's like a cascading effect.
How do you ionize
and,
light?
it's definitely refracted. I would agree with that.
I'd hope it's not ionized. We'd be in trouble.
Yeah, how do you ionize light? What the fuck?
The sun, bro. What are you talking about? How do you ionize light? You don't ionize light. If I said that, I was mistaken. You ionize, the gases are ionized.
Yeah, I understood what you meant. The sky is going through that process from the sun. Yeah,
I hope
which would
not
also
a lot of
be
them.
different.
It's not a coincidence that they're in order, like with the and then you have the sky blue and the whitish ones are the oxygen, the water, like hydrogen and oxygen, and then nitrogen. Nitrogen are all predominantly like sky blue and whitish, light bluish. It's daylight. And then you get toward the noble gases, and then the higher you go, they're in order. It's no, if you ionize these individual gases on densities, it's not a coincidence that they line up.
Does it matter?
It's not being. Look, let's not get it twisted. It's not being. You're not ionizing the gas, right? The light is of a. So you have O2 and N2 high up in the atmosphere. You need good spacing between the air molecules too for Rayleigh scattering, and right there's certain portions of the sunlight that resonate. They make the oxygen and the nitrogen and stuff. They're kind of like vibrate a little, and it scatters that light, and the light has enough space to actually move around and get to the surface of the earth. And that's why we see blue light.
If you prefer that story, then you have to say that it's a coincidence that the.
Well, this is Rayleigh scattering, Brian.
Then you would say that it's a coincidence
it's
that
an easy thing to demonstrate.
The density of the gases and the noble gases all follow the pretty much what we see at sunset and sunrise. The colors, the way we see the reddish. Once the blue goes away, we see the reddish, and then the orangish to the yellowish. I mean, it's the same order, and it's like I said, it's not a coincidence, bro. That when you ionize these gases,
they're not that color though.
No, but then that wouldn't really explain the green.
Ionized oxygen isn't blue, nor is ionized nitrogen.
It's like a whitish blue. Yes, it is.
No,
Argon,
it's not. Liquid oxygen is a pale blue color. Liquid oxygen.
I'll show you real quick. I'll show you, okay? Instead of just talking about it, and we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe I've watched it 100 times, and maybe I was seeing fucking daylight color, but maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, Brian, I don't know if that makes sense for the green flash, unless what you're saying is that as the sun goes away, that everything in your field of view compresses to the point where you're seeing all the mixture of colors, which they, like Kosho stated, would then make green as a refraction.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say anything about making green.
Whatever your colors were, that they mixed together.
I was explaining why magenta was invented by your brain. This is what I was doing, but it had nothing to do with why you see green in the atmosphere. Or the green flash.
So the green is the combination of the red and the would just be all by itself then, you're saying?
Dude, literally we were talking before about cones in your eyes, and that's what that came up, the combinations and the subtraction and all that kind of stuff. But when we're talking about what's happening in the sky at sunset and sunrise, we're talking about refraction and how different colors of light refract at different rates, different wavelengths of light refract differently. So that for just
maybe I shouldn't have brought you into it because but it did sound like what Brian was saying was not saying, but if there are these different layering of noble gases in the sky that are being lit up by whatever means, by them moving around apparently, like Jay said, but they do see, that line does get compressed and thinner together as it's farther away, the sun, or you're further away from it, or whatever's you want to imagine going on there. And these colors would then combine together. Would our eyes be able to make out the different layers at that point of color, or would they combine into a different color?
I would say there's not different layers of, especially not noble gases, because right after like helium, and neon and xenon and stuff, the even xenon would be quite heavy. It would be, down here at the surface primarily. But the atmosphere, like it's not layered. Like there isn't like a layer of oxygen down here, and then like there's a layer of CO2, and then a layer of water vapor, and then a layer of nitrogen. It's a mixed composition that its density just decreases, but it's still the same gases that are composing the atmosphere up until you get very high, where only really hydrogen and helium can be. But up until that point, it's a mixed composition.
Well, I would say it's mixed down here, sure.
The first 200,000 feet of it is pretty much indistinguishable as far as I've read.
Yeah, and then as the whatever natural gases rise, because that's what they do, they rise, they don't fall, they sort themselves out according to density. Then they would separate into different different layers for sure. I mean, just by natural law.
Don't use that word. You don't know what it means.
They don't, though, right? There aren't layers of gases in the atmosphere. There's not like oxygen down here and then a layer of water vapor and then a layer of CO2. It's a mixed composition that just decreases in density up
Well,
until the point.
it's always in flux. It's always moving. So it's not just stagnant in the
Yeah, the
sun.
density is always changing. But
Yeah,
there's no
so I mean it
layers
would
up
only
until
layer
the
out if there was
point.
no movement. If there was no sun, it would layer out. But there
The
always
only point where
is.
there's layers is very, very, very high up where hydrogen and helium are escaping. And even though they're not really layered, it's a mix of hydrogen and helium.
Yeah, but so don't get it twisted, right? It would naturally try to layer itself out, but because it's because we're not nothing is still, nothing is just sitting still. It won't. It'd be with the sun, then like Brian said, ionizing or whatever, exciting these particles. They're always going to be moving, so it's not going to layer. It's always going to be a density gradient due to that.
You're shooting Brian's argument right in the foot, though, because now we're
Maybe.
saying that the gases are not sorted in such a way that they would have a different effect at different times of the day. In addition, if Brian's argument is that different gases are in effect closer to sunset and sunrise, then we have to say, well, the noble gases are only in that direction. They're not directly above us. But for the other people that are seeing the sun directly above them, the gases aren't there. It makes no sense. We already had this discussion. I thought Brian agreed that it doesn't make any sense for the gases toward the horizon to be totally different than the gases above your head.
They're not. You're looking through one layer, more of one layer of something to look further out. I mean, but that's not what I was arguing. Where you said I'm shooting something in the foot. All I'm arguing is that Jace is saying that because I'm saying right that natural law would want to try to find its its density layer and stay there. It would be trying to find that. It would be trying to seek equilibrium at all times. But we don't have a lack of movement, so therefore that doesn't happen where there's no mixture of gases. So the gases are always being mixed because we have movement.
Great, so they're not in layers, so Brian's argument is pointless.
No, but they're still in layers. They're just not 100% this and 100% that. With a strict line of these things don't touch. That would only happen if there was no movement, no energy being put into the system, no sun, no wind, no anything.
Okay, so if they're in layers, then you know for sure then that there's a different composition here at ground level, the gas, and the gases at 50,000 feet, right?
A different composition. What do you mean? So there's a different composition according to the density of these gases. Yeah, sure. That some rise, and
you actually have evidence of that.
Yeah, I would think you agree to it. Yeah.
You're just
Jace
there is a different
Jace
composition.
just said so.
No.
There's no. What are you calling different composition? What do you mean different composition?
Right, the gases in proportion that they are down here at ground, well, I would say at 100 feet. Let's say 100 feet of altitude. And the gases at 50,000 feet. The proportions are all the same. There's just less total gas. So there's no layering in any way whatsoever.
You're saying there's not more helium up in helium doesn't rise. That's what you're saying.
I don't say helium doesn't rise. In fact, the words that I used were entirely different than what you just said that I said. So don't do that.
So you're saying helium doesn't rise and it doesn't displace.
No, I'm not saying helium doesn't
gases.
rise. Don't lie, you ass.
So what are you saying then? You're saying, so what do you mean by composition then?
Right. I'm saying that the proportion, the gases that we have here, say at 100 feet in altitude, and the gases at 50,000 feet in altitude, there's no reason to expect those to be different. If you've got some measurements that show us that they are different, that'd be great.
Okay, I just posted.
You're saying
I just
you're
posted
saying it's
in
all
live
one.
chat.
You're saying that everything is one mixture and there's no gradients.
No,
That's what
the
you're saying.
noble,
No, I'm
the
not
noble
saying there's
gas.
no
There are
gradient.
noble gases that are up there, and maybe they are mixed and shit.
What
And
noble
Yeah, what
gases?
noble gases, man?
What
Hold
noble
on,
gases,
Noble,
hold
Brian?
on.
other
No,
than
the
real
lighter
quick.
than the lighter than air gases like
Helium.
neon,
Helium is the only noble gas
argon,
lighter than air.
and then you have helium,
helium's the
nitrogen,
only one.
argon, xenon.
Xenon
Before
is
we
not
move on to
lighter
this,
than
can we
air,
finish
man.
up
You
that
ask a
last
question
thing?
and then I'm fucking getting puked on. I just all I had to do is name some gases, dude. And I couldn't even do that.
Yeah,
We'll
xenon,
let Brian
argon,
finish, but I
those
want
aren't
to
lighter
finish
than
up this
air.
last thing with no tanks real quick before we move on, because I don't think it was
Okay.
clear.
Anybody could look it up, but the point is that the nitrogen and the water vapor and the oxygen and all that down low, they form if you combine them and shit, like pretty much all the gas, you get whitish daylight. But then when the sun is going away, it takes that light with it basically, and you start seeing from the underbelly, you're seeing these noble gases, like the helium and the neon and all that, man. And the colors are always in the same. It's always white, white daylight, and then like the red, and then the like the orange, the yellow and shit. I forgot exactly the order, but it's always pretty much the same order. And that's the ones he showed. So I retract saying oxygen is lightish blue because I don't know what it is on its own. I was probably wrong about that.
Yeah, and I think we're also, I don't know, just me being picky about the word noble gases. In chemistry, noble gas is a specific thing. It's the group 8 elements like helium, xenon, neon, radon, krypton. Those are noble gases. Oxygen and nitrogen and carbon dioxide and water vapor, those aren't noble gases. Just be clear about that. Those are just gases.
They make up the white light, the daylight. And
What does that
just
mean?
listen,
That they
take a look
make
at the
up
video.
the light.
Take a look at the first video that I posted with the waters above and the lights and all that. It's pretty interesting, whether you agree with it or not. I mean, it's interesting to say the
Gases
least.
aren't light.
Okay, so when we see the red, okay, like when we're looking off at like sunset and shit, and we see the daylight pretty much is gone. We're seeing higher. We're seeing like the underbelly. We're seeing the noble gases now. And but if you're underneath, hold on, I'm almost done. If you're underneath where I'm seeing the red, you're not going to see them colors, are you?
Why not?
Well, most of the noble gases are too heavy to be high up in the air. Only like helium and xenon can really, or neon, the second of the periodic table. But to get gases to emit colors, Brian, you have to make them basically plasmas. You have to strongly ionize them, like in sodium vapor lamps or like a xenon or neon kind of lamp. You're turning those are partial plasmas. That's not happening in the atmosphere.
The chain reaction, man. The sun is energizing them.
There's no plasmas. It requires extreme voltages.
I'm not saying the sun is recreating a sodium, like a high pressure sodium lighting. There are different ways to create the lights. You would agree with that. The sun's got its own way of cascading the lights. You should have you seen the video before that I posted?
Right. Talk about where.
So
I really encourage you to watch it. It's entertaining, even if you don't agree with it. It's very fucking cool to watch. I mean, you should
primary
watch it.
electricity.
Go ahead, man. The thing Doofus and No Tanks were going through before. I don't know if you didn't get it, No Tanks, but Doofus is saying there's the same amount. Sorry, that's the same ratio of gases as you go up, just less of them. So like however much nitrogen and oxygen to whatever is here on the ground level, there'll be the same ratio up top. Right, Doofus? Is that what you were trying to say?
I mean, he may be saying that. He said he has proof or something. He was going to go get proof of it. Yeah.
That's what I got from it, right? So say if we have like 10, I'm just making up these numbers, but say we have 10 parts per million of oxygen here at the surface and 5 parts per million of nitrogen gas here at the surface. At 40,000 feet, or flight level 40, that an airplane would fly at, there's still nitrogen and oxygen. They're just now there's only 5 ppm of oxygen and 1 ppm of nitrogen, but it's still the same gases.
Yeah.
Right, but you're contradicting what Doofus claimed to be absolutely true.
They're not close, but he said
What do you
that.
think the fuck?
Yeah. He knows that though. Yeah.
Yeah, he said they're not true. He was making them up as an example, but that's just you're contradicting what Doofus said is absolutely true, and he would go get proof of. So.
It's not contradictory. He's saying this. He's saying the same thing. It's just that as I know it, and I'm probably going to be more wrong than both of them, but as I know it, it's consistent to some degree. Obviously, you reach a certain altitude, and that is going to change slightly because there's
they're not so obvious.
Yeah, but that's way high up. That's way higher than what we're talking about. So,
how high can we see?
Yeah, right. You'd have to reach the.
I mean, I can see Mars. How far away is Mars? How high can we see?
Right.
Yeah,
The only thing I said I was making up was the concentration numbers, right? You can look up the specific values. I don't know those off the top of my head, but the thing I'm implying is not made up. It's true. You can look up the numbers to verify it. That the concentration just changes, but it's still the same gases, and that's what
there's just less of it.
Saying. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
I'd like to see that test out. That'd be neat. How high we go up, we get
airplanes test
cube,
that.
We get a cube of air. Does that hold true the whole way up, though? That's the question.
Up until the point where the molecular weights of the gases would become a factor, it's going to hold true, because nitrogen is, it's like 15 grams per mole, it'd be like 30 because it's 2 nitrogen atoms, where oxygen is like 32 grams per mole. So it weighs 32 grams per every 6.022 times 10 to the 23 oxygen gas molecules. Right. So up until the point where that weight actually becomes important, it's going to be a mixed composition. And that point where the weight becomes important is going to be very, very high up in the atmosphere, way above where airplanes and stuff are flying.
Yeah.
Right. So you're saying that the weight, i.e. the density and the volume of these.
No. The molecular weight, not the density.
The weight, the density.
Yeah, of a single.
The mass.
The mass and the density of the mass being the weight, yeah.
No, mass and density are not the same thing.
Well, what is mass?
Do you not know what density is?
What is mass? No, I'm fairly certain on what density is. Mass is a little unclear.
Mass is kilograms, and density is kilograms per unit volume.
Yeah, if you know what density is, then by virtue you know what mass is, because if density is the mass divided by the volume, then mass could just be the density times the volume.
How about kilograms? Are they weight?
Mass.
Are kilograms weight?
No.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I opened a nice door for you.
No, that's nonsense. We can read them as weight here. We just translate it because we know the effect of gravity on it. But we can read
mass
it with
is kilogram, but kilogram. Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished.
Mass is kilograms.
And kilograms is not weight.
Correct. Pounds and newtons are weight. Newtons is the SI unit for weight. It's a kilogram meter per second squared, if I'm not mistaken, right?
So when I go and buy a kilogram of meat, I'm not getting 2-point-something pounds.
You're getting the colloquial. You're getting the standard weight. Like because you're at sea level, most of the time they do standard, but they don't do that with precious metals. So
yeah, because G is fairly standard on Earth, right? Acceleration.
Yeah. So is that the only definition of
hundreds
mass?
Of times, I see. No.
Yeah. Is that the only definition of mass?
I don't know, but you can add that to the list, though. I don't think we even had that one another night.
How many did we get,
definition for mass?
And we had 11
unit for mass.
When we had like 11 or 12 definitions, I don't even think kilograms was one of them. Was it?
It's not a definition. It's the unit of mass. What is wrong with you people?
Yeah, I gave you another way. Now you could use what I said. I said it's density times volume. It's not a definition, but it's another way to describe it. It's valid.
Yeah, but what is it though? What is it? What is mass?
Locally, it's just the amount of stuff in something.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
number three,
Jace
4.
would disagree with
Start
that,
the count, Jeremy.
Jace
Well,
disagrees
right.
with the amount of stuff thing.
The only real definition, right? Colloquially, it's fine to say that it's the amount of stuff contained in an object, but in chemistry and particle physics, the actual definition of mass is the total energy content of an object.
See, why did you do this?
Add
You did it
another
on
one.
purpose. Yeah, and then
How about
add
resistance
two.
to acceleration?
That's
how many are we
considered
at
that to be
already?
the chemistry
That
definition.
is-
we have
I gave the
six.
colloquial one.
That is the definition, right? There's only
All right.
one definition.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
mass
was
is
that.
energy, and
Say it
then
again, Jace.
You know, when
It-
you're talking about mass on a Sunday, there's a totally different
ha
definition.
ha 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 ha.
We
We know
didn't
what
add
we're
that
talking
one.
about,
We
though.
didn't add that one.
We know what we're talking about, though. Say it again, Jace.
Yeah, it's the total energy content contained in an object.
Oh, that's
Right,
a new
so-
one.
Total energy.
It's not
That
an
add that to the list.
It's what the definition is, right? You take the sum of the kinetic energy plus the strong nuclear binding energy plus the electromagnetic binding energy, and that will give you a number in electron volts. You convert that electron volt into grams, and that's the number you see on your balance in a lab. That's
That
the
doesn't make
definition.
colloquial definition wrong. It's just more precise.
Jace, is there gravitational binding energy that, like if you took all the parts of a planet, like let's say a planet was made out of 1,000,000 boulders, and you took the mass of all those boulders, and then you put them together gravitationally, so that it was now making a big structure like a planet or asteroid or something. Just go with me. Would that binding? Because I know that if it was electrically, electromagnetic attraction, in binding attraction, it creates mass, like it adds
Are
mass.
you trying to save Jace right now?
No, I'm asking.
He's trying to set him up. He's trying to say, "Hey, is mass just energy? And then
No,
what
hold on,
creates
hold on, hold on,
energy?
hold on, hold on, hold on. Make sure my question is-
Disequilibrium of
I wanna
energy,
make sure
which
my
is
question is
space time.
clear.
So is mass just space time in motion? It's silliness.
What are you doing, dude?
I'm just
I'm
jumping.
trying to
Let
ask
him
a
finish.
question.
Yeah, go
I'm in
ahead.
the middle of a
Go
He's
ahead.
question.
terrified. Coach.
Just go
Yeah.
ahead.
Jace, I'm just asking: is there also gravitational binding energy that adds mass to a system?
Yes, you can take so say you have like an atom of hydrogen, you can do the calculation for the gravitational binding energy between the 3 quarks and the electron in the atom, but right, that's going to be below even like pico electron volts. So like there's no way you're going to be able to measure that or anything. So yeah, you can calculate what it is, but you're not going to be able to measure it.
I mean, in a greater system, though, like in a
Here's the oxygen.
Like in the universe, like up in the sky, Jace. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Like how is Jupiter a planet? Come on, get with it. Let's go.
Okay, anyways, dude, yeah, I mean, I honestly just want to make sure it's clear to Jason. I'm talking about in a bigger system, like a planet made up of boulders or something. Like the mass of the boulders is there going to be a binding energy when they're collected together into a planet or something that is going to be greater than the collective mass of the boulders?
Individual mass.
Yeah, I would
37.
think.
And I know it's a strange question. It's just I
It
never.
is a strange question. Yeah, it would be something if you're taking like not the individual particle components of an object, but like a huge, like planet-sized thing. Yeah, you have to account for the gravitational binding energy in that case.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I never heard it either, because I know about the electromagnetic one and the strong force one, but I just never heard the gravitational one talked about. So I don't know.
Yeah, because on the scale of particles, the gravitational binding energy is, it's way beyond being measured.
Before we move past
It
this,
doesn't
dude,
work.
the oxygen percentage does drop at high altitudes, guys. Man, I got to sneak
It's
this
below.
We
it's
were
below.
wrong.
It's below pico electron volts, so you're just not going to be able to measure that.
Bro, you talking? You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm trying to correct you before we move past this.
That's
Okay, I
funny.
looked at the chart, and it's 20.9 or 21% at sea level, and then it goes at 500 meters. It's 19.6%. So this is the percentage of oxygen in the atmosphere, not the total gas. and then it drops down. It's pretty calculable gradient, but it drops down to 6.8% at 9,500 meters, and they say beyond that, like 10 or like another 1,000 meters, it's like it doesn't even get your mitochondria, but that's the percentage of oxygen in the compared to the other gases.
It'd be
So
the
it's not
particle
much.
pressure.
It's not much, but the gases do. The oxygen level doesn't remain the same percentage all the way up. I just want to correct y'all.
No,
on that.
no.
Are you sure
Post
that's
your
not?
source. That's way different than what I just see right here, and I'm looking at.
Well, he
Yeah,
might be
well,
right if we
he's
take a
proving the
cubic meter.
point, right? It doesn't stay the same. That's what our point was. But it's still present.
Is
But
that
go ahead,
per
Jimmy.
cubic meter? Like you just take a cubic meter and there's 69% is whatever.
That is the percentage.
Okay, check this out, Brian. Brian. Just so we're clear on what you're reading. Just for clear on what you're reading, I'm going to read to you a different chart. It's the same chart, but it's on a different website. I just wanted to read what it says, which you should be reading for what that says. Looks like you just looked up the image, not the website, but on the website it says, use the table below to see how the effective amount of oxygen in the air varies at different altitudes. Although air contains 20.9% oxygen at all altitudes, okay? Although air contains 20.9% oxygen at all altitudes, lower air pressure at high altitudes makes it feel like there is lower percentage of oxygen. So this chart is based on the ideal gas law for pressure versus altitude. And so this chart is misleading if you're just only using it without reading that kind of stuff. But it says, although air contains 20.9% oxygen at all altitudes. So keep that in mind.
The ideal gas law is hypothetical. Ideal gas law is completely hypothetical, based on averages, based on just ground level, based on mercury, it's not a
And
law.
based on observation.
Well, no,
And
the
not based on
ideal
mercury at all.
gas law, real gases behave as ideal, like nitrogen and oxygen, real gases behave as ideal gases at high temperatures and low pressures, where their compressibility factor goes to 1, they become ideal gases. Those are very recognizable situations in a lab, but they aren't in the atmosphere. That's not what's happening.
Right.
So the ideal gas law,
Maestro,
let's be clear, the ideal gas law is not just some made up thing for hypothetical gases. Real gases can become ideal under high temperatures and low pressures. And the situations where that's not the case, you have to use a different law, like the van der Waals equation or the Chang-Prusak equation, etc. But under low pressures and high temperatures, where the compressibility factor of the gas goes to 1, the ideal gas law works for those gases.
Yeah, so again,
And that's just like it's a hypothetical situation, like you said, in real life, with real gas, in front of you in a lab, it occupies a space and does not operate the way the ideal gas
I can
law is
take
claimed to operate.
oxygen in the lab and I can put it under high temperature and low pressure, and that very real oxygen gas will act as a ideal gas.
Yeah, to be clear though, that idea gas law aside, I mean, I don't know why that triggered, just because it said.
You say it again? You said it again, didn't you?
No, I'm saying put that aside.
Oh,
I'm saying to you, but I'm
Just
saying that
because you
this
showed
chart
Brian to be wrong, so they had to deflect.
Yeah, there's a caveat that goes along with this chart, and it says it's assuming. And so it says this chart is based on the ideal gas law. So by by your assessment, it's already not trying to tell you something that's accurate. But let's skip that part because
right, that's the point. The point is that
somebody
somebody
it says it's based on the idea gas law equation for pressure versus altitude, assuming a constant atmospheric pressure, a constant atmospheric temperature of 32 degrees and 1 atmospheric pressure at sea level. So this is giving you what kind of percentages of oxygen, what it would feel like. This is giving you what the oxygen would feel like if you are assuming that pressure and temperature. But of course, as you go up, the pressure and temperatures are decreasing, and so the percentage of oxygen in that amount of air is actually staying consistent.
Right. So like the statement
not,
that I
bro. No,
heard,
it's
maybe I
not.
maybe
And
I
also
heard it.
the water
Maybe I
vapor
heard it
drops off
wrong.
too, man. The pressure changes, bro, at altitude, bro. The water pressure stops completely. What height does that happen, Kosho? Because that's a good size percentage, more than the noble gases. But at what height does the water vapor pressure decease?
It's probably like
There's no water pressure
66.6,
above sea level
like
in the
666
atmosphere.
or something.
The water vapor pressure.
I don't know what the hell that even means.
Let's just focus on this point real quick, just so we make sure it's clear that this
No takers. Okay. Nobody
Well,
else.
I
It doesn't make sense, Brian.
The
I find it
composition.
interesting. No, it makes sense, Brian. I know what you're saying. So you're saying that. Well, I don't know what you're saying, but I want Kosher to go first.
What he's saying
no,
is
Mike,
33 feet. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I
33
know. Yeah,
feet.
but what is he saying happens? He's saying that these gases get compressed or something within this 33 feet, and then cavitation occurs where the air gets condensed and then outgasses. I mean, why is that
I
happening?
wasn't referring to the 33 feet, bro. I'm referring to
Wait a minute. Yeah, that's about atmospheric. That's about 14.9 psi. That only happens at 14.9
pressure,
psi.
right? Pressure.
Yes,
right.
yes, that's down here. So, but forget about that.
It makes up a percentage of the pressure. Okay.
No, that's not.
Holy shit, man. The claim is about the composition of oxygen and gases like nitrogen.
You don't think hydrogen goes higher than all the other gases. You're wrong.
You're diverting from that. Let's let Kosho finish his point.
You can even let Mike's graph, so you can go over it, but it shows clearly that the carbon line, which is that 100-kilometer point in the beginning, that carbon line, everything below that is consistent. It takes about.
No, it's not.
Look at the graph.
Yes, it is.
The fucking water vapor pressure it runs out first before anything else, bro. Okay, so that right there throws off your consistency right out of the gate, bro.
That's in the remaining 1%.
Well, I mean, I had a problem with the statement initially.
We're
The
talking
initial
about
statement was something around like it said somebody was saying something, Jason, right? Like when they made this original statement, they said that it must be of consistent nature because in an ideal gas law theory, this was the statement that was made, right? So in an ideal gas law theory, it would remain at if we assume everything remains at the same pressure as sea level. So it's a lot of assumptions in there with a theory. So that's where I took issue with.
All right, let me recap what happened. Let me recap really quick what happened, right? You made a claim that gases in the atmosphere layer, right? No tanks or whatever his name is made that claim. Doofus came in and said, no, they do not layer, just they're in a density gradient, meaning that down here at sea level and at 40,000 feet where an airplane flies, the composition of oxygen is the same. It's just the amount of gas molecules in total at that level is lower than at sea level. The density is lower.
Yeah, but what do you? Yeah, but
right?
the question is, what do you? So we skip past that, right? So you're making like the anti, so you're making the claim against what we observe, which is that the lighter gases rise. So you're making a claim against that they don't rise. Separate and
no one's claiming against
through
that, dude.
Bro, we all agree that down low that all the gases mix together, but hydrogen is going to be the highest gas you'll find. Period. You're not going to find oxygen at the
no shit, Brian.
Okay,
Yo,
so
that
happens way. My point was that, and I was the one who brought that up originally, that hydrogen and helium have an escape altitude, but that happens way up in the atmosphere, nowhere near the level we're talking about. It's way above even the Kármán line where that happens.
That's why
this might be a neat little
look hard for that percentage drop off, bro. And there's a percentage where there's a height where you won't detect oxygen. Period. Okay, and it's not no Kármán line, bro. That's for goddamn ridiculous.
It's just what they're saying sounds very obvious.
I will agree.
Be true.
How does that help your argument, Brian?
I want to make a list.
I agree with that, Brian. But that height is not where airplanes fly or anywhere reasonable that we were talking about to begin with.
It's not much higher.
How does it help the argument of a flat Earth?
Jace, you're saying that it happened at the Kármán line suddenly, like the sudden cutoff point, that it's not
No, we
gradually.
did not say that.
Okay, then what are you saying? You're saying it's only at the Kármán line, not anywhere in between. That's like saying
No,
that there's only curve from A to
he's
B,
not
but nowhere in between. Why are you talking while I'm talking?
I didn't
We
say
keep
that.
saying the same thing wrong over and over.
It's a gradient,
Well,
right?
let's all
That's
go
what
one at a time.
Doofus was talking about to begin with, right? There's a density gradient. What that means is the mass per unit volume is decreasing as you raise in altitude. So what that means is that the number of gas molecules in total is decreasing as you raise in altitude. It's a gradient. It's not like you reach this one point and you go from 14.7 psi
Bro,
partial pressure
nobody disagrees with that,
oxygen.
bro.
That's
Yeah,
what he
but
was
you
saying.
had no
Hold
tanks
on, guys.
multiple times.
That's what
and
he
said
was
the opposite.
saying.
It sounded like that's what you were describing with the Kármán line.
No.
You're not going to find carbon dioxide at 8 miles. You're not going to
So,
find.
Brian,
Yeah,
You're not gonna
because
find
every
oxygen
gas
past 10 miles.
has its cutoff point for the altitude at which it's going to be present due to its molecular weight. The heavier the gas, the lower altitude where it stops will be.
So it layers then. That's interesting.
How is that layering?
I don't agree with the perfect layering, but yeah, way up high it might do some layering. But my whole point was that the noble gases are more prevalent up above like 10 miles. You know what I'm saying?
They're not.
No, they're not.
They're more prevalent. The oxygen decreases, the carbon dioxide becomes extinct. The water vapor pressure, I think, extinguishes. I think actually after the carbon dioxide, and then the oxygen, and then the
Why would there
nitrogen.
be argon
at 12, 13 miles,
No,
bro?
argon is way heavier than all of those gases. It's
then it
never
turns
going to reach those heights.
Then it turns black, bro. Then if you're up there in a altitude balloon, okay, like down low, yeah, it's all homogenized and all that. But no, it does start having more layered effects. Not perfect layers, okay. I'm not saying that, but your lighter than air gases are gonna play more of a part up high than they will down low, because of the absence of
You want to see
some of the heavier
Brian?
gases.
Not at the height of a balloon, it isn't.
Okay, and it turns black. Like if you get up to about 17, 18 miles, that's right on the cutoff line in the daytime where you can't even see sunlight. It's just
So
basically
yeah, Rayleigh scattering decreases as you go up because there's less atmosphere to Rayleigh scatter.
Brian,
you need refraction, bro. You got to look at it over a distance to get the
Rayleigh
gases,
scattering.
the noble gases to refract in our eyes to see it.
Oh
It's got to come in at an angle, so the sun's got to be real far away.
Rayleigh scattering can only happen way, way up in the atmosphere because there has to be at least the distance of the wavelength of the light that's being scattered. There has to be that much distance between the gas molecules doing the scattering for
I just want to know, Jace,
to occur. So it has to happen way up in the atmosphere.
Way up in the air. So how much radon
giving
is way up in the in outer space? Like how much?
Well, radon is very heavy, right? So looking at the periodic table, it's way down there. So not much, bro.
But
Anyway,
it is there.
we're coming up with an idea, with our own story that based on reality and based on what we see from high altitudes, bro. I wish you'd look at that video or at least glance at it, man. It's pretty interesting,
Watch it
man.
right now.
It's a good explanation, whether you agree with it or not. It's a pretty fucking. It's a hell of a coincidence, bro. If that ain't the case, all this really scattered at high altitudes and them having to claim that it's homogeneous all the way up and shit. That's all horseshit, bro. That's 1980 science.
Brian, well, this image is not from 1980. Moyak posted it, okay? And what it does is
these are
contradicts
measurements.
what you're saying directly, okay? Because it shows that at the Kármán line, where where nitrogen and oxygen are basically consistent all the way down, it looks like argon, the very next abundant element in the atmosphere, it seems to be falling away.
Bro, what gases exist at negative 452 degrees?
Hold on, Brian.
According to the Soundly rockets from Germany, that was the temperature up there.
Brian, sir, It shows that there's almost no argon composition playing part in the atmosphere at that point. It seems to contradict what you're saying directly.
Bro, I don't believe in the carbon line, bro. I believe there's containment up there.
The only one's lighter than that.
Argon weighs 40 grams per mole, right?
I never mentioned argon.
Argon, well, that's the noble gases you're talking about, right?
No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, maybe I did mention
only helium and neon.
I named neon.
Okay, if you're talking about neon,
helium, hydrogen, and I named
hydrogen's not a noble gas.
No, but it's up there though. Okay, I said it's up with the noble gases. Okay,
dude.
Oh my!
Listen to me, dude. There's no reason for noble gases to be up there. That's not a thing. Okay.
Bro, I said lighter than air noble gases. Okay.
Yeah, lighter than air noble gases. There were two of them.
If I would just watch the video,
Brian,
I wouldn't have to keep repeating myself.
I watched the video, Brian. I told you that. There's only two gases because I don't think helium binds with itself. So you don't have or not helium, neon or helium, right, Jay? So it doesn't bind with itself.
No noble gas is good. That's the whole point.
Right, exactly. So
yeah,
so technically, neon would represent a lighter than N2 in that for that reason, I believe. Yes, that's just barely, but regardless, those are two very rare elements in the atmosphere. They make up almost none. I think 18 parts.
1%. They're
no, not 1%. Not 1%.
Combine to 1%, bro.
No, Brian. No.
Up at that altitude, bro. At that altitude, they're prevalent. Lighter than air gases are prevalent.
Not 1% anywhere.
Bro, you're acting like there's oxygen all the way to the Kármán line, bro, and there's carbon dioxide all the way to the Kármán line and nitrogen, bro. That's ridiculous, bro. I can't believe you believe in the chart shows.
No one's acting like that.
Well, actually,
I'm hearing the same shit, Brian. I don't know. Maybe they're just talking out both sides of their mouth, but I'm hearing exactly what you're hearing.
The link in the chart that I posted, which the link actually points to where they got their information, says that through 100 kilometers, or about 300,000 feet, it's the same composition.
Based on what? Like what? Based on what? It's just
based
the argument.
On
based
measurements,
on
balloons.
That's wrong.
Okay.
It's not based on Brian's assessment. It's based on
So atmospheric chemists at my university, right? They've taken samples from the high up in the atmosphere using balloons or using like parcel tracking boxes to grab samples of the atmosphere and put them through mass spectrometers, which tell you which gases are present in the sample.
Yeah, I know, but dude, you can just take a fucking hydrometer or take a fucking damn sling psychrometer and go up there yourself like Picard and fucking and check, dude. You can't say it's the same, bro. The pressure of the water vapor is one of the first things to go, bro. So it can't be. I'm bringing that up because it can't possibly be consistent.
Except it is.
It's consistent up until the fact where humans die. Then I've already showed you conflicting information, and you're choosing to believe one that doesn't make sense. I'm just saying.
Right. It's even consistent there. Compress a cubic meter of air. Take your little tire pump, compress a cubic meter into a container, bring it down. Other than water, you're not going to see an appreciable difference in the makeup of the air at the point where you die versus on the ground.
Well, it's been said a couple. Well, I wanted to ask you: have they ever been able to perform this test in the air without having to try to grab air and bring it down?
Why would that even matter?
I don't know. Why has it been tried?
Well, they wanted to, but Denmark told them to do it in a lab.
Yeah, it does make sense. It's funny, but that one was funny, but you keep like chiming in, trying to be funny, so now it's not funny. But was clever.
Why would you want to put a laboratory up on a balloon when I can just compress the air and bring it down with me? Or just
how do you know? I mean, can you create a perfect vacuum to make sure none escapes? Like how do you know what's escaping first and how it's escaping? And when you want to just check it out in its environment. I mean, it just.
So you think we haven't mastered sealing containers?
Well, I know about.
I guarantee your information is
radio isotopes. Right,
according to this, all y'all's information is wrong, bro. Because I looked at the German rocket they had. You can't even hardly probably find it right now. I might be able to dig it back up, okay? But at 60 or I want to say 71 miles, the temperature outside was negative 450. It was like 1 degree below absolute zero, bro. It was like negative 271 Celsius, negative 472 Fahrenheit, bro.
Yeah.
Like right at absolute zero, bro. And this was actual meters and live, and for some reason they've scrubbed these live launches. I mean, I didn't see it live, okay, but they were recorded live, but and it's a bunch of it. Ain't just one. Okay,
All right,
so
Brian, you're mumbling.
whatever's happening in the before the sky goes black, you know, who knows? But I'm telling you, they're lying to you about what the fuck is up there, bro.
Brian, can
Oh,
you
so I know
record
about
Can you ever
similar
record
things.
anything other than recording it live? I mean, I feel like that has to be, live
So
recording.
no thanks, right? I know of, and I've had involvement in similar things that are like NMR here on the ground using radio isotopes. You can do kind of NMR on the atmosphere, different regions of the atmosphere, and measure the composition of radioisotopes, and that tells you what the composition of that gas is at that the level that the signal's coming from, straight from the atmosphere.
Yeah, that does come with a couple basic assumptions, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But as you get higher, I want to say as you get higher, not down low, but as you get higher, they're assuming that the composition doesn't, and that's where they're wrong. Okay, because they're just talking about the Kármán line and this and that. But like I said, there's no gas to even see at like 17, 18 miles in the daytime. At night, it changes. But the blue and the black, like it's a pretty predominant line, bro. Y'all need to look at what reality is. Look at all this altitude. Quit looking for curve. Just look off in the distance, bro. What you seeing, that's your fucking reality, bro. There's a layer. It's a ceiling, bro. And beyond that, it's black. Even Felix Baumgartner said he could never seen stars up there, bro. There's no fucking stars beyond a certain height, bro. That's all. I mean, y'all gonna have to deal with this shit sooner or later, bro. Y'all gonna have to deal with this.
Yeah, Brian,
You're scattergunning.
You're all over the place.
That happens right when someone is, kind of challenging or, infringing upon your worldview, Brian. You start to scattergun.
That's what you're projecting, bro. All it did is said you need to look at your reality. Don't look for Earth curve. Just look at what shit looks like up there.
Yeah, that's an obfuscation.
You're projecting and puking on me, bro. But I'm just saying, look at the reality. Look at all the high altitude balloons where they get up to like 18, 20 miles, bro. That's your reality, okay? Whether there's a tiny bit of whatever, bro. Look out in the distance, bro. There's a ceiling and it's black, okay? Y'all need to accept this, bro. Y'all need to get with reality. Y'all are just wasting time, bro. It's probably why y'all don't give y'all the real name.
Serious obfuscation happening.
Well, don't project on me, bro. All I said is look at your reality. And he's scattergunning. Like,
well, Dave, can you just say that quickly?
Well, I mean, I hear your frustration, Brian, because like what I'm hearing, like not just like I don't want to just make it like one big round, thing, but what I'm hearing is there's just as many parts per air in water as there is in parts per air in air. And it just sounds silly, just on his face. Yeah, it sounds super silly, and that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that there's just as many parts of oxygen, no matter how high you go. It's just within a bigger volume. No. So if we can condense it, it would be all the same amount of
anything similar to that.
Yeah.
That's not at all what's been being said here for the last hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
All right, I just posted a high altitude balloon image of these stars. It looks like the stars are there. If you don't do it during the day, when it would be stupid to do it, you actually look at it when your eyes can adjust to it.
Tell me you posted Dwayne Kellum's. Funny that he lost three. Did he lost 3 balloons? And it's funny he lost 3 balloons and he finally got the stars with his balloon going ape shit, and he only made it up to like a. Look at the height of that. It claims freaking. I suspect foul play, not necessarily with Dwayne, but bro, at that point he was a professional, and all of a sudden he's losing balloons in repetition, bro. And then he finally gets stars, and that looks like about 40,000 feet, whatever it says is what it says. But I'm telling you that. I've watched enough of that footage. That's about 40,000 feet. You got to get up higher than that. You got to get up.
When something shows what you want it to show, Brian, it's good.
No, Felix Baumgartner said with his own eyes he couldn't see stars, bro.
During the day, he didn't see stars. Did he expect to see stars? Is he that stupid?
He might have been. I mean, he wasn't a scientist.
What are you talking about, bro? They said if you look away from the sun, you see the Magellanic fucking cloud, bro. What are you talking about, bro? You are going against your astronauts. You're off
His
script.
eyes are shielded from
He
all
was
light.
an astronaut.
You'd have to be on the dark side. You'd have to be on the dark side of the Earth.
No, that's horseshit, bro. That's horseshit.
Yeah,
They said all you have to do is look away from the sun, okay? Because you're rarely in the shadow. They said you see the zodiacal fucking constellations. You see
You're rarely in the shadow when it's daytime and you're in a fucking balloon.
They said if you look away from the sun, it's a deep black, but there's polka dots everywhere, and that's one
Really?
of your priests.
How do you look away from the Earth?
That means, Brian, at sundown you can look east and see stars. That doesn't happen.
No, where the light ceases to exist and there's black, and Felix Baumgartner claimed he didn't see stars, bro.
Well, like, yeah, I mean, I guess I can see what you're saying. Like, so, like, when we see Saturn, Jupiter, Neptune, Mercury, whatever. Well, not Neptune, but Mercury up in the sky at nighttime, right? It's because the sun is hitting them in their atmosphere, right? So it's daytime when we're looking at Mercury. That's their daytime, but you can see stars. So it's the atmosphere. Once you get away from the atmosphere, you should be able to see them then.
Yeah, so according to them, you have to be in the shade of some planet or a moon or something to ever see stars. How could they navigate if they have to be in the shade of a fucking planet to see stars?
You have to be in the dark.
You don't even listen to
or you have no reflected light. Like in these high altitude balloons like Red Bull and stuff, or whoever the hell you want to talk about, you go up there, you still see the Earth. The Earth is a very bright ball. And looking away from the sun doesn't help the fact that the Earth is a very bright ball. And that bright ball is illuminating your fucking capsule, whatever you're in, your balloon. And light is reflecting off of your balloon. There is no place that is dark enough on that balloon during the day where you could see stars.
It's a corridor, bro. Let me tell you what's really out there. What's really out there, when you get that high, like Baumgartner, like somebody, we could halfway give them credit. Okay, you see a corridor. It's a corridor, okay? And what you're attributing to Earth curve, you're saying from right to left. So I would ask you, if it's, let's say, 400 miles to the left, and then I look to the right, ain't it 400 miles to the horizon that direction too? How the fuck is that Earth curve if it's equal distant and equal drop? That's ridiculous, bro. It's our curved line of sight. Y'all know this shit. You just need to get reality.
Just make a point,
look at the footage and quit looking for Earth curve. No, I'm just.
I know, but you got to just make a point and then stop so people can respond. You go on and say 1,000 things, and then other things.
If you just cut out saying "bro," you'd probably save a lot of words.
All right, is JW Astronomy Dwayne Kellum? Because this video was from JW Astronomy.
Just to bring up, I think something Brian is missing, the fact that the sun is still present even though you're in a balloon at high altitude. Like, the photons from the sun can still be hitting your balloon, right? You might not be seeing blue all around you because the Rayleigh scattering from the gases is going to the surface of the Earth and not in your direction, but the sun is still there and it still can be shining.
It sounds to me like Brian's mixing up two models with one reality, and he's forgetting that he's got to have the model in mind. They think that the sun is this huge burning ball like in the sky, and that the only way we couldn't see it is if we were facing away from it on the backside of a planet that's spinning. So
I don't think that's accurate. I don't think it's a big burning ball. Does anybody else?
Whatever.
It's not just facing away from it, though. We don't have to. It's not just facing away from it. If you've seen the two gifs I've posted, there's the satellite. It's called the James Webb, and it's telescope, and it's meant to look at fucking galaxies and shit that's far away, right? Okay, but however, it has to have this giant kite-shaped thing attached. You know what that kite's for?
Electricity and keys and stuff.
Oh, that's a good guess, but no, it's to shield the sun so that it's not. It's basically on the dark side of itself.
So you could go, and then under what Brian was saying, you could go to outer space, so then with your kite combined with Brian's thoughts there, you could go up and just hold your hand up to the sun and see the stars.
You have to completely block out the entire
Sun.
with the object. You have to be looking at something that's beyond the scope of that where the sun reaches, right?
If you took a paper towel roll and put it over your eye, you could do it. But if you have any light reflecting off your spacesuit, off your helmet, into your eyes, that's brighter than the stars, it will make your pupils constrict, and you will not
I
see.
believe you. So Pettit, Mike Pettit, and I mean Mike Massimo and Don Pettit, they said all you have to do, and another one too, one other astronaut said all you have to do is look away from the sun. They said it's a deep black, but there's polka dots everywhere. You see the zodiacal light, the constellation. You see the, you know.
As long as you keep the light that's bouncing off of your suit from coming into your helmet, you look away. You're now in the shadow of your helmet. I don't know. That would be a very fine position, I would think, because any angle you put on your light's going to come in and hit the corners of your mask.
How do you know any of this, bro? I'm
because I've used light my whole life.
I'm going off what your priest told me, bro. I'm going off what your priest told me, and you're going off script. You're saying that they're lying or they're wrong. I mean,
Brian, it sounds like Brian, you're taking maybe. I feel like that might be a quote from when they're talking about like the random like blips of radiation that they get, like the random flashes in their eyes. I know I've heard them talk about that. I'm not convinced the quote you're telling us is related to seeing stars, to them talking about seeing stars.
No, the zodiacal constellations, okay? They looked at each other and they said, yeah, all you have to do, you look away from the sun and the sky's a deep black, but with polka dots everywhere. You see the zodiacal constellations. You see the Magellanic clouds. You could see Mars. You could see Venus. You could see everything way better. All you have to do is look away from the sun. So am I lying or are they? I want to hear if what you call it, is he calling the astronauts out? Are you claiming that the astronauts are lying?
I'm calling you out. I think you're misrepresenting what they're saying.
Jay, you're being unfair. Brian, I'm coming to your help here. We all know that Brian perfectly reads like that chart, for example, when it's sitting right in front of him, and now you're distrusting that he believes this story from months ago? Come on.
Yeah, I'd like to see the quote in context, what specifically they're talking about. Because I've only heard the polka dot. I've only heard the polka dot thing. I've heard them talk about that when they're talking about like the random blips of radiation that they get.
Fantasy, bro. No wonder you believe in this fucking fantasy. You ain't even seen. You ain't listened to the astronauts.
So can you provide the quote or
describe
not?
stars as polka dots?
Can you provide the source to the quote or not, Brian? It's that simple. Rather than insulting me.
I'm not insulting you, bro. I'm just fucking with you, man.
You just call him a doofus.
Talk about there's Moyak here, and there's James. No doofus.
Okay. I thought I seen. Okay, so who's the one denying? Was it Moyak denying that if you look away from the sun, that Massimo and Pettit claimed that if you look away from the sun, you see the Magellanic clouds, you see Mars, Venus, you see.
Right. You don't have to go that far.
It's a deep black, but there's polka dots everywhere.
You don't have to talk this long. Yeah, your question was asked.
Polka dots are not stars.
Can you please answer?
As far as what I claimed, I said that it would take it. You would have to have a relatively limited amount of direction where you could be in the shadow of your helmet before lights.
No, you can see stars everywhere. No, they say, "Can you see the stars?" They say, "Can we see stars?" Yeah, we see stars. There's stars everywhere, and they're brilliant. It's way better than looking at them from the Earth's atmosphere. You look away from the sun, and this. I'm almost quoting them word for word, bro. They looked at each other and said,
"You're not even giving them the question. The question was, can you see stars when you're on the daylight side of the Earth?" That was the question they were asked. Yeah. When they said yes.
Maybe Kosho will vouch for me here. I mean, somebody, is there a baller who will vouch for me here that that's what they claim?
Well, I'll agree. There's definitely balls on Earth, and that was said by those two astronauts. So
in context, we want to, because flat earthers generally look at things taken out of context. So we'd like to see it in context.
Yeah, Globers, typically say like, that's probably taken out of context without ever really seeing the context. So
yeah, most of the time when we verify it, it's true.
Like what's the one time?
Well, the Neil deGrasse Tyson taken out of context all the time.
No, just name one time.
We can't. We haven't been into space by what's his name? When he actually said we haven't been back that time.
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking.
Bro,
Who you're talking about?
until he confesses and spills his guts to that girl. Then he says back. So if we stop doing something in the future, I want to know after he spills his guts, because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. Okay, we're just calling it how we see it. We know that we knew what y'all were going to say, bro. There's some reasonable doubt there. I'm not denying that, but this has nothing to do with context, bro. It's a direct question, and they gave a very, very specific fucking answer. Is anybody denying that?
Yes.
Don't know what you're talking about.
See the quote in context.
Yeah,
Who
I don't
said
think
yeah?
Buzz Aldrin. I don't think Buzz Aldrin's out of context either. But yeah, this is a different point. Yeah.
He's talking about the Buzz Aldrin talking to that little
No,
girl.
you're diverting, bro. I'm talking about Massimo and
Yes.
Pettit
Get
when they were
quote
asked, "Can you
in
see
text.
stars on the daylight side of the fucking Earth?" Okay, they were specifically asked. Okay, now does anybody? I heard one person say, "Yeah." I want to know who denies that they claim that.
Me. I deny
Yeah.
it.
I don't think you're giving us the proper quote. That's why I asked for the source. And I think seeing the source will clarify this source of confusion.
Okay, and is there any honest ballers here who can vouch for me? So I ain't got to go fucking
And
waste my
the
time pulling this up.
reason I think
Go
that,
waste
right?
your time.
The reason I think that is because I do know of a source where they talk about the polka dot thing, and I know that in that source they're talking not about seeing
seen that too, bro.
stars,
I've
but
seen
they
that
are
too.
talking about the random flashes of
Right, the
light that
radiation in
they
their eyes
see
were-
in their eyes from the radiation, not
Seen
about
that.
seeing stars.
I seen that back in the 80s, bro. And this is when they said they try to take the space shuttle like a couple hundred miles, and they were talking about seeing dots and shit. Like when they had to turn around, they were fucking like getting dizzy and seeing dots and this. But I could never find that now. I guess you have to take my word for that. But if you can't even take the words of your own astronauts, how the fuck you gonna trust me
Well,
years ago?
I typed into Google real quick, Brian. I typed in, "Can you see the stars on the daylight side of the Earth?" And then the name Don. I clicked on videos and scrolled down and found it. That's on my computer.
I just seen if there was any honest ballers in here because it's a very, very popular video. I realize why whatchamacallit is denying it, because he never seen it. I mean, there's so much he hadn't seen. No wonder he's still fucking puking up parrot and fucking mainstream garbage.
Well, go ahead, post the video for us. Let's see what he says.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black?
Yeah. So yeah, you can see the stars. Right? Pretty much all the time, you can see the stars.
Commercial.
We just post a video.
No, that's on my.
Yeah,
that's
just
on my
post
phone.
the video.
Yeah, you can just press to share it. You just share it, and then you just copy and paste it.
Kosher, you've seen that, right? Massimo saying it. You've seen it 100 times, right?
We won't have to talk about who's seen it once he's posted it, and everyone has a chance to see it.
I'm not gonna be able to get it back. It's on my computer. It's a different.
So from what I heard, he said you can see the stars. I didn't hear anything about polka dots and about the Large Magellanic Cloud and galaxies or whatever. I didn't hear anything specifically about like being in the sunlight and seeing stars.
Right? He will hear about the Magellanic Clouds and the zodiacal constellations,
Let's wait
right?
for that.
Right, Kosho?
Let's wait for that then.
Yeah, but he will hear that part though, right?
Why are we talking about a video we can just post and
just see
like
if
instead of guessing what it says or whatever? Why don't we just watch the video and see what it says?
So if you ask me a question and you ask a flat earther to vouch for something we damn well
Are you
both
asking?
know,
Are you asking what's going to be said in a video that hasn't been posted yet?
Here you go. See if you can hear. See if you can hear this real quick. I don't know if you can, but
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
There you go. He says it right there.
Yeah, what's he talking about?
they're contradicting each other. One of them saying
No,
that
it seems like
conversation. It sounded like someone like pieced together two different clips.
Yeah, they did. Contradicting. It's a bunch of astronauts. It ain't just them. They play the Apollo astronauts. They play the them. They all contradict each other, bro. They have.
All right, so the context is still missing here because you have pieced together clips that I want to see the original clip. What's so hard about that?
Go find it, bro. Kosho will vouch for it for me if he's honest.
Dude, if you just played a compilation of different people talking, why I'm not going to vouch for a video.
I would go look up something that's interesting that we haven't all seen 100 fucking times, bro. I'm not going to pull
it. Like,
shit you've seen at least 10 times, Kosho.
Dude, have you noticed that me and Moyoc and whoever else we're talking about shit and then we post the evidence, right? I'm not asking you to believe what I'm saying. I'm fucking showing it to you, right? Have the same courtesy and just fucking find the video and show it to us, and then we can talk about it.
You have the fucking courtesy, bro, and vouch for me on a video you've seen fucking 10 times.
Yeah, I haven't seen the video you're talking about, Brian. I don't even know what the video you're talking about because it hasn't been posted yet. He's showing a compilation of videos that, or he's playing something from a compilation of people talking. I have no idea the context, dude. So stop telling me to vouch for you when I have no idea what's even being played.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they said those things. I just think that the context is important in this case. Right, rather than just looking for things that support our worldview, what we want to hear, and leaving it at that. I think we should analyze the whole situation of what they're saying with all of its context and try to figure out what they're really saying, even if that's unpleasant to what we want them to be saying internally to us. We should still do that.
But are you? But in reality, aren't you really looking for excuses right now? You want to hear it to see if you could find some little out, though. Is that not the truth? You want to hear it, and you personally have to figure out the context when he says we can always see the stars if we look away from the sun. Okay, it's a popular mainstream video, and the context is the contradicting astronauts, and everybody's seen it. I'm sorry you haven't, bro. But if you want to find an excuse for them, I'm sure you will. I'm interested to hear it.
It's called the ISS. So this is like a special that they ran on the ISS, right? Floating around in space or hurling 18,000. Anyway, it's called the ISS Mailbag Episode 2, Part 3. So ISS Mailbag Episode. You can watch, I'm sure, the full video.
I was saying, to me and Bacon, we make like fucking simulations, pictures. I fucking made a video of me spinning around my room in my fucking underwear with lights all around the shit just to show something to you guys. I mean, you guys do little work to fucking. I mean, Brian, you do some tests and stuff and show some videos, but I mean, you can't get mad at us. You guys aren't showing these videos. Like, I found the video that you said no tanks, but based on the words you told me to type in. I mean, come on, guys. We could be
ISS Mailbag Episode.
We're doing a little bit more. Okay, that's all.
Well, the words that I typed in were just the words I was hearing, right? So I wanted to say, can I just do something real lazy and easy to find out what everybody's screaming at Brian to find? So I typed into Google the exact argument you guys are having, and up came the video right away, right? So that was pretty easy. Then on that video, it says, hey, while watching this video, if you're arguing with so if you're arguing with somebody who believes it's a globe and you want them and they want to reference the original video, type in ISS Mailbag Episode 2. So I mean, I feel like I walked you right to it.
And now it's like pulling teeth.
But this is a video that I saw a long time ago. I saw this like 5 years ago. This is old. It's like so old.
Yeah, well, you should have
just. For the people who denied it, and I ain't saying you, Coach Joe, but for the couple people who denied it, will you please go look at it? And
dude. Now we have the video.
I just said not you, Coach Joe.
I know, but we're watching the video now.
Yeah, so I'm asking them if they can give me an explanation for that, because, like I said, that Bumgarner was up there, and
where in the video
he didn't see any stars, so I'm sure his capsule wasn't facing the sun the whole damn time.
Well, what part of the video was it? 7 minutes. Do you want us to watch the whole thing? Watch the whole thing. Okay. Anyway, the very first frame of the video, you guys should have just stopped there and used that as evidence because they're clearly in front of a green screen. He hasn't said anything about that. But what part of the video is it, by the way?
We're using them as a hostile witness. I don't agree with shit they say.
Okay, but what part of the video though?
I don't know. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that one.
Your hostile witness would have to be making your point. They're like directly not making your point, so it's not a hostile witness. It's cherry
I know nobody
picking.
has the technology to Photoshop Don Pettit and perfectly lip sync him saying some shit to a fucking student. I believe whatever they context they put it in, I believe the words that come out of their mouth, and it's a very popular.
No, you don't. You believe the words you want to hear.
No, you're right. No. I don't believe what they're saying. I do believe that they said it. Okay, is that better? Dude, you're not in tune with reality, bro. Go watch it.
You believe
give me
when
an
it's
explanation.
something you want to hear, you believe it. But when it's not,
you're literally projecting on me and puking projection on me, bro. So I want an explanation of why the fuck they could see the stars fucking looking away from the sun. Okay, we just went through all that bullshit, and now we're getting it, and you're sitting there projecting and puking your fucking feelings onto me. I don't appreciate it.
well, that sounded like a bit of projection. I was just pointing out what you were saying.
I don't believe nothing they say, but I do believe that they said it. Fair enough?
Sure. Fair enough. And so, what is your point, Brian? Right. So they say they could see the stars in the daylight. From where? What's the context? Because I can't watch a video right now.
Looking away from the sun.
So if you want to talk about it, you're gonna have to tell me what is in the video at the moment.
Dude, we pulled it for you, bro, and I could repeat it again. Okay, they say on
the
daylight
I'll have to watch
side of
it
the earth,
later, though.
On the daylight side of the earth, they can pretty much always see the stars. And then Pettit says, and they says he could see the zodiacal constellations, and he could see the fucking Magellanic clouds. You could see fucking their stars. Their stars polka dots. They say it's a black void with polka dots everywhere.
This other guy, yeah, he's talking about the stars when he says that. This guy's making fun of him the whole time too when he says that. He's like zodiacal. He's like, you mean the zodiac stars? And then he's like, the Mechalonic or whatever you said, and or melancholic. What did he say? What's that one?
Magellanic.
Like you talking about Magellan, the Magellan stars, and yeah, he's just making fun of him the whole time.
But like now, right now we got to tie this knot, though, right? I'll give it to you, Brian. They say those things. I'll give that to you, but we have to tie this knot, right? Because they're talking about from the ISS, right? I would think that's what they're talking about. Felix Baumgartner was not on the ISS, so we have to tie that knot now.
Don't try to weasel out of it. Give me a fair explanation. I'll accept it. I'll hear you out, but don't try and weasel out. They said the daylight side of the earth. Okay, so Felix Baumgartner entered the black.
No, yeah.
No, hold on. I don't need astronauts to tell me that on the daylight side of the earth I can't see stars. I can look up when the sun is out and see that. They're talking about when they're on the ISS that they can, even in the daylight, they can see stars. Felix, see, right? That's the important context I was talking about. Felix Baumgartner was not on the ISS. He wasn't at the altitude of the ISS.
He was in a capsule with only one fucking window straight forward, and you think that capsule?
I found the trickery.
That capsule didn't shield the sun.
The trickery.
So you're weaseling out of it, bro. So Baumgartner was in a capsule. Okay, if you're a ball and your light's traveling, you're just weaseling out, bro. I shouldn't have to say this shit. Somebody back me up here. This is goddamn ridiculous. This dude,
watch your mouth, man.
He's ate up with it, dude.
Watch your fucking mouth.
I mean, you're the one getting all bent out of shape, right?
No, I'm not,
But
bro. It is a little redundant, bro, that we have to just keep fucking holding your hand, bro. It does get a little annoying. I will give you that, and I'll try to calm down. But, bro, give me an explanation. So your explanation is that
yeah, he's not at the same altitude.
Baumgartner's in a capsule, and so you have to be at so the light doesn't travel equally and all that. So when we leave the blue of the atmosphere, we're in the black.
Brian,
So that's not high enough, right?
Brian, check this out, bro. Check this out, my man. Check this out, brother. Look at these two lines. One of these black lines is Felix Baumgartner. You can guess which one that is. And one of these lines is the ISS. That's the other line. Whichever one you didn't guess was Felix Baumgartner's. Felix Baumgartner was in that part of the atmosphere where the atmosphere is still there. You can see by that part of the graph. The ISS is the part of the atmosphere where the atmosphere is not there. Okay, there's that little part at the bottom where it's there, but most of that's not atmosphere. Felix Baumgartner was in the other part, and they're the other part, just so we're clear.
Okay. All right. If you want to take the weasel road, that's fine, bro. Okay.
Well, no, that's the parlor trick you're playing.
Not a weasel road.
Wait, no. So can we at least agree now that we could see stars from the daylight side? Okay. Can we agree to that?
From a certain altitude.
Can we agree that your priests say that at least?
From altitudes like the ISS altitude, yeah, that's what they're saying.
Or Sicilin in space, or Sicilin, the area between the Earth and the Moon, where Collins didn't remember seeing any. Okay, and he don't recall looking at the glare, the corona.
Collins wasn't allowed to leave the spacecraft.
He never seen any stars, and on the daylight side of the Earth. This is Neil Armstrong on his way to the moon. He never seen stars on the daylight side of the Earth, and as far as when he was looking at the sun and the glare, whether he could see any, he don't remember. He don't remember that part. But Collins said, "I don't remember seeing any."
Yeah, forgot it, Brian. But Michael Collins wasn't allowed to leave the spacecraft. He was probably jerking off while they were fucking on the moon. And while they were on the moon, and you have the moon, which is very bright. So there's the two things. Okay, so the moon's very bright. It's like if you were on the opposite side of this James Webb, the side that's reflecting the light away from the object that's blocking it from the sunlight. If you're on the side where the sun is, it turns out that the light right there would be very bright. So it's just like on the surface of the moon. It's very bright when you're on the surface.
So you know what Sicilin is, Coach? You know what Sicilin means?
Yeah, it's a little island underneath Italy.
No, Sicilin. You know what Neil means when he refers to that?
No, I don't know.
He means the specific question, and Neil responded with even more specificity, is that in Sicilin, or the area between the Earth and the Moon, the area between the Earth and the Moon on the daylight side, okay, in space or Sicilin. He didn't recall seeing any stars.
All right, fair enough.
So now, can the guy who's copping out saying that Baumgartner wasn't high enough? Okay, well, how about Neil Armstrong? Was he and Chris Collins? Were they high enough when they were in Sicilin?
Brian, you're a smart guy, and you're also a thinker. Which okay, but the thing is, you sometimes should, instead of looking at this as from your paradigm, just entertain the idea that it's not in your paradigm.
Yeah,
he's true. And Brian,
asked specifically about Neil Armstrong.
Brian, and then search
Neil Armstrong high enough? Was he high enough?
Brian, and then search for reasons why it would make sense.
Did you hear his fucking question, Coach? He asked you a direct question, and you're avoiding it.
Stop talking. And then
he asked you a direct question, and you're talking about the paradigm. Is Neil Armstrong going to the moon part of your paradigm or his?
Fuzzy, you got to calm down. Have
yours
a code,
or his?
Calm down, dude.
It makes them really uncomfortable.
I do have mod.
It makes them very uncomfortable.
He asked you a direct question about your paradigm.
Use your mod on yourself, bro.
Yeah, but we went through a lot of trouble to try and give y'all fucking truth, bro, and you're just not even. I mean, what do you just?
I don't know.
Just
well, we already determined that the first truth, right? There's a lot of context, so that's not really a truth. And I'm sure we can go down that path again with this Neil Armstrong thing, like, go get the source of the original quote. Let's see the context that he was saying it in. Right, let's get all the story rather than just stopping, rather than just exercising confirmation bias and stopping at what we want to hear. Let's analyze the whole picture.
What you're doing. Bro, you're puking on me again, bro. Now you want to go through it all over again. But I promise you, Coach Show will vouch for me on this video because I promised all my life he's seen this several times, at least a few.
Yeah, don't promise things like that on your life. I have seen it.
I'm not letting you if you have any fucking respect for me.
Calm down. I'm going to finish what I was saying to you before, Brian, okay? I have seen that video.
Let me finish my point. We're going through a lot of trouble to show y'all something.
You guys are all interrupting that.
Yeah, go ahead. The direct question was is Neil?
I remember the question.
Fuzzy, was he high enough? Was he high enough?
Fuzzy, I remember the question. No? Thank you, though.
Yes or no?
Thank you.
Why are you going?
I remember the question.
Yes or no?
I'll hear you out, Coach. But don't let that.
Fucking hell, would y'all please quit talking over each other?
Yeah, Coach Show, you're up, but don't let him puke on me saying that I'm if it goes against my worldview, bro, because that's a direct fucking contradiction, man. Whether you know, saying.
I got you. But again, I'm saying to you is, and it's along the lines of what he said, is just try and imagine it from a different paradigm, the one where our paradigm is true, and then see if the contradictions that you're saying that Michael Collins and Neil Armstrong or Don Pettit and his buddy, which they didn't contradict each other, but just think about what everyone's saying in the context of it being true, right? It doesn't seem like it's a contradiction anymore. It seems like you're talking about different experiences where the sun and the moon, or sorry, where we're on the surface of the moon and the moon's bright, or you're heading towards the moon and the moon's bright, right? Like,
yeah, but he didn't ask him on the moon.
I'm not hearing a yes or no answer.
On the way to the moon, you said.
Right, and
Fuzzy, well, to get a good grip on the world, sometimes you have to actually analyze things and not just, look for that yes that you're looking for that supports your worldview. You should analyze the situation. And I actually disagree with Kosha. We should take a neutral standpoint when we do this analysis. So we shouldn't assume our worldview or any other. We should just analyze the situation from a neutral point of view where we don't want any desired conclusion. We should let the situation indicate the conclusion to us.
Listen, practice what you preach. Listen, you need to practice what you preach, because after me just quoting almost word for fucking word what these guys have said, I've seen it so many times and watched them contradict. I'm trying to teach you how to have a critical eye, and you're telling me that if it doesn't go with my worldview. So me quoting them doesn't go with my worldview. Bro, I'm trying to point out obvious contradiction. And you're jumping to assumptions, saying it's out of context. And I never misquoted out of context, bro. I said exactly the question. I said exactly his response, and I was referring to Baumgartner. My ultimate point is fuck Baumgartner. My ultimate point is the astronauts themselves contradict each other, and there's no out on this, bro. So what I need you to do is practice what you preach. Look at this with a critical eye. And you can't unsee it, bro. Once you do that, you can't unsee it.
So were the astronauts in question?
Go ahead, Kosha. Go ahead.
Were the astronauts in question? Did they have different experiences? I mean, did they have different? Were they in different situations when they had different experiences?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, right? We did the analysis, right? We got the context that they were talking about. The first two guys, Messino, whatever his name is, and the other guy, right? They're talking about the ISS, that they can see it. Stop interrupting me. We're gonna do the analysis, right?
So I know it's bothering you, bro.
They're talking about on the ISS, right? So now I'm reasonable during my analysis. I'm going to start with the point that when the sun is out and I'm here, when the sun is out and I'm here on the Earth, right? I'm here on the Earth. I can look up. I don't see stars when the sun is out, right? So that's my starting point of this analysis. Now I know that I don't see the stars, but they can see the stars from the altitude of the ISS when the sun is out. So I know that there must be a point, an altitude at which you can start to see the stars when the sun is out. Now, Felix Baumgartner did not see the stars from the altitude that he was at while the sun was out. So he was below that altitude that you would start to see stars when the sun was out, which is reasonable because he was not higher than the ISS. So that's not contradicting. If he was higher than the ISS, then that would be quite contradictory. But he wasn't. He was below it. So he was below that altitude, right? So that's the analysis that we're doing here.
Okay. All right. But the point was, hold on, let me respond real quick. The point was, the question was, can you see stars on the daylight side of the moon? He said, if we look away from the sun, so I mean, how are you not acknowledging the context? The context was the stars on the daylight side of the fucking earth. Okay. And they said, all we have to do is look away from the sun. And I could name it off again, what they've seen. Okay.
From the altitude of the ISS.
No, I'll give you Felix Baumgartner. He didn't see him. He didn't see him. Okay. But now what I'm asking you is another astronaut, 3 of them in particular. And they said in Sicily. Okay. So were they high enough, please? They didn't see any stars.
Well,
were
again,
they
you didn't really do that analysis correctly, right? We got to start with I'll do it again, right? We got to start from the ground, right? If I look away from the sun on the ground here, I can't see stars during the daytime.
Really just
but the
astronauts
astronauts on the ISS said that they could, right? So they're at we got to figure out what the altitude of the ISS is.
Yeah, hold on.
Right, so
And his
that's our
question
starting
Neil
point.
Neil Armstrong higher?
I get it. You're terrified.
The ISS
You're
is a sweet spot.
terrified of
Not too high,
reason.
not too low.
You ignored. Hold on, Brian. Hold on.
You're
you
terrified of reason.
Flat out ignored Brian's
I
question.
didn't ignore anything because you didn't let me finish, dude. Your compulsion
you
to interrupt.
You absolutely did. You talked about Neil Baumgartner, and he said, "I give it to you," and then he asked about Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, you
and
didn't let me
said,
finish.
Oh, you didn't. No, you definitely
can't control.
paused. What are you talking about?
He actually restarted his analysis.
Exactly. You restarted.
Yeah,
you're like, well,
you
you
didn't
didn't
let
even.
me
Well,
it's
a different situation that needs additional analysis.
Right?
No,
so,
he asked about Neil Armstrong.
How about we let me finish? How about we just let me finish without interrupting, and then maybe you can draw your conclusions about my question answering after that.
100% let you finish as long as you finish with Neil Armstrong in between the moon and Earth.
We should start at the the observation that we can't see the stars during the daytime looking away from the sun here down at the surface of the Earth, but the astronauts are telling us that they can from the altitude of the ISS. Felix Baumgartner could not see the stars when he looked away during the daytime, so he was at a altitude lower than the ISS. So we got to conclude that there's an altitude at which you can start to see the stars during the daytime when you look away from the sun. Felix Baumgartner was just below that altitude. Astronauts on the ISS above that altitude, right? So this was an analysis in context, and the answer to the Neil Armstrong thing is going to be we can get all the context for the quotes that he gave to do a similar analysis, but we don't have that context yet. We only have what Brian. We already have. We only have what Brian wants.
Hold on. Brian, you're asking the wrong question. What context?
We only have.
He already knew the height of Felix fucking Baumgartner.
God damn it, man.
He's lying through his teeth saying that was the context.
Ryan, can you take it down?
Just let him finish.
But I'm curious, seriously though.
We only have what Brian wants us to hear.
For Armstrong, what context is needed for Neil Armstrong in this situation?
Yeah, we should take into account the situation that he was in, right? He's in a spacecraft traveling towards the moon, which, like Kosha said, is very bright. It's not the same situation as Baumgartner nor the astronauts on the ISS, and that should be taken into account.
Right. It's higher. It's a higher up altitude with less problems. And they still said that they couldn't see any stars. That's what he's asking about.
Yeah, but if your view is only of a big, huge moon whitewashing out all the stars, then yes, you're not going to see the stars.
So the ISS is a sweet spot. It's the Goldilocks zone, guys. The ISS is the Goldilocks zone for seeing fucking stars. What a retard, bro.
Well, it's moving on a circular trajectory to the moon, right? It's not just moving towards the moon, so that's the only vision trajectory that you
have. What he specifically asked was when they were in the interim between the Earth and the moon, where there is not just a huge white sphere in your way blocking your view.
Kosho was getting to that
Hold on. What he should have said is, well, we seen stars when we were passing like 250 miles. They were bright. We seen the zodiacal fucking constellations. We seen everything, the planets. We seen
the zodiac.
Hold on, Howard. And they should have said, well, yeah, when we were passing 200 to 250 miles, we seen brilliant. We seen bright. It was polka dots everywhere. But no, see, you're making an excuse, bro, because it doesn't fit your paradigm, bro. So
yeah, he asked specifically. Brian's question specifically was when Neil Armstrong was in between the Earth and the moon, and you have yet to answer it.
Again, the context is important. What was he looking through? What was that facing? All these little contextual details matter, unless you're just looking to confirm your bias. Then of course they don't matter.
The projection, exactly like you said.
I mean,
what they're looking
here's
through,
something.
I'm assuming that they're this very similar. ISS windows are probably very similar to the Apollo windows.
That's a fair assumption, but it's a wrong one.
Okay, so that means that you just can't see stars.
No, that just means that they don't have a cupola. That's one. Two is that when they were headed towards the moon, they were looking
need a cupola to see stars.
They were headed towards the moon. They were looking at the moon, and the sun was at their back. When they're looking at the sun,
they did not have any windows facing forward.
Hold on, Fuzzy, because you're going to get this wrong again.
Yeah, the cupola faces Earth, pal.
Again and again and again. Okay, so the sun and the moon were not on the same side of the sky because one is lighting up the other during the time of them going to the moon.
So as long as there's moonlight, we can't see stars.
Because of this, the moon's either on one side or the sun's on the other. And they're heading towards the moon. The moon's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And taking up more.
So now the moonlight blocks stars, right? Is that what you're claiming?
Brian, this is the situation I was telling you about throwing away your paradigm for a moment just to analyze this and see if it makes sense. It does make sense if you throw away your paradigm and use just what's happening.
Then give me an explanation. Give me an explanation on why they didn't see stars in between the fucking Earth and the moon, okay? And why did Colin say he didn't remember seeing any? Because he was orbiting and he was literally in the shadow of the fucking moon and the Earth. I mean, the sun and the Earth for a few hours for every orbit, bro. You're making up bullshit, bro. I'm trying to hold your hand.
You're not listening. I know you're not
listening. I was with you, bro. Big brother, you bro. Like, bro, I'm trying to show you truth, and you just won't have it.
You're talking through what I'm saying, Brian. For some reason, don't just listen, dude. If they're heading towards the moon, the sun's at their back. Okay. If they're heading towards the Earth or away from the moon, the sun's in front of them. So they're either looking towards the sun or they're looking towards the moon. Right?
Kosha, why are you making excuses for this motherfucker?
Brian, it's a simple.
Why are you covering for these liars?
Brian,
where are the windows? Where are the windows on the?
Hold on,
what were the Apollo astronauts looking at? What direction were those windows?
Hold on, Fuzzy. Brian, is that true? What I said? Or is it not true?
You said they're looking at. They did not have an aft-facing window on Apollo, bro. Are you kidding?
Brian, is that true or is it not true what I said?
No, it's not true.
You won't respond to nothing I asked.
Brian,
why should I respond?
Brian, I'm talking like this is not the conversation is not going to go anywhere, dude. If when people say stuff, you say something different.
You're ignoring what he asked.
I said something to you. I'm just asking if you agree with it, Brian. They were either headed towards the Earth with the sun at their back, with the moon at their back, and they have this vision of the sun, the Earth, or whatever, or they're heading towards the moon, and the sun is at their back, and their moon is in front of them. Right,
bro. It's like arguing with. Listen,
you don't need to interrupt.
I'm good. He's asking me a question, not you. Okay, I'm gonna stump you at every angle you try to weasel out of this because Collins, once again, Collins was in the shadow of the earth and the fucking sun, bro, and he didn't remember seeing any stars or planets. Y'all need to wake the fuck up, bro. Y'all are defending liars.
Brian,
what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Brian, stop shouting. I'm just gonna leave, dude. Actually, I'm just gonna leave because this fucking sucks,
Well,
Brian. This fucking sucks.
I mean, if you're not answering
Stop
the
yelling,
question,
dude. We're gonna have a conversation. Jace has already left. We're not doing this. This is fucking crazy, dude. Just have a regular conversation.
But you're not having a conversation. You're ignoring specific questions.
Yeah, let's all relax, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, I do need to relax, man. But that was my finale. Okay, we'll call that the finale. You ain't got to go, Coach. I'll calm down. But you know, as far as him going, man, he was puking on me a little bit, man. I promise you, if a bunch of flat earthers do that to you, and it's just me, and you ask for a bailout, if it's something I can attest to, I promise you, I'll do my best to attest to it. If you're getting like ganged up on or something like that, you know, I promise you, man. And I'll give you the small chance you didn't see that. So that did upset me a little bit, man, because I feel like you have seen that, and maybe you hadn't, okay? And I'll apologize now if you haven't, okay? But fuck, dude, it's a common ass video, bro. And this is a pretty passionate topic, man. When he starts puking on me, bro, it's like, fuck, dude. It's like, dude, every question y'all ask, and he keeps throwing it back to Baumgartner after I conceded Baumgartner, and he, I don't know, but I do apologize. I'll calm down.
Well, too late. I did post the video of Pettit and whoever the hell the other guy was talking, Mike. I can't see the other guy's name right now. But I saw them talking, and they talk about seeing the stars, but they're talking about many different reasons. They say you can see the stars if you look away from the sun, but then the Magellan Clouds, they don't say that that's during the time that you're in daylight and looking away from the sun. So we don't know that that's what they're saying. We don't know it's not what they're saying, but
he literally said you can pretty much. He didn't say you can, but he said you can pretty much always see the stars. He said, looking away from the sun, you can pretty much always see the stars.
Right, but that doesn't mean that you can see the Magellan Clouds. And looking away from the sun is only a limited range of angle of view.
They described a brilliant sky and how much better you could see everything, because you can't see the zodiacal constellations from the Earth, okay, without like telescope. I mean, unless you're like in the jungle. They were saying how much better. I mean, he made it sound like he sees so much better that you could see all kinds of shit, you know, if you just look away from the sun. And the context was, that's why he was getting pissed off. He was acting like the context was Baumgartner. No, the context with that was seeing stars on the daylight side of the Earth, you know.
Well, Baumgartner didn't have a prayer of doing it. There was not one chance in a billion that he could have seen them, because he did it during the day. He had a big, giant white envelope of a balloon over him, a white capsule, and light pouring into the cabin on his, what do you call it, on his capsule. So he never had a freaking snowball's chance in hell of ever seeing it.
Fair enough.
But now, as far as the Pettit guy, you know, they're talking kind of friendly to each other about a wide range, about their months of tours that they did up there. And they're talking about all the different environments they looked at, including, I'm guessing they were doing a spacewalk when they said you could just look away, because the cupola doesn't give you a lot of chance to look out.
Right, it's looking at Earth. Right,
yeah.
It had to be a spacewalk. I agree with that. But you agree that they did kind of contradict Collins.
They could have been on the shadow side of the space station during the day, and that would give them a much wider field of view.
You do agree they did kind of contradict Collins, though, somewhat.
Yeah, I don't know what Collins remembers, what he doesn't remember, how much time he had to go and look at it. You know, he had to, like 15 minutes every hour to look at stars, or, on the dark side of the moon, 20 minutes, I don't know.
And I forget, what was the point of why you brought that up, Ryan? It was because we look up into the night sky and we see what is similar to the gases within a lab. And how does that relate to this? How do you think the gases relate to the stars, if they do at all?
Man, I mean, I'm pretty sure that at a certain height, they vanish, man. And then maybe you got to be so much higher, but nobody's going up that high, bro. The point is reality. I'm trying to just get them to look at reality. Like, bro, there's a corridor, whatever you want to say, bro. Whether they're so damn big, it just looks flat or whatever. There's a little corridor off in each distance, bro. It is kind of eerie. Like, so it makes me question. Maybe Armstrong and them did go up in like gondola, like Picard. Maybe something better. Maybe they did from high altitude spy planes or something. I know they're all pilots, but
Well, that's what they did at first.
It is an eerie black void up there, bro, and it looks like a corridor off in the distance, like Picard said. It looks like an infinite plane with upturned edges almost to me.
Yeah, much like I mean, that's everybody's testament to it so far. Especially their first impression is that, hey, bring me back down to Earth. Earth is all we got. Let's get back down to Earth. You know? But yeah, I mean, it's really everybody has their own concept of it, but it has the same reality that we don't see stars when we get to a certain height. But one side claims it's because we don't know what stars are, and they're produced by some kind of interaction between the electricity, the gases, etc., on Earth that are created at ground level and then go up towards the sky. And then the other side says that it's due to things like light pollution and not having any objects to block the light because light is infinite. And yeah, but they both agree that you can't see the stars at certain heights due to different reasons.
Hey, Brian, have you checked your DMs?
I wasn't done yet. No, I was done. No, I really was.
Yeah, you sent me a video.
I'll check my DMs, but Kellum, right when he showed this video, I showed him because he even made it sound like bro, he lost a couple early on, and then he got really good at these balloons, bro, and he started launching them in succession. He numbered them like after 7, like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, bro, with no fuck ups, bro. And then he wanted to try and see the stars, and all of a sudden it just takes him like a year. Like he's got these balloons already, and he loses 3 in a row. So even if he ain't lying, bro, like it's suspicious. Like, bro, you lost 3 in a row, and then you finally do show the stars, like, and you weren't proud of them because it's a just moving like insanity, and it's saying 60,000 feet, 65,000 feet, which is way lower than his other ones. But but I can see the lights, and I compare it to other launches and airplanes, and it's the same height as a fucking airplane, bro. It's like, bro, like it's like I don't know, man. To me, they sabotage his fucking shit, or either or that's just what he got, and the measurements are wrong. There's no way he's 65,000 feet, but that still doesn't prove that the stars don't disappear. Right? That's a really bad. I mean, it kind of sucks because it's a flat earther or a flat Earth representative who caught it. But bro, look at the lights. If anybody watches that video, pay attention to the detail, bro. He's not high, bro. He's not high at all, and you never see the stars. You can't pin nothing down. He's spinning like it's his worst launch ever, dude. It took him 4 tries to get half the fucking height, and I mean, it's just there's so many fucking question marks in that, man. So I'm not confident in it. Maybe that's my bias, bro, but it is to me.
I mean, I think it shows the opposite. I think it shows that you're willing to critique even a flat earther. I mean, it shows no bias, just that it was, that it was there was contradicting stories within his story. So no matter if he is a flat earther or not, and it shows that you're not biased. So I don't think anybody could say that about you ever again.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't proud of it, and he didn't get no higher than a fucking. Even his claimed altitude wasn't, no higher. Wasn't even as high as a U2 can get. I mean, so what the hell is that? I just, but the way it appeared and the way it matched as far as visuals, it looked to be about 35,000 feet. That's my assessment. I've spent a lot of time reviewing altitude footage, like freaking stupid addicted hours, dude. Like I was really obsessed with the altitude shit. God, I spent like 3 days straight, like trying to map out the angles to the cities in Alabama and then Florida from the Panhandle. Bro, I really enjoy the altitude shit.
Hey, Brian.
All right, I'm looking at the
end. Yeah. I think you rounded the values when you were adding them up.
Oh no, I
Is
know.
it-
I wasn't dead on with the values. They're over. The ones he showed were a little bit over. Like when I was just making a point with the last one. Like if you carry the 3 and then carry the 1, but I was just making a point. Like it's generally just a little under in degrees, a little under in arc minutes, and then yeah, it goes over in the decimals, and it does wind up being like 360 36 thousandths. Is that puts you in the arc
No,
minutes,
no,
right?
it's much more than that. No, the
Yeah,
36,000.
yeah, but bro, I didn't even show. That's why I should have took my time and showed that a lot of them corrections, bro. Go look at some of the layouts. Like the corrections are in arc minutes and shit, bro. Like there's literal, and then there's triangles that are
No,
literally
what are
less
those
than 180
corrections?
degrees.
What are those corrections?
They're
Yeah,
model
if you
dependent
don't add
to
up
match
the
the radius.
corrections.
They're
Sorry?
to match the radius, bro. They're to match the
No, what is
latitude. Yeah,
well, why do you think that?
because they
What is the
fucking work out to give you a radius, and they give you the right distances at each latitude.
okay, what is the claim of the papers of what the corrections are? That's what you're guessing, right? You
They're
haven't
spherical excess. They're spherical excess corrections.
Yeah, but where do those numbers come from?
They come from the distances that should be there, and the angles that should be there.
I saw that video, Brian.
At that specific latitude. That's my opinion.
Brian.
Right, but
I saw that video. That was good shit.
Thank you, man. We can agree that it's not refraction, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. But I think that I understand your opinion. But
don't you find it funny? Well, they don't really say.
Are you sure you read the whole thing?
No, I didn't read every spec of it, bro. But nobody's given me an explanation yet. Maybe you got one.
Right. Yeah. Well, probably reading that paper is probably going to tell you what the corrections are.
So why were the measurements wrong? So to impose a correction means the measurements were wrong. So why were the measurements
Good
wrong?
question. I don't know. We have to see what those corrections are, so we will know
I'm
that.
telling you why, bro. From what I've read, that it's because they're at different. They pretty much are right around the 39th parallel, but they trickle on to 40, and I mean they're a little bit different, bro. So these little teeny measurements are they're to get the radius, bro. It's a model fucking. It's a geodetic survey, bro. It's all model dependent.
Well, but if you don't, one sec. I picked the azimuth angles that you mentioned in the video, where you say the excess is below the 36,000. Well, it isn't.
Oh, no.
And
No,
one
did you
second,
look
one second. And
Yeah, go
those
ahead.
are those are before you add the corrections. Even before you add the correction, all the 3 examples that you bring up in your video, they give you excess, and it's in the or in the order of arc seconds, not in the 36,000ths of a degree.
Bro, but then you look at the finale, the data page where it's all there, and it's in the 5th decimal place, bro. The spherical excess column is all in the 5th decimal place, bro. That's like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. But I agree, the measurements were all over the place, but they're all right near, hovering around, above and below 180, bro. They're so close, bro. To me, it's ridiculous to correct it to match the ball.
Yeah, and the ones, I mean, there is some of them in which the raw readings are below 180. But those are like the smallest triangles. You have the distance of the sides of the triangles on the paper too. If you get the bigger triangles, they all get a much bigger excess, even in the raw readings.
Stars, right. And they looked at the stars when they first started, and they got the measurements from the stars on the West Coast, and so they're having to stay on the model, right? So if it's wrong, they got to correct it. In my opinion, if they're going off the stars where they started and the angle to the stars where they ended, then they're going to have to stay accurate to that. But would you agree that's not a very good proof of a sphere? Would you agree? Not the best.
Why not?
It's not the best evidence for a sphere.
Why?
I mean, I would
Juan, are you
argue
saying the ones?
I would argue
Hold on,
celestial
Brian. Hold on,
navigation before
Brian, hold on.
Go ahead.
Christ, man. Bacon, are you saying the ones that Brian circled in a red box and said didn't add up to over 180 that you're saying they actually did?
The ones that he present, the ones that he add up in the video and say that the excess is below 36,000, 1/36,000th of a degree.
No,
is,
I said 360 36,000. Go look at it.
What?
I wrote down 360 36,000, bro.
I don't understand what that means.
That means when you hit the fifth column, when you have a decimal point and you hit the fifth column, bro, and it's over by 3.60, that means 360 36,000, bro. That's fucking very small, bro.
I didn't understand what that means.
But yeah, they were all.
Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood your video because you added up the angles and you said they add up to 180. They don't add up to 180.
Didn't I show some that were less than 180, bro?
Yeah, you referenced another.
Go ahead.
You referenced another video where I couldn't really read those numbers because they were like it wasn't your video. It was another video within your video. It was hard to read. I couldn't get those numbers, but yeah, maybe those add up to less. But the ones you made you picked yourself, and you said they add up to 180. That's the ones that I use because you can clearly read them. And all of those
add up to 180, and then fucking a trickle over, bro. If you look at the spherical axis before you come to me with this discussion, at least go look at the statistics chart of the spherical excess from every angle, and they're all in the fifth decimal place, bro. So what's that mean?
I don't know. I have to look into what you're saying.
Welcome to the
like
look toward the end of the video. Look toward the end.
All I did was to add up the same angles you added up in your video, and I got a bigger value. And I'm saying, well, you did your math wrong.
I didn't add them up, bro. I did not add them up. I was making a point, bro, that they're barely over 180. I made a very strong point that there's several of them that don't even add up to 180, and the ones that are over 180 are barely fucking over. That was my point.
There are a couple of arc seconds over, and the measurements have hundreds of an arc second of precision on the measurements, or resolution at least. Like the azimuthal angles there have arc seconds with 2 decimal digits.
One of them did probably. But is my point valid? The triangles they're measuring are over and under 180.
Not the ones you presented. Maybe the ones that in the video that you put in your video that I can't read the values because they're very low resolution.
Bro, you're gonna lose me as a buddy, dude. If you won't fucking admit, just because you didn't see them,
I saw your whole video. I paused to get the numbers. When I got to the other video, that is not your voice; it's someone else's voice.
You conveniently haven't seen the statistical data sheet where every fucking spherical excess is in the fifth decimal place. That's surely convenient. And then also that now all of a sudden you're not even going to concede that a lot of the angles were under 180. So that sure is convenient.
I didn't say that.
I said any fucking way whatsoever.
I didn't say that. All I did was to check your math, and I got something different. That's all I'm telling you. I'm not saying there is no excess that is under 180. There might very well be. I didn't see them.
Did I ever add in the hundreds of arc seconds column? Did I ever add them up? Did I specify off the bat that I'm gonna start with the arc minutes, and then I estimated. The only time I went over in the arc. The hundreds of arc seconds, which is 36 thousandths of a degree, I just estimated 2. Okay, so I said that these were over 180. Okay, but they're right at 180 was my point. They're barely fucking over. And if you want to just look at and criticize me on that, okay, yeah, I didn't add every single. I didn't go to every column, but I said I didn't go to every column because my point was this. they're all just barely fucking over arc minute. Maybe that. I mean, find me another one like that, okay? And then or barely under. So they're over and under. Now, why wouldn't there be a few of them that are exactly 180? I mean, if you have these ones that are just trickling over, trickling under, you know, in the 36 and in the fifth decimal place, shouldn't you have a couple that are 180? They've avoided that like the
How can he
plague.
respond to that, dude? If he says he didn't see those,
if you have them varying by a factor of, let's say, 2 arc seconds, and the precision of an arc second there has 2 figures, you have 200 possible values. Right? If you don't have hundreds of triangles, it's very likely that you're not going to get any specific one that is going to be exactly 180. It's not a that's not a coincidence. The more the precision you have on the readings, the harder it is to gonna match any specific number.
So if them angles that are you know, it ain't just one or two. There's several of them, okay? And so if there are several of them, and if David Johnston is right and me and I'm right that they did add up, even in the decimal column, if they did add up to less than 180, that means McToon's wrong, right? When he says that they all add up to more than 180. As far as the measurements go, that makes him wrong, right?
If he wasn't talking about the if he was talking about the raw angles, then yeah, I think some of the raw angles do add up to less than 180. But there are corrections there, and I don't know what they mean. So before we throw them out, I would first like to know what they're supposed to mean, at least. Is that fair?
Yeah, but well, McToon said that they disregarded elevation and they disregarded refraction. It's horizontal only. And the other guy, Dwayne Johnston, said that you know, it's his favorite proof because because there is no refraction and elevations is disregarded and refraction disregarded. So I'm telling you what the corrections are. The corrections sure do get the numbers just right to match your ball. So that's what the correction.
Yeah, I think Toon did say something about. Yeah, Toon said something about that. If you ignore the corrections, you can see that there are some angles less than 180, but you have to include the corrections. And I'm not sure what that meant, but I do recall that.
Thank you for that.
He didn't say that. In fact, he fucking emphasizes and gets fucking belligerent to the point that they all measure. He even puts emphasis on measure. They all add up to more than 180. Every angle, every measurement. He never mentioned corrections. He never mentioned any less than 180. That would make him a liar. So I guess if you haven't seen the video, you can.
Brian, I've got his own words. I've got his own words saying that. I've got it.
No,
yeah, I do. I've got it.
No, you don't. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Brian,
so they
just take my word for it, Benny.
Okay, so the measurements don't all add up to more than 180, then, right? Can you give me that?
Well, see, I can't get into the minutia of this because I'm not clear enough on it, but I do know for a fact
it's like pulling teeth,
that MC Toon said you have to accommodate the corrections to get the right numbers, and I'm not sure what all's involved in that.
No, he does not. He never said that, bro. I never showed any, bro. I show multiple debates and him over and over fucking getting beat face red irate saying that the measurements, the actual measurements, he never mentions fucking corrections, bro. That is not true. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong, bro. He claims over and over that he even describes it in detail that they're up on one fucking station looking at the other two, then they go to the other one, look at the other two, and freaking that, and he names off the angles, and his page doesn't show. It's funny because I should have went to another page, Bacon. That was stupid. I should have showed a more fair page, but he showed one that was just I bet you that's probably the most excess one, and it's, to me, it's, you know. But here's the point. The point is he says over and over to different people, different occasions. I've talked to him about it. I've seen him talk about it. I've seen him debate about it. And he says that the actual measurements, we're not asking for fucking corrections, bro. That would never slide. He fucking projects that the measurements These are measurements. And he even says it like he's teaching somebody something, and like they're idiots. The measurements are more than 180, and it has to be that on a globe. He didn't say nothing about corrections.
Okay, for A, are there angles that added up to less than 180? Not you, Brian.
I don't know.
Yes, there are. Zanuck and Whitsitt took these tables apart a little earlier, and they did discover that there were some physical measurements that were less than 180. They had trouble adding up the seconds and minute columns and coming up with the right overall angle, but
They had trouble
what
with
I
that?
understood was they did find some measurements less than 180, but they weren't including any correction. They were taking the numbers right out of the column.
Okay, so we do have angles that are less than 180. Cool. Now, what are the corrections?
That's a great question. That's exactly what I wanted to know.
They're all
Nobody knows what the corrections are. I mean, you're measuring an angle. You're
It's
measuring
pluses
an
and
angle,
minuses.
and then you have a. Go ahead, Bry.
It's pluses and minuses. So whatever to match the radius, if it's over, then they plus. I mean minus, and if it's under, they plus. No exceptions. If it's over 180, I forgot if it's plus or minus, but they go one way, and if it's under, they go the other. And it all after every correction, the correction matches their radius within their model.
I mean, I thought we killed this paper 2 years ago when they handed us angles and they were 3 digits past the into the arc second.
Yeah, and the hundreds of
Like
arc seconds.
no one's measuring 3 digits past the arc second.
No, the margin of error would be bigger than that, bro. The crosshairs would cover more ground than that, in my opinion. You know, I've never looked that far.
Yeah,
but
some of these measurements
it's
are from 100 miles. Some of these measurements are at 100 miles. Most of them are over 80. Some of them are over 100 miles, though. So I can't imagine how much your crosshair would cover up. Yeah.
Did the measurements have that, or was that the cumulative measurements, the averages?
No, mountain to mountain was 100. Some of them were over 100 miles.
No, the question was the decimal places. Were those part of the measurements or part of the averages? Because the averages will easily go to 3 and 4 digits.
Yeah. They had to fall back and tell me they were averages, and had to tell me an average was a measurement. Remember that argument we were on for a while?
Yeah, it's a stupid argument. I understand.
It's stupid. I know. Obviously, a measurement's not an average is not a measurement. Yeah.
No, that's the stupid part.
I know it's silly.
It's a kind of irrelevant. As long as you know it's an average, and it might be useful value.
Yeah, but
it might not.
When I did this, I wasn't looking for the average. I was looking for the measurements. A measurement, not the average. I want to see the actual measurement. And if that's what we got, an actual measurement, and it's less than 180, that's weird.
No, you wouldn't call that a measurement.
It's not a. Is it not a measurement? You guys are saying you took measurement.
You said it was the third decimal place, so it was an average, probably.
The one Brian had was to the second decimal place, though. Is that feasible? I don't even think that's feasible. I was willing to give it to you, though, but now that they're coming up under 180, that's weird.
I don't know what the maximum accuracy on these things is. I know.
Well, Larry told me he could get to a third of an. Larry told me he'd get to a third of an arc second. Hold on.
Right, but you got to watch out because he might also be including averaging in there. Because nobody else has a problem with averaging except for people who are trying to make their beliefs come true.
So Larry told me, I didn't hear anything you said. My AirPod died. Sorry. Larry told me he could get to a third of an arc second, but he said his tools from like the 50s or some shit. But this shit was done in like wasn't this shit done in like the 1800s or something though? This one Brian's looking at?
Yeah, the Survey of America one.
I don't know. What's the year?
It was 1800s. I don't remember when.
It was 18 at the beginning of 1900. I think it was like a 30-plus year survey, bro. I forgot exactly, but it lasted a long time.
Like, I do feel like if your number is in the second digit of arc seconds, you're guessing, especially for that date and that distance, like at 1800s at 100 miles. I don't know how you would get to the second decimal place after the arc second in that time for that distance. It does seem a little ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say either way because basically you have precision machining was already in existence by then. So
I hear that.
I would have to say that getting the things built with a tolerance of a couple 10,000ths of a degree would not have been impossible. Yeah, the actual the gears and stuff in it.
Well, it was only to the second.
Yeah, but the excess was measured in the 5th decimal place, bro. So that's yeah, I don't.
The ones you showed the ones you showed that were under 180. You saw the actual measurements.
Yeah, they're barely under. The ones that are over are barely over.
You didn't see the individual.
That one is a little bit over, like an arc second. That's the only one I've seen, not all of them.
That's what I'm saying, Moyak. You think the second digit is an actual single measurement?
I can't say for sure.
What does it sound likely though? You think it's possible?
Yeah, I'll go with possible.
At 100 miles for the 1800s.
I don't see any difference in the distance on that.
You don't think the distance matters?
No, as far as the precision of the equipment, so it's going to give you an arc seconds, period. 10 feet away or 100 miles away. An angle's an angle.
Right, and they're all over the place.
And you guys measure. So if they are measurements, we got measurements less than 180. If you do want to count those as measurements, they add up to less than 180. So you have an issue because the Earth can't be a sphere.
Yeah, so within the margin of error, that's what I would expect on a flat Earth. I would expect to get overs and unders on a flat Earth.
What's the margin of
within
error?
the margin of error, I wouldn't expect them all to be over like McToon claims. I would expect to see over and under.
What's the margin of error?
The 5th oh, you talking about the margin of error? I mean,
I'm asking, what is the margin of error?
The margin of error varies to the distance, bro. But the margin of error is not really stated, bro. To me, just with real world, I mean, just going off what I know and what looking through some of these instruments, obviously not theodolites, but probably better scopes than they had.
You missed the question.
I'd say the margin of error is probably an arc second.
No. What does margin of error mean?
I'd say margin of error is probably an arc second. They don't specify.
It'd be good to know what the zoom was for that tool. Also what the corrections were, and just the actual measurement. Like Kosho, do you think that's possible in the 1800s at 100 miles to get to the second decimal place after the arc second? Does that sound doable?
Yes, I do. Yes.
I mean, if you're seeing only 2 decimal places, that still could be an average. So, I mean, you'd have to know the process to say whether that's even the case. I mean, if you average together 3.5 and 4.6, you're going to get that's going to move down in decimal places to the second decimal place.
Okay, if those are the averages, though, that makes it even worse for you guys.
Hey, man.
Well, I'd like to see. Now, this is a question for Brian. How many of the measurements that you looked at were in this negative category? And was it the vast majority were positive and some that were negative, or was it 50?
No, it seemed to me like the shorter measurements, just from breezing through it. Okay, it seemed to me like I mean, it's a fucking overwhelming amount of data, bro. But it seemed to me like the majority of the less than 180 was on the shorter distances, and the ones that were over 180, they're all right at fucking 180 was the point of the video. So they were above and below. That's the point I was trying to get across. Is that
yeah, but these shorter distances are still 70 plus miles, right?
Yeah, and that's where they're less than 180. So it shows me on a flat Earth, then you're going to have over and under. I mean, I don't see
You
what the
getting more
problem is.
accurate measurements for the shorter distances, you think, Moyak?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Again, I'm not going to say. You're looking at an object through a scope, a reticle, and you're trying to determine whether that lines up with your reticle. I don't see a huge difference as long as you can see that object with an increase in distance. If I can see that object and it's hitting my line, that's where it is.
So we got spherical excess, weirdly enough, under 180 degrees. Measured by your peoples. That's awkward.
You making fun of black people?
That's awkward now. I don't know. It's weird.
I admittedly have never looked over long distance through theodolites, like over them super long distance. I've only looked through them a couple times, but I will say this: that with the instruments I use, auto levels, that the closer, the more accurate in practical reality.
Well, if you're trying to measure to a millimeter, yes, you're going to get millimeter precision at 50 feet. And when you look at a 50 miles, you're going to be off by many feet. But the ratio is about the same for both of them.
But my margin of error is going to grow the further I get.
I don't see why that would be the case for angles. Like if you're moving away,
maybe not, bro. Well, why are they showing up less than 180? I mean, at distance and not over short distances, unless you could find something different. Maybe you can. I didn't look at enough to find a pattern. When I seen the ones under 180 and confirmed it, that was a bingo for me to make my point.
Right, but okay.
Getting all adamant, bro. It has to add up on a sphere. That it has to add up more than 180, and on a flat Earth, it has to add up to exactly 180. When in reality, and he's sitting there bitching at Ryan for not looking at detail, bro. That to me was so fucking arrogant. You're bitching at him saying that he needs to go back and look at detail when you're claiming that they all were all the angles or more than 180, and that's how it would have to work on a sphere. When that's not the truth, So did you look at the detail, or are you bold-faced lying? So either you are a hypocrite or a liar, or maybe both. Probably both, but maybe not both. But obviously one or the
other. I'm not that interested on like talking about other people. I prefer.
Well, bro, that's been a big claim, bro. When we ask for measurements, that's the go-to, and all the Globers have been parroting him. If you put yourself in my shoes, that's a big fucking deal. When Fight the Flat Earth comes in, like talking to people like they're stupid, and MC Toon talks to people condescending like they're stupid, and all of a sudden we get the facts. We should have looked into it sooner, but we already had a good enough argument against it, in my opinion. But now getting the facts and that literally multiple measurements were under 180, bro. That's the arrogance, bro. Like if that was me who did that, I would make a concession. Like if Howard comes up right now and pulls MC Toon saying that that's after the corrections and all that, then I would say I'd humble myself and say I stand corrected, okay? But I watch him religiously. I've never heard that. He's very adamant and condescending on how it has to happen and how it does happen in reality.
I know you. What would these corrections be, though? What are the corrections? Is something I'd like to know.
Like I said, they started with the angle to certain stars, and they ended with the angle to certain stars. They are model corrections.
No, that's what you think.
That's what I know, bro. That's geodetic surveying in a nutshell, bro. The radius is in. You can't get around the calculations involving a freaking radius, bro. So unless you tell me what the corrections were, anybody, period, then I'm sticking with that.
Right. Okay. But again, that's your guess. You don't know that.
Well, you tell me why they're correcting exactly to a ball.
I don't know. I want to know that. I don't want to know your guess. I want to know what they're claiming to be.
I can give you flat Earth corrections. And then would you deny that I'm correct into a flat Earth?
No,
if it's 180 degrees and if it's 180 degrees, 0 arc minutes and 0 arc seconds and let's say 60 hundredths of an arc second, and I say that the correction is negative 0.60 arc seconds. That's a flat Earth correction, bro. And then if I go under, I'm gonna have to say it's a negative 50 arc seconds correction. That's called a flat Earth correction, bro. There's no getting around it. It's just like there's no getting around it on your ball.
You ask me a question, like if you say that, I'm gonna ask you what those corrections are, and if you say, well, it's just the difference between what I'm measuring and 180, then of course that's not a correction. That's just you forcing the results to give you what you want it to give. So if that's the same thing, if that's the same thing that they're doing, then it's completely fine to throw out everything.
You're wrong. You're wrong, bro. If I'm trying to make a map that models the stars, where I can navigate with the stars, I can measure angles that match the stars, and if they're off, I 100% have to correct them, or I've got a bogus fucking model, bro. I mean, are you bro? What's up with you today, man? If I'm gonna make a model, a geodesic survey across the continent to match the stars, and I don't correct for it, then I've got a bogus model.
What did
now
the stars
you're trying to use these as a proof of Earth curve, so you're losing track of the reality, bro.
You ask. I don't know what you heard. What you heard when I said what I said, because it doesn't relate to anything you're saying now. You asked. You asked me what I was gonna do if you told me that if you have some flat Earth corrections, that would always make the angles add up to 180. Well, if what you're calling correction is just what makes the angles add up to 180, then of course that's not a correction. It's you changing the results to give what you want. Then if that's the same thing that is being done on those spherical excess papers, they're just adding up what is missing from the excess, and you're completely justified in throwing all that out. I would agree with that.
You tell me a globe measurement that doesn't involve the radius. Like even the Habersign has the radius in it, bro. So if it doesn't match, and I'm trying to make a map or a model or a globe or whatever it might be, it could even be a flat Earth. Then if I'm going to try and match the angles, if I'm going to try to make an accurate map, then what am I going to not fucking look? I put down the actual angles for anybody interested, but then I'm going to make the corrections because I'm trying to make a model match the sky exactly.
Is there a video? Is there a video of this discussion you guys had?
That's one, yeah.
Yeah, it's called.
It's called Go Fuck Yourself.
Earth Awakening's live stream text. Live stream.
I mean, will you at least give me that? To measure spherical anything, you need a radius, right?
Say what, bro? Say what?
You don't.
To get the distances, you have to assume the sphere.
I don't think so,
or else you're going to get different measurements. What are you
talking? I don't think so, bro. I think all you need is the azimuths, bro.
Yeah. Okay, if you want to get
kitty, bro.
If you want to turn the excess into a radius, then you need the distances. Like the further the points are, if you're on a sphere, the further the points are, the bigger is going to be the excess, and the amount of degrees that exceed 180 is the same as the area of that triangle. So if you know,
you motherfuckers, dude, I'm just saying, dude, y'all
somebody else was talking there. You could try.
I'm sorry, man, but I'm just saying, bro. Y'all get a little naive,
just saying, it is rude,
bro. Somebody go find out what the actual corrections are, or we're just chirping into the wind, bro.
I think it's fair to let Bacon chirp though, because he was in the middle of chirping.
Well, my whole point is that we should try to figure out.
Bro. Is there a book associated with this observation? Is there a book that these numbers and tables are in?
Yeah,
that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's a giant. It's a fucking giant.
Okay, look on page 50.
No, because the curvature of the Earth has never been shown.
Yeah,
no.
Look on page 58. Is where you'll find the correction
Look at the fucking calculations, bro. They involve a radius. There's
no page 58.
Let's hear what left lane.
Can you post it, please? Can you post it?
Yeah, listen, Brian. Page 58 has the corrections on it.
Can you post it?
No, I don't have it handy.
He's driving. He doesn't have access to the calculations. He doesn't read all these.
Getting around it, bro. You got.
I'm talking, Brian. I'm talking to the survey gods. I'm talking to the survey gods. They're feeding me information.
Okay.
Well,
I won't intervene.
You're talking. You mean Bev is with you, Left Lane?
It's all level.
I don't even want to. It gives me PTSD even you doing that impression.
Yeah. Cringe.
All right, I tagged you in the chat, Brian. The video where he discusses what the adjustments are. It's a visual thing. Please watch the video at 18 minutes 40.
Right, dude. I just admitted, bro. If I take them exact measurements and I want them to match flat Earth, then I'm going to have different corrections, bro. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that.
Incorrect, Brian. Watch the video, understand it. Thank you.
Bro, I'm looking at the actual measurements. This is y'all's argument for the last year and a half, 2 years, probably a good solid 2 years that people are parroting that actual measurements. I don't want to hear about no fucking bro. Then we're right back in the weeds, bro.
Nothing to do with refraction.
Are inconclusive, bro. As far as not without argument, bro. When you have measurements that are less than 180, greater than 180, I don't want to hear your excuses, bro. That's the argument itself.
Nothing to do with refraction. I tagged you in the chat 2 minutes ago. Watch that video from 18 minutes 40. Okay?
Right. You're missing the point. I will go watch it, but
okay. Thank you.
The measurements are above and below 180.
Right. Watch the video and understand the correction.
We were told in a condescending fashion that if the measurements on a globe, they must be more than 180. I could show you.
Right.
Fight the flat Earth. I left out a lot of people quoting
Brian.
Don't get upset, bro. I wasn't done.
And understand the correction. Understand the correction. Okay? That's all I've got.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
But
all right.
I will go watch it. But let me finish, bro. My point is that this has been shoved down our throats by MC Toon, Fight the Flat Earth, and others, that these are actual measurements. Okay, if we start talking about corrections, we're right back in the weeds with optical bullshit. I mean, can y'all at least give me that?
I've never
we're back in the weeds when we start talking about corrections. In other words, the measurements aren't all more than 180. So, I mean, point taken. I hope. Not saying it proves a flat Earth.
You're a good-looking guy.
I'm telling you that.
So it doesn't comport to a globe, then.
It doesn't match the claims they've been making.
Correct.
Okay, which people in this convo are actually looking at the corrections?
Assholes. I'm looking at them, dude.
Hey, did he say he DM'd me, or did he say it was in the lab text, something after the hour? Because I'm trying to find it. He probably DM'd me. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, from what he sent me, it's given geographic positions. It's given globe positions. It's like I said, they started with a star measurement, ended with a star measurement. What good would a fucking geodetic survey do if you went to measure to the stars and it didn't fucking match? I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm not arguing that. My whole argument is that the claims that have been being made, like I said, in a condescending fashion, for the last couple of years have been bullshit.
Whatever they believe is ridiculous.
Yeah, they've been trying to shove it down our throats. Fight the Flat Earth, namely, and McToon. I'm naming them specifically the most, but many others have parroted them. And one guy finally went and looked at the details and was honest. And that's my whole entire point, is that shit they've been spouting and trying to shove down our throats and act like we don't pay attention to detail. You know, that's arrogant horse shit. Even if it does wind up in the end proving a globe, bro, it's part the measurements themselves are above and below. They, like Globers don't not only get it's tough arguing with them because not only do they get mad like if we bring up points, they get mad if we just point out that their proof ain't proof. Like that's kind of bullshit, dude. If we're talking about fairness, like, bro, I'm clearly presenting something to you that puts it as a wash. Okay, I'm not saying it proves flat Earth. I'm just saying that it is not accurate with the claims y'all been making. Boy, if they lose that proof, boy, they're fucking 38 hot. They're all bent out of shape, bro. They got to do everything to maintain any proof, even though they've lost them all one by fucking one over the years in a painful fashion, bro. Like, when are they going to fucking wake up? Nobody knows exactly what this world is, bro. Deal with it.
Oh, everyone deafened is watching the video?
Yeah, I just one thing I saw was interesting in there. If you look at the numbers, yeah, they had positives and negatives, but none of them ever added up to anywhere close to non-spherical excess. There's always spherical excess. There was slight variances in the individual measurements by plus or minus 1 arc second.
No, one measurement can't give you spirit. One measurement can't give you a 180.
It's impossible to talk to you assholes.
Bro, just listen to everything you said, and I'm saying that you can't get spirit. You can't get a 180 degree triangle from one angle. That's all I was gonna say.
Shut your mouth.
See, you make my point, bro.
Mouth
you're losing your proof and you're getting bent out of shape.
Rude, boorish imbecile.
You lost your proof, and now you're getting bent out of shape. Why are you getting bent out of shape, bro? I've calmed down.
Because
now,
you didn't let him finish.
38 hot because you lost your proof.
He's deafened. I think he got pissed off because you didn't let him finish.
He just made his point, and I responded with a one sentence, bro, and he goes ape shit. He made a fair point, and all I was commenting was that you can't get a 180 degree measurement from one angle.
But
how can he? How was he supposed to respond to that?
They didn't say you can get him. He didn't say. Yeah, he was still speaking actually when you.
I mean, he's the type who will go study into this shit and not make, just fundamental mistakes. Yeah, and he wasn't even making claims. I'll give him that. Like he was saying, I'm not sure, this and that. That's honest to me. That's honest. And then he's probably going to go. He's probably the type who wants to know everything about it now if he's going to make claims, which is fine.
Yeah, there's a explanation of the corrections at the video that Ruhif posted in 18 minutes and 40 seconds.
It's given geographic positions, but here's my point, and it stands that the shit that's been this is the last time I'm gonna make it, but please hear me this time because I don't think you hear me. The point that I'm making with these videos is the shit that's been getting shoved down our throats for the last 2 years about actual measurements, and being all of them. And they both made a claim so many times I can't even fucking count. I had literally choices of which ones to post because there's so fucking many of them, Bacon, that every fucking triangle is more than 180. Over and over, they repeated it. Every fucking triangle is more than 180. Every triangle that they measure. These are real world measurements, but it turn to find out that they're not, and there's several of them less than 180.
I think they're talking about the angles that are corrected.
They can't fake the measurements written down on the paper. They can give me some rhetoric about this and that. I'm talking about the measurement. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm asking if you heard what I said.
Yeah, I mean, you're delving in deeper. I'm talking surface level argument, bro. Like the actual measurements. That's all I'm talking about.
Right, but when they say that every triangle is giving you an excess, I think they're talking about after you apply the corrections, not before.
Oh, fuck you, dude. Okay, whatever. Did they ever even once say that when they're fucking smearing our fucking face? Were they honest in saying, well, after the corrections, then we could have said, well, what are the corrections? And then we'd have been arguing about what? The corrections. Just like we do the refraction with zenith angles and black swans and shit, bro. The argument goes right back in the fucking weeds, bro. They never mention the corrections when they're fucking telling us how stupid we are in these debates.
Well, I think, but if the corrections are just a standard thing that surveyors have to do to get more accurate angles, then that kind of goes without saying. It's part of the measurement.
No, it ain't.
Did they really
The
post a
measurements
document
written
that's
down on
900
paper, bro.
pages?
That's a lie, bro. The measurements are written down on paper, Bacon. Why would you say something like that, bro? I mean, anybody ever told you that you're naive growing up, or maybe that being a dick saying? But why would you say something dishonest like that, bro?
What?
That's not dishonest, Brian. It's a standard operation, man.
The measurements are written down on paper. You can't change that with what people meant.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. For example, if I say that the relationship between angle and distance, elevation angle and distance to stars is linear, for example, that's only if you correct for refraction. If you don't correct for refraction, they are almost linear. They become a little bit different from linear, right when they're close to the horizon. So if you don't say, every time you say the relationship is linear, we're not always saying it's linear if you correct for refraction. Like, this is pretty much goes without saying.
Sure, but when you say the actual measurements, when you say that it's been measured, okay, not corrected for, then you will agree that that does change the argument. If we're talking corrections, then we're going to argue the corrections, right? Will you give me that? That now I'm going to argue the corrections, right?
Yeah,
The
I
actual
agree that
measurements are one thing.
I agree that maybe it would be better if the corrections were mentioned from the beginning.
If
I'll
I tell
give
you
you
black
that.
swan, if I tell you black swan, and that I'm at 1 foot viewer height, and that the globe predicts that the horizon will be like, even after refraction, like 2.3 miles, then you're gonna argue. You're not gonna argue where the horizon's at, are you? You're gonna argue the refraction, right? I mean, I'll give you that. You should easily give me the fact that we're gonna argue about the fucking corrections. I mean,
Yeah, but
just like you're
those
gonna
are
do, right?
yeah, but those are like instrumental errors. I think not not like refraction. It's not something that we have to assume how light works or anything like that. I think it's just an instrument thing.
Are all of
As far as I
these
understood.
are all of these triangles that they measured, recorded the less than 180? Are they the shorter measurements, or are they long measurements?
From what I glanced over, the shorter measurements were the ones less than 180. The shorter, more accurate ones. But I'm
Shorter,
saying
more
that.
accurate,
I'm saying that sarcastically, bro. I honestly never did the long distance to them instruments, but in my field, shorter is more accurate.
Isn't it true though that your instrument error is a more weighted factor in shorter distant measurements and less weighted in the longer distance measurement?
That's crazy. But I mean,
Why?
I see a way you could make that claim, but everything's going on over long distances in the atmosphere. I think it's hard to get past the reality of that fact. As far as the atmosphere goes, like if you have a mountain, okay, just because it's going up and down, okay, if it's going up and down, then that means the bottom of the mountain is fatter, and if it's getting higher, it's going to push it off to the right. So everything about it means that long distance, more atmosphere, more bullshit. But that me is coming maybe from a little bit of a bias, but that also is a little common sense peppered in. I think the margin of error is always going to get greater with distance. Maybe not. He made a good point, like with the angles and shit. But then it's God. I don't see how it couldn't. I mean, maybe it could like not be so exponential as you get.
If it was a sphere,
further.
it'd be exponentially greater errors.
Why?
No,
Why exponentially greater?
Because the
You'd
sphere
have to
bends
explain
more
that.
and more as you curve around. It's exponential. It's not exponential, but it increases for distance measured.
That's not exponential.
Right, but it increases per distance measured. So it's an exponential error that goes greater the longer distance you go. Not symmetrical.
It's not symmetrical.
Yeah, so like the curve at 10 miles is 66 feet, but the curve at 20 miles, double that, isn't 120 feet. It's like 500
Okay,
feet.
you mean not linear, not that it's not symmetrical.
We know it's not linear.
Yeah, I'm
What's
just
the
saying
word?
the word you're
What's the
looking.
word that means it bends around a sphere? So it's going to be greater, not exponential like
The word you're looking for is
squared, but it is squared, isn't it?
Yeah, the drop is exponential, but that doesn't mean your error is exponential.
It's quadratic.
The drop is quadratic.
Yes, I don't know why everyone says
What does quadratic mean?
That's not exponential. I mean, whenever someone says a curve that goes up, they call it that exponential.
Yeah, but exponential is kind of like a layman's term when we're talking about that, bro. I mean, you get the point. You could make the term that it's not technically
No, I'm just saying
dealing with exponents, but exponential also has a definition besides dealing with the exponents of it. But you could make the point it is mathematical, so it is technically not accurate. But I'd say in layman's terms, you know what we mean.
Yeah, that's what I said. When I said it's not symmetrical, I think, well, I think you're looking for the word linear. Like it's not linear. So
look at the measurements 19 through 23. No amount of error could fix the spherical excess there. You can eliminate corrections for spherical excess or corrections of individual measurements, and you still can't fix the fact that there's a curvature excess in there.
What type of corrections are you talking about? Why are there corrections?
Did you watch the video? He put it in 1840. No. Oh, go look at 1840. It's pretty quick how they go through it.
Where? Say it again. I'm sorry.
At 1840, they show you how you do it. It's visual. They explain why they do it, how they do it, and the amount of corrections in the tables that were generated from that.
Is it sophistry or is there an actual reason?
Those are a couple of arc seconds here and there when you've got like 14 arc seconds, 35 arc seconds of spherical excess.
Yeah, over them long distances. Yeah, of course. The point is, but my point still holds true, that all the measurements, the actual measurements, are not in excess of 180. There's nothing y'all can say to lose that fact, and that's what's been shoved down our throat for the last while. Condescending.
Actually, the answers always come out in excess. When you do the corrections on short measurements, and when you do the long measurements, you don't even need to do it.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't need to. You would get a ball. You would get an imprecise size of the ball, but you would get a ball from even without corrections on the large measurements.
You'd have a flat Earth until you start getting long distances, or maybe even a little concave at first.
And you would also have to argue with the methodology they use, because their methodology doesn't seem to favor one direction or the other. It's straight up probability analysis. So they take all the points and they average them together, and that's where they pick their point essentially. So that would not favor flat Earth or round Earth. It would favor
better reading.
Normalizing
the model. The corrections match the model. They are to match the geographic position and the stars.
That's what you think. But take a look at the explanation of the corrections. It's not related to that. It's what surveyors do to improve the accuracy.
Ruhif texted it. Ruhif DM me the page where it's got the geographic positions on your ball, and the corrections didn't match them. Nobody's giving you the reason. What type of correction is it? What's the reason? Is it refraction?
It's an average probability.
It's a correction to match your model, so there's no specific reason to correct it.
But there's no methodology to that correction. With no methodology
that were under 180 were wrong, right?
Flat Earth or globe Earth, them not using a particular methodology or formula in order to massage it, in some direction. You would expect to have some kind of an algorithm in order to correct. They don't do that. They do a straight up average of the values.
Right, but you're using geographical globe positions. Bro, are we ever? I thought you was done,
bro.
Why you been out of shape, bro? For me to
Because you're
respond, you gotta get
rude.
out the last little bit. You just made your
You're
point clear as
rude.
day. I know you hate losing a proof, bro, but for fuck's sake, it's saying on the paper geographic positions, global geographic positions is a
Brian,
geodetic
I
system, bro.
understand, Brian, but you need to let him finish, man.
Bro, he
That's
was
just
done,
no,
bro.
he
Go back and
wasn't. You
listen.
just jumped right over his freaking sentence, man. I'm hearing you, and you've done this quite a few times already.
Bro, he made his fucking point.
It doesn't matter okay, he made a point, but he probably still had a little extra to add to it.
Bro,
But
I need you hold my fucking hand, bro.
you know
Him
what,
fucking
man?
bitching like a fucking
Okay,
cunt
I'm about to
already.
mute you, bro.
I'm out of here.
If you
Don't
can't-
bother.
Okay, bye. Then, jeez, if you're not gonna have a conversation, leave.
Fuck off. I'm out of here.
Ridiculous. This is just freaking ridiculous. Childish shit, man. Have
Hey,
a
Elbow.
freaking conversation.
Hey, Elbow.
What's up, Bacon?
You know Chavo del Ocho?
Yeah.
Right. You know, what's his name? Flatsoid.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the show. Not
I was.
Okay.
Yeah. To me, Flatsoid looks like the mixture between Chavo and Kiko.
Really? There's a picture of him? You
Yeah,
say Kiko?
I'll send the video that we were watching. Let me.
All right.
There you go.
Won't even let me fucking leave. What the fuck?
He's in the upper. He's the guy in the top video.
Stuck in this fucking nightmare. Oh, there it is.
That's hilarious. Especially when he smiles.
Yeah.
It's too funny.
You're there, Howard?
Sir.
All right, about to get off my computer and go to my phone. Be cordial, guys. I can't meet everybody that fast.
See you, man.
Oh, I think I'll create a bot that makes that easier. I already have a bot actually. Just have to add the functions. Hey Howard, you understood what the correction was?
Yes, yeah, I went and watched the part of the video where they were talking about the short distances and multiple triangles and the point of observation where you have to average those out to get a single point and use that as the average. Is that right?
I think so, but I didn't understand how that applies to their observation. Because he said that they're not moving around to do that. That's like an idea of. I think that's just like an idea of the correction, but not exactly what they're doing. So I didn't get what they're doing. But I don't know. I'm a bit a little slow for that.
Well, I can see how the shorter measurements could fall within the instrument error or human error that would give you, angles less than 180. And as far as understanding the numbers and all that, I don't. But I see what they're doing, but I guess I'd have to say I'm not sure exactly how they're applying all that.
Right. Yeah, I would like to understand like exactly how they're applying that, so we can have a more
solid,
meaningful discussion. Yeah.
Yeah.
But with what I've seen so far, they're just improving the accuracy of the reading. It doesn't seem to be related to access or anything. It's just the accuracy of the reading. But I think I should look a little bit deeper, understand exactly what they're doing before I can say that.
Yeah, and I have to say, as I was watching Zanuck and Witsit, summing those tables and then producing angles less than 180 degrees. That's a pretty strong argument for the flat Earth that they're right there printed in black and white. And so now we're going to have to argue the correction tables or whatever, you know.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll note down every single measurement that I find in that PDF, and I'm not gonna add them by hand. I'm just gonna note them down, and I'll run just a script to parse those codes and parse the readings and add them up with and without the excess, and also pick up the distances and compare them to use them to get a prediction. Like if that's how far they are on the sphere, what should be the excess? So I'm gonna get the predicted excess, the excess without the readings, and we in the excess with the readings, and see which one like I mean if we get an error bar and the Earth is spherical, we should expect that the ones that do not match the prediction at least match it within the error bar.
I got you. Yeah.
Without the correction, like we can like ignore the if we remove the corrections, we get a bigger error bar. I guess I'm not sure. I have to.
Well, the smaller the smaller triangles. I'm not sure how. It just seems like that the larger triangles is going to outweigh the smaller triangles and bring them into the error bar. Is that right? Am I saying that right?
That's kind of what I saw. Yeah. The variance of an arc second, it seemed like the variance was somewhere on the order of 1 to 1.5 arc seconds. And then you have for this one measurement, the triangulation of Utah, we've got 45 arc seconds of spherical excess. I don't think you can gain that back. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I thought. still probably is going to be interesting for the next week or so, because I'm sure it'll get talked about pretty heavy. Witz is pretty confident that he's loaded and ready to go on it.
No, he's loaded, all right.
Well, I'll just try to transcript the readings from the PDF. So whatever. I mean, they're getting this from the same PDF as I am, so just I don't waste time with the wrong PDF.
Your
You know where they're getting this from?
Yeah, I haven't seen the PDF. I've only seen what's appeared in the videos.
I think it's this one that says like the transcontinental triangulation, American arc of the parallel. It's the white one, not the yellow ones.
You know how to do that, right?
Do what?
You can do that in Google. You can do that with Google Sheets or with Google Docs.
What do you mean, do what?
You can transcribe it. Yeah.
You sure they're gonna do that accurate? Like this kind of old documents, usually when you do that, they pick a lot of the numbers from.
Yeah, sometimes. Let me tell you, dude, I've been in the business for a little while now, so I've done things I don't want to speak about, but I've had to go in and scrape things from websites that had text that was only in image form and transcribe the entire thing into text form so I can code with it. So it can be done.
Like you did with the almanac.
No, why don't you go shove it up your ass, dude?
Could you post the PDF?
Yes. Yeah, I got from MC Toon's webpage.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, gentlemen from South Korea.
There's no gentleman from South Korea here, man.
Prove you're from South Korea.
Only North Korea.
I have pictures of me in South Korea.
That's not proof. They could be fabricated.
Near the border. I can give you my GPS location.
Are you saying that couldn't be faked?
You saying that you couldn't just be with Chinese kids down the street in Chinatown and just pretend you're in Korea?
I could, absolutely.
Okay,
but I'm stationed here. I'm stationed in South Korea, so I mean.
So you say.
Am I lying about that?
That's what you say.
I'm in a barracks room in South Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a green screen right near me where I could pretend I'm on the ISS floating around if I'd like to.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah. I could. I'm just kidding, man. What's going on, man?
Nothing. I kind of heard bits and pieces of what you guys were talking about. I heard you talking with Brian earlier.
Hey, man, I forget. Are you in the Army or the Navy? I forget.
Who cares? I don't even know if you guys got measurements of the spherical excess thing because I grilled everyone in GEMS for fucking about a year on this. Okay, and they all said it's only an average. They didn't have any actual measurements.
So what?
Jeremy, you even said it yourself. Think about what you said before, right? How you try and put a square or a triangle on a surface, and it wouldn't fit, right? Same thing with a triangle. If you try and put a flat triangle on a curved surface, it's not going to fit.
I think it gets the principle.
Oh, really? I just figured that out, B-Ball. Thanks for pointing that out.
But you know,
I know, but you're still not making a connection, though. That's the problem.
I don't think that's the contention of Jeremy.
That's the name of his second book, The Contention of Jeremy.
B-Ball was actually fighting. Remember that thing Zanuck and Rumpus were doing the other day when they said if you had 3 points line of sight, it would be more than 180? B-Ball was actually on Jose's fighting for that same exact thing. And now you're telling me how... Now you're telling... On Jose's about 2 years ago. And now you're telling me how triangles work today?
You listen to Jose's? Wow.
Hey, I was on Jose's. It was me, B-Ball, and some other Glober guy who didn't know how triangles worked.
I know how triangles work. I know triangles
just
work
figured
on a
it
sphere.
out, bro. You just figured it out on Jose's like 2 years ago when I taught you.
No. I know how triangles work on a curved surface.
Yo, dude, you know bacon. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Sorry. No, go ahead. You good.
Hey, by the way, there's a guy called MC Tune in the house, this house right now, just so we're clear. But real quick, before we go to MC Tune, I was gonna say that Bacon in here, he's actually had a really good idea that about using celestial navigation and celestial observations and things of that nature to do spherical access with those, like by taking the azimuth of 3 different GPs, for example, in reference to the other stars in that triangle. It's pretty decent thing, and you can't really argue with that because you wouldn't need any optical equipment or anything.
Yeah, and the excess is like easily like above 10, 20 degrees. And you can do, I mean, you don't even need a theodolite for that. You can do like a protractor if you want to.
Yeah,
you don't
exactly,
need that much accuracy to get that amount of access.
Exactly. You could use something so crude. You could use strings and a protractor, like you said, and sextants, like just not even sextants. You can just use that same pendulum with a hanging
Sextants
weight.
are bad for that, but yeah.
Just use a hanging weight on a pendulum, and use that same.
Why?
The hanging weight on a what do you call that? Protractor, and then use that same protractor to measure the angles and the azimuth and all that kind of stuff. The margin of error would still be smaller than the measurement. It's like 18 degrees, 20 degrees.
Anyway, well, since MC Toon's here, and I'm pretty lost trying to understand what the correction is, would you like to try to give a layman explanation of what they're doing?
I'm just listening, actually. I'm still working. I got family around and stuff, so.
Oh, no problem.
No excuses.
We'll have to wait.
Well, why don't we at least catch them up to what we're talking about then? So, at least you can be on the same page.
Oh, Jeremy left.
That was really weird.
He got scared of the stellar spherical axis.
God damn, MC Tune showed up, and I never seen Jeremy disappear so fast. Well, anyways, maybe we can strawman his argument. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe like I said, we just catch MC Tune up to what the whole thing is.
Yeah, those are straight up measurements. They measure less than 180 degrees, and that's a gospel.
What up?
It's the best I can do.
Somebody called me from the 90s and left a voicemail. I had to listen to it real quick.
Okay, it's okay. MC Tune showed up. We noticed he left, and so just making sure it's clear that he's here.
What's up?
Well,
anyone's free to. Your mom can come here. Your little sister.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate
your
that.
Little sister's
all the people you're afraid of. Okay.
Your sisters will definitely welcome here.
Okay, great, fantastic. We were worried about that because I know you have a big fear. It looked like you ran away, but on any note, so yeah, what we're talking about is these spherical access measurements, and the fact that they're averages, and I think the contention was that some of them or that Brian was making that contention that some of them are lower than 180 degrees, something like that. Before the
left lane, and Brian and Zanuck, I guess, were saying that they were under. There was a few under 180. Yeah.
Before the corrections were made, and that cleared that up.
So yeah, before the corrections, the actual measurements, yeah, were less than 180.
And you're just wondering what those corrections are? Which, by the way, Lachlan said was on page 58.
I don't think he's wondering. He's just relieved that there are corrections.
I'm not really worried about what the corrections are. The actual measurements were less than 180, right? There's no refraction left to right. I mean, I don't know.
Well, maybe next time somebody else could clear up or could bring people up to speed. People actually know what's going on because nobody was.
You guys been telling me for 5 years there's no left to right refraction, right? So
no one's claiming refraction. No one's claiming that correction is related to refraction.
What is it?
Yeah, well, I didn't understand it. So far as what I've seen is that's instrumental error.
Isn't that something kind of like the Kalman filter? Like how it's basically correcting for like noise or something like that.
You're just improving the accuracy of the reading. You're not guessing stuff like that. You're not guessing what the light's doing. You're just improving the accuracy of your reading, as far as I understood. But I want to
By what,
understand.
man? How though? Who's the arbiter of that, or like what decides that correction factor?
That's a great question. There's a whole explanation on how the correction works that I'm trying to understand. When I do understand, I'll explain it.
Have you ever heard of a guy called Rudolph E. Kalman?
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay. Well, he's a really smart guy, and he's got a filter named after him called the Kalman filter. Okay. I'm not sure if this is related to this measurement or not, but generally in statistical analysis, they do something called the Kalman filter, and it helps to clear up like the statistical noise or anything that is anything that can bring up the noise or whatever. It helps to clean up the statistical analysis of whatever it is that you're measuring.
So just so we're clear, the actual measurements, we do have actual spherical excess measurements of under 180. The actual measurements.
It's outside of my knowledge.
Oh, I thought the actual measurements were on that page and they added up to less than 180.
I haven't read it. Well, it looks like with the silence that you are looking like you might be the victor in this one, Jeremy. And I'm sad to hear that.
I know. That's not unusual.
Coach, you know that's what is the log S column?
I don't even know what the column is referring to. I haven't seen anything.
Okay, I'll drop a screenshot in the Livestream one text.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this. Yeah, looks pretty cool.
Okay, well, what it means?
I'm not clear.
4,000 something.
No, those are decimals. Those are decimals. Are they not?
Like 4 point things?
Shouldn't they be?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I think it's. I'm almost certain that's a decimal, but I don't know.
It's a log. It's a log base 10 of the distance.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, it's a log. All right. Basically, this. Yeah. Why would that be useful? Oh, I guess I'll just pick up.
When you don't have computers, they would do things that were shortcuts to calculate things, and doing things in log format sometimes helped for things that they were doing. I don't know in particular what this one is doing, but it's not really relevant to what we're discussing. It's something that they use in a further calculation.
Get it. Yeah, so if I have the distances, I don't need that value. That's derived from the distances, right? It's just the log base 10 of those distances. Is that it?
Yeah, I just to verify, I just did it myself. Yeah, it's log 10 of the distance.
Thank you.
They did these with slide rules and lookup tables. It's quite something.
Oh, like those sort of analog computers.
Well, an analog computer is a human.
Yeah.
It's made of meat.
Yeah.
if you've read Cryptonomicon, I think it's Cryptonomicon by Stephen. I forgot his last name. He talks about some World War II things and how they in World War II the term computer referred to a human, or as he said, something about meat. Forgot the details exactly. It's been a few years.
Yeah, I like how those first. I think it was the first one of the first analog computers was used for predicting tides, and there's also some that were used like for ballistics. If you look how they work, it's pretty hard to believe someone came up with that. Pretty awesome. There are some chart reduction tables, I think, that are more like like analog, how you do computation. You do some analog computations, crossing lines, and you don't have to use numbers. You just see where lines intersect to get computations done. I think I saw some chart reduction tables, side reduction tables. They work like that. I don't know what they do though. They have a lot of wobbly lines.
For site reduction tables?
Yeah.
Flat Earth Math, who's not a flat earther, showed the derivation of site reduction tables on a video. Of course, using the radius and Haversine formula.
Yeah, more. I watched that video. Didn't understand a lot. I mean, I don't get things pretty quickly. It takes me a while. I think I only understand things when I do it myself. Just seeing others doing it's not enough for me.
All right. Well, I've got a video in half an hour, so I'm gonna start. NASA hair and makeup are here. I gotta take care of stuff.
You gotta wait before you go. You gotta give it a try in my selection navigation simulator.
Oh, the one you sent me with where you run like the sextant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely I've been on vacation, so I will. I'll check that out when I get around to catching up on stuff. So, all right, we'll see you guys in half an hour on FEFE's channel if you're interested.
All right. See ya then. You said the FTFE channel?
Yeah, so he said.
I think in half an hour I'll be having dinner. What about you, Howard? When are you playing with my selection navigation simulator?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you have to. Everyone has to, at least once.
I have to check it out.
Yeah. You have a computer.
It's usually on my phone, but yeah, I don't. Usually, when I get home, I get off the internet and I don't get back on until I get back out on the road. Usually.
Right. Well, when I have the app version, the mobile version of the simulator, then I'll then annoy you with that.
Yeah, take a look at it. I'm actually parked early so I can mess with it.
were you jokers talking about?
We're talking about my simulator. That was actually your idea.
Yeah, that's what you see. I want Jeremy to start taking notes, dude, because that's exactly how things should be like introduced in that kind of way. Jeremy takes credit for everything he hears as it was his own. He even steals my. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So what? But yeah, that's nice of you, Bacon. But I can't take any credit for that. You made that. So, I did ask you, or I did talk to you about about potentially working on it, like something different, like something I wanted to kind of collaborate with you on it, and I wanted to make it more enticing to participate in. You know what I mean? Like more user friendly, as they say. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I know my application is very non-intuitive to use.
Hold on one second. What? Hold on one second. I gotta.
Você come do paiol é o. Ah, não lembro. Pompeu? Não, Pompeu.
Taking your hot mic.
I'm just glad that we're all clear that there are measurements of ironically spherical excess under 180 degrees.
Yeah, so
That's good to know. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've heard this whole time we have measurements. It's always over 180 degrees, and come to find out, it's not always over 180 degrees because we have them under 180 degrees.
Well, but the thing is that the measurements, those measurements are supposed to be somewhat inaccurate. And there is a method that makes it more accurate. And that's the thing you want to ignore.
I'm not ignoring anything. I'm just saying we did a measurement. We looked through a site. We took an angle. We took an angle measurement, right?
Wouldn't you rather use the more accurate values?
More accurate than taking an angle measurement?
Yeah, taking a more accurate measurement.
They took their angle measurement. I'm guessing they made it as accurate as they possibly could when they did the angle measurement.
Yeah, they made it more accurate when they applied corrections.
No, the angle measurement is what you measure. And now if you want to do something else after, if you want to do something else after, that's fine. But the actual measurement is of under 180 degrees. Now you can say whatever you want to try to change that, but that's how it stands as of now.
Okay, so here's the thing. I take my section and I take an elevation angle to start. If I align the sides of my section in the horizon, and when I look to the reading, it's not 0. So I'm aligning the sides, but I'm not reading 0. I'm reading,
I'm
let's
not
say,
interested in your section though.
It's an analogy.
Yeah. Well, you can go through it if you want. It's not really my thing. No, go ahead. I'll just go on mute. Go ahead.
Are you listening though? Because it's a response to what you're saying.
I'm not interested in the section thing. No.
It's not about the section. I'm showing you why you shouldn't. why you should prefer the corrected ones. Where you're trying to make the case that I don't know, you're just ignoring the corrected ones, saying, "Oh, you're just doing something else," as if the not corrected ones were more relevant than the corrected ones. I'm trying to point out why that's not the case.
You can point out why we have spherical excess measurements under 180 degrees. That's what you're pointing out?
Yeah, when you correct and it's no longer under 180 degrees, then...
Okay. So you're not explaining why we have them under 180 degrees. You're trying to explain about why when we correct them, it's over 180 degrees. Okay.
What's the difference?
Not really interested in that either.
Well, I can't control for what you're interested, but it's the most
go ahead.
obvious.
Like I said, I'm gonna go on mute. Go ahead.
I mean, if you care about truth, you should go for what's more accurate or what's fits what you already believe.
The truth of what the measurements were, yes, and the measurements were under 180 degrees. We could see that.
Yeah, and we know that the more accurate ones aren't. But
you're not going to get more accurate. They did the angle measurement as accurate as they possibly could, and we have the number, which adds up to ironically less than 180.
It doesn't mean you cannot get more accurate than that.
I mean, you could do whatever you want after you've made the measurement, but the measurement stands and it's less than 180. So there's that.
So the more accurate isn't.
They did the angle measurement as accurate as they could do it, dude. And we have the angle measurement. Now you're doing you're not getting more accurate than the thing they did. The actual measurement that they made was as accurate as they could do it. The angle they made was as accurate as they could do it, and it's less than 180.
It doesn't mean that's the most accurate value you can get.
It's the most accurate angle measurement they can make.
Yeah, it's the most accurate measurement. It's not the most accurate value.
Yeah,
you don't care about what's closest to reality. You care about what's closest to a measurement because the measurement is less accurate, and you have some instances in which they fit what you believe, so you can ignore the one that is more accurate, which means it fits better reality, but you don't care about that.
I'm not worried about whatever values you do. I'm worried about the most accurate measurement, and the most accurate measurements are under 180. Now, you can say whatever you want after that. I'm not really interested, though.
You don't have to keep saying I can say whatever I want. I already know that. I don't need your permission to speak.
I mean, it's not permission to speak. I'm just saying you can say whatever excuse you want after that. The point is, you have the angle measurements. We have them angle measurements, the most accurate angle measurements they can make, and the measurements are less than 180 degrees. You can talk about values.
Which is not the most accurate azimuths.
You could talk about values and formulas and equations after that, or whatever else you want to put to it. But the measurement stands, and it's less than 180, and it's the most accurate measurement that they can make.
Yeah, but not the most accurate azimuth angle between those points, which is
most accurate measurement, bro. They couldn't have made a more accurate measurement.
Okay, you're just not listening. I don't care.
I'm not trying to hear. I already told you I don't care.
No,
I mean, you can say whatever you want. I'm gonna go on mute.
It's very noticeable that you're not trying to listen.
I'll go on mute. I'm only interested in the measurements. I'll go on mute. Go ahead. You can say whatever you want.
Right. Regardless on how much the response goes against what you're saying, you're not interested in that. I wonder why.
Well, I just told you why, because I'm only interested in the measurements, not your values or equations or formulas or whatever shit you did after that. I'm only interested in the measurement, and we have it, and it's less than 180.
Yeah, you can keep repeating yourself as I didn't heard it like 4 times already, and ignoring the response.
I'm not ignoring your response. I told you I'm not interested in your values. I'm interested in the measurements, because that's what means something is the measurements, and we have them.
No, they both mean something. You're just not interested on this thing that means that you're wrong.
I'm only interested in the measurement, yeah. Whatever thing you have, I'm not interested in. You're right.
Right, yeah. So if you're only interested in the measurements and not what they mean, then of course.
I know what angle
but
measurements mean.
If you're interested on what's the... I wasn't done.
Well, don't try to
If you're interested,
don't try to play me because don't try to play me because I know what the measurements mean and I know what the angles are. Okay, don't try to belittle me or mock me or something. Like I don't know what it means. I know what an angle is, and I know when they add up to less or more than 180.
Right.
I'm going on mute, dude. I'm done. I'm done baking. I'm done. Say it. Go ahead.
You are done. I'm not sure why
Yeah,
you're repeating yourself so many times if you're already done. If you're interested in the shape of the Earth, you should be interested in what's the most accurate way to get those angles. You're not. You're sticking to the raw readings.
Yeah, I'm interested in the most. I'm interested in the most
things.
accurate measurements. Christ, because you keep saying stupid shit after. That's why I got to keep jumping in. I'm only interested in the measurements. I'm not interested in your other shit you do afterwards. Only interested in the measurements of the shape of the Earth, not whatever you want to do after that.
Say something you said 4 times already.
Yeah, because you're telling me I'm not interested in the shape of the Earth when I'm telling you I am. We have the measurements of it, and it's less than 180.
Oh, if you are
tell me I'm not
interested.
Tell me if I'm not interested in it again, though. Keep straw manning the shit out of me every time. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to know, if you're interested in the shape of the Earth, you should be interested in the most accurate way to get those angles, not on how the most accurate to get the raw readings.
If you're interested, are you done? Okay, good. If you're interested in the shape of Earth, you should be interested in the measurements of the shape of Earth, which we have, and they ironically add up the spherical excess measurements. Sometimes they add up to less than 180.
Yeah, that's not addressing what I said.
I'm exactly addressing what you said. I'm interested in the shape of Earth, which means that I want the measurements of it, and we have the measurements. They're less than 180. They made the most accurate angle measurement they could, and we have them, and they're less than 180.
Measurements of what?
Angles.
What angles?
To spherical excess that ironically don't add up to more than 180.
What angles?
What angles?
Yes.
The angles in the triangle.
Yeah, the azimuthal angles, right?
Dude, the angles in the triangle.
Yeah,
I'm not
the
interested.
azimuthal angles, right?
Bacon, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Go ahead. You can have fun with somebody else with this.
So you said you were interested in the shape of the Earth.
In Brazil, they have different.
Oh, I am interested in that. I'm not interested in whatever game you're trying to play. We have the measurements. I don't know. That's all I'm interested in is measurements.
Can I tell you something, dude? There's a gyroscope on your phone, and me and this guy called P-Link, he's a flat earther. He was a nuclear technician in the Navy. But we were looking at our cell phones and looking at the data that you can get from the gyroscope. I'm trying to measure the rotation of the Earth, and we found out that there's too much noise in the readings. So what that means is that there's oscillations above and below the value where it's actually measuring, such that the that variance is actually greater than the measurement, being made. That makes sense. So the problem with that is that means that renders that measuring device inoperable for that measurement. And that means that if you take any instance of that measurement, any measurement from any instance, the value is not going to be representative of anything realistic at all. So you can't use any measurement instantaneously. However, we then looked into publications and stuff like that of people who did measurements of the rotation of the Earth. And we found that there were people who used very similar gyroscopes, but they had to put a Kalman filter on it. So a Kalman filter is a mathematical or statistical analysis tool that allows you, just like Bacon's saying, to weed out the noise. And it does this by weighted averages and this kind of thing and blah, blah, blah. I won't bore you. But basically what it does is it makes it so any instantaneous measurement is meaningless. Like something could be above or below the actual measured value. But the when you use this sort of filtering technique, it hones in on the on the actual value that's being measured. If that makes sense. Does that make sense to you, Bacon? Yeah.
I wasn't listening. I thought that was.
Nobody listens to you, Coach.
Oh, I thought you were directing it to Jared.
It was, man, but it doesn't matter.
Well, I followed the beginning when you said that the phone has a gyroscope. You try to you and someone else tried to get the rotation of the Earth, and you figured out there was a lot of noise.
Forget about that part of
And
it.
so
dude.
Were you
father.
talking to me? Were you talking to me that whole time, Kosha?
My God. Listen, dude, I put a link in the chat. It's for the Kalman filter. Read into it. Do some research. I gave you an anecdotal story. It was sentimental to me. It involved my friend. I don't care anymore.
You have friends?
Well, not anymore, dude.
Hey, Jeremy.
He left the community after he banned me from 24/7.
Hey, Jeremy, I'm going to be in northern New Jersey next week. Come on down and say hi. It's only 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
Cesspool. Yeah, I ain't got time for all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be better off to spend the gas to go around New Jersey, Moyak. Worth the time and energy.
Hey, there's I see 2. Was that?
Hey, Moyak.
Yeah.
Just changing the subject a little bit. If I ask you to get the most accurate elevation angle you can, 2-star, and you use a sextant for that, but it turns out your sextant has an index error of 2 arc minutes. When you take the measurement, are you going to subtract 2 arc minutes?
You know what? I that sounds logical to me, but I have not laid hands on a sextant. I'm not picturing exactly. So it's got a 2-minute error. Whether it's positive or negative would be something that I'd have to know whether I'd add or subtract it.
Yeah. So, for example, if you point both scopes to the horizon, both sides to the horizon, that should give you 0 degrees in your sextant because those sides are aligned. They're pretty much parallel. I mean, they're not perfectly parallel, but they're
right.
The difference in how parallel they are is less than the precision of the sextant. So you should pretty much get a 0 with that. So if you point at the horizon, you don't get a 0. Then there's index error in your sextant. And you just look at the reading. Like if you're reading 2 degrees, it means that you're already starting off at 2 degrees. So, if you're reading 2 arc minutes, then every angle you take, it has an extra 2 arc minutes there as an index error. So you subtract that.
Yeah, it sounds right.
And it makes the angle more accurate. So you wouldn't want to use the non-corrected angle just because it's...
Oh, God, no.
Yeah. I mean, if the correction makes it more accurate, why would you not want to correct for it?
To raise questions in your measurements?
Yeah, that's the only reason I can see.
Sure. I gotta go for a second.
Hey, Kosh, what's the thing you said you want to collab? What the hell? Why you keep posting this shit?
I'm not into it anymore, dude. That's just it. I'm not into it anymore.
Because I didn't follow what you said?
Maybe. It's kind of upsetting, but
Well, I got interrupted.
It's
fine. My friend wanted to order dinner, and he wanted to know what I wanted, so we're gonna order all together. So I had to stop and then pick one of the hamburgers.
Yeah, I usually just wave people away when that happens, but okay, that's cool. Okay, well, I just I was just saying that we should make it more. Well, I had ideas to make it more user friendly, stuff I can add to it.
and make it more engaging. So it's like just like like engaging. So it's like there's ways that you can put your input for your location and stuff like that. Ways to make the more recognizable stars and star clusters more recognizable. Because I know you have the contrast between the magnitudes. They're accurate, but I think it would be better to make them more exaggerated, so that the more recognizable stars, the ones that are actually brighter or a little bit more brighter than, you know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah.
there's just there's more easily recognizable. That's all. Stuff like that. Also, yeah, just making it more user friendly, so it's like more engaging. So it's
Yeah,
like it was actually
I'll be,
like you were, you know what I mean? You get it.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But not that I
Um,
have no complaints with it. I just, Brian's the only flat earther who's used it, and my whole idea was
did
based
he?
around making something. He says he did. Um, yeah, my whole idea was based around something that you know flat earthers and globers both, just see how both they see what methods both would use to achieve
Right.
success.
Yeah, I think I'm going to create like a panel, uh, to like a left bar on the screen with some tools like if you know start at a specific location, or if you just want to um, I don't know, put the buttons there, because the interface currently is not that easy to use, and there should also be some stopwatch or something like that.
So what?
What I'm doing right now is stopwatch. Is that
Uh,
how it's called? Like chronometer? I don't know. I think that marks time.
that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because you have to sit there, you have to look at the clock and make sure that you've got it exactly when the thing is on the crosshairs
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff. I got.
Mhm. Yeah, Hoimer tried to do that, and he wasn't picking like he would first look at the angle and then look at the time, and like some 30 seconds would have passed. Oh, he still
Yeah, but you
got
know
like
what though?
four
Yeah,
miles away.
I think that any cheat mode or anything like that takes away from the whole thing though. Like Ruhif was saying that, oh, you should be able to identify the stars and stuff like that. I think making it that easy takes away from what the point is, and that's sort of showing how it's actually done, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe
Also,
you.
here's another. Go ahead.
Oh, just like maybe that could be enabled or disabled. Like if you want to enter like easy mode, then you get all those things like the drawing of the constellations and that sort of stuff.
I wouldn't even say easy mode. I'd say just cheat mode, like not the actual mode. Like a answer. Here's the answer mode, basically.
Yeah.
So that's that. Yeah. But the other thing is like I actually have to use your other um program in conjunction with this one in order to locate the position, right? Because actually, just knowing the GPs of the three places, it's not very easy to like. I had to use my other code, my old bot, but instead of using that, yours is much easier to use. So I just use your other program to find a position based on the locations you found. You see what I'm saying? I'm sure you do
Yeah.
the same thing, right?
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. So you might as well just put those two things together, or as a package deal, so people have access to both of them, so to speak. Does that make sense? Or at least use that other program to more easily, like the way that celestial navigation is actually done. They actually have those sheets, stuff like that. Like if that makes any sense, because otherwise finding the three GPs is not really. It doesn't get you your location, right? You gotta still overlap them, which is not as easy as it sounds
Yeah.
without tricks.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I kind of don't want to play that old software anymore. The one that you used and I use. I don't want. I wanted to build a new version of that. That's just too poorly written. That is not a good, well written software. It's very badly written, and I didn't want to mess with that anymore. I want to create a clean one, a better one.
You know what mine does?
Hmm.
Mine's worse. Mine doesn't even
Yeah,
tell you
it
your
only
location.
draws, right?
Hey, don't fucking dude.
Oh no,
criticize
I
my
remember
shit.
you said it. It only draws, right? You don't get a coordinate.
Yeah. Yeah, but that can easily, but it does it accurately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not poorly written. It's not poorly written. It just does it.
Well,
Now,
I have
you know.
another software that you might not be aware of. That is kind of a halfway that path. Like it's not much related to navigation, but to the spherical math. It takes away the spherical math. It's a simple uh, small circles plotter. So just like yours, it plots the circles, but you can actually rotate the sphere around, and you can get like a reading of a coordinate and any point on that sphere. Let me show you. You can watch that if I stream.
Do you know Python?
Not that much.
Okay, well I did mine in Python and mine does that. Mine's capable of doing that. I'm saying I can put anywhere I want to be the circle. You know, I can rotate it and stuff.
Right.
I should say though, we shouldn't go on about this too long because I feel like this is like a me A-B conversation and we're seeing everybody else out of it, you know.
I'm not sure if there's other people here. Everyone's quiet for a long time. Anyone here wants to talk about something else? See, not a problem.
Well, I have something slightly related also, just real quick. Just whoever was this third person who helped you with this. I know you said Charlie helped you with Skyfield a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? So are you more familiar with Starfield now?
I kinda a little bit. Like I understood how to get separate. Like we got like this a collection of already extensions and declinations, and we couldn't isolate them. I kind of figured out how to isolate them. You can convert them into degrees or our angle, and that will turn into like a list. Then you can iterate through that. That's how I got them.
Okay, I need that code. Can you send me that code as fast as you can, or whenever you get a chance or whatever? I need that code.
I'll see it right now. It's on the repository. Okay, what's the call? Okay, cell nav simulator. Okay, I'll post a link to the source code of the exact file that does that. Oh, and by the way, I also kind of used a trick to get the HIP numbers. There's a function called toCSV that creates a string with a CSV file of all the data of the stars. And then I parse that CSV file and get the HIPs from it.
But like I said, we got to stop talking about this.
Yeah.
But if you could also give me that, you know, just just give me that instruction or whatever how you did that. I will get into this now because I got to work on something in Skyfield right.
It's on the code. Just look at it.
Okay, in the interest of viewer retention, in the interest of retaining the viewers that are in here, and unless anybody has anything else to add or subtract from this, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to stream that reference frame video from those Canadian guys from the 50s, and we're going to watch it. If you want to watch my screen, and if you have anything to say, if anybody says anything, I'll pause it and we'll talk about it. Or somebody will come in and talk about something else, and we'll do that. But in lieu of that, I'm going to start this video here in about 90 seconds.
Fire it up. Fire it up. Do a 10-second countdown at the end like NASA does.
It's actually a good idea.
Some asshole. Listen, I went to check as soon as McToon got in here. I went to check a voicemail. Somebody from the '90s called and left me a voicemail, so I had to go check it. But somebody messaged me and goes, "Oh, you ran when McToon came in or some shit."
Yeah, Kosha said that.
Fucking bullshit. Heads think McToon and Fight the Flat Earth got some like superhero glow powers or some shit. Bacon's probably better than McToon. Maybe not.
I
It
think
might
he
be a
has more
stretch.
knowledge than me.
That might be a stretch. Yeah, Kosho's definitely better than McToon though.
I think
Kosho's been
the
going up
arguments that he
against
makes.
the arguments that McToon makes.
I'm sure that.
Well, I think the argument that he makes, he knows in depth. And I don't know his arguments in the depth that he does. So, like, I wouldn't be able to defend his arguments in his place.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not good, but I mean, I don't think he's got like some super glober power or some shit.
Bacon's above me, I'm sure, and
just barely though.
Well, regardless, I'm not sure if MC Tune is listening, which he might be on the live stream. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan of him or Fight the Flat Earth, to be honest with you. That's all I'm going to say about that.
No doubt. I'm not crazy about any of you guys at this point, honestly. Okay. This has become a daunting task.
I agree, man. You know what else I have a hard time with, though?
What?
Well, we spent 4 or 5 hours earlier talking about hitting something in with a laser, specifically hitting you in the eyeball with a laser. I know that very quickly you understood what was being said and the truth of it, and you allowed it to persist a very long time, dude. You didn't jump in, and you didn't say anything. That guy Beerman did, although he took it back a little bit. But SC was saying something very wrong. You knew the answer, and you still didn't do anything.
Well, because I was in and out. I was at a doctor's appointment at one point for my kid. Like, I was in and out throughout that whole thing. So,
okay, I believe that. Okay. That's not an ordinary excuse. People don't usually make excuses like that. Talking about their kids going to the hospital. Okay.
I was just a doctor appointment.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that.
Eye doctor.
The eyes doctor.
We actually went to the wrong building. They changed location. It's not important.
No. Well, it must be hard for you to get around, especially a doctor like that. For you, must be very personal.
Can I ask you something, Kosho? Can you stop posting this shit on the text chat?
Oh, sorry. Well, that is important though.
Health. We gotta stay healthy. Bacon.
Hold up.
Get Get some good yoga workouts in.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Whoever's saying anything, hold on.
Why? No, we're not stopping the whole show for you. This isn't the show.
I'm hearing shit twice, dude. Hold on. This is freaking me
it
out.
actually has a... Yeah, you got an echo. Fix your fucking mic.
I think he's listening to the live stream. I heard his voice coming twice, and I also heard my voice coming from.
Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, there it is.
He doesn't know how computers work. It's fine. I'll figure it out eventually.
You have no idea how confusing that is, though, dude.
Yo, just stop. Listen, the show. That's got a ring to it right there.
Yeah, I used to have all these alts in 24/7, so I would try to like, I would try to have ones. I would try to just come up with stuff that was like obviously me and see how long it took them or whatever. I literally had one that was called Coach O's, like Coach O's Coat Show. That was my name. That was Coach O's Coat Show, and it took a while. It took people a while, but I would always do that. I would have like a name that was kind of obviously me
with your voice changer.
I didn't always use a voice changer. Sometimes I wouldn't even talk. Yeah, they wouldn't let me in there, man. It was kind of like if you guys did it to me now, I'd be probably even more upset. But I would just go to Gems.
Would you cry though?
I wouldn't cry. It is the thing is, it was just so shocking, just because I spent like 2 or 3 months hanging out with these people, and then I was what's it called, blackballed or outcasted or whatever. It's just not
24/7. They let you hang out for 3 months.
Yeah, they would. I mean, I helped shape that place a little bit because Ron Sheckelson used to fucking, when kids would come in, he would immediately start talking to them about Sandy Hook, the kids from Sandy Hook, how they were at the Super Bowl, and show them these pictures of them, and show pictures of the Prince of England, like doing the Illuminati hand signs. And I was like, dude, what you should do when new people come in is you should just talk to them about 2 things: the moon landing and 9/11. Gauge where they're at with that. Don't talk to them about this fucking crazy left field shit, because then they're just gonna think you're crazy. They're talking about the moon landing and 9/11.
That's what I used to do when I would drive Uber. I would start people with like, I would get a feel for where they're at. So I would bring up like 9/11, or depending on what was brought up, maybe Big Pharma or something easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like a big easy one.
Talk
Big
about
Pharma is easy.
Very strategical.
Yeah. But I noticed that they picked that up. They started taking that on.
Okay, so I kind of lost part of what you said. You were disguised as someone else on 24/7 for months. Is that it?
Dude, he used to try to go in there. Was Human Sheep your boy, Kosho? Not like your boy on Discord. I'm talking about your boy in like the secret agency underground world. You know what I mean? Like, was he maybe one of your secret agent 007 peoples? He was definitely something. My man's walking around with a British accent. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? My man's walking around with some British accent now. All right, good talk. Good talk, guys.
Are you listening? Oh, I wasn't. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. Or I wasn't pressing the wrong button.
You started the thing. We didn't get a countdown.
No, I didn't start anything, dude. I'll start in a second. But sheeple, yeah, that blew my mind, dude. I was flabbergasted. I said,
"What's sheeple?"
Human sheeple. He's a guy he acted as if he was from Cyprus, and what he did was he did this very annoying voice that it was very hard to understand him. So hard that you had to literally stop.
He did a fake voice for years. He did a fake voice for years.
Yes, and then eventually
I heard Gio talking about that.
Yeah, he's the one who stole the server. Like eventually, he took the ownership of 24/7, and immediately started. He made it a whole different place But it's weird though. Right before he did that, though, like literally the day before he did it, there was a debate that he put on, and it was actually the biggest debate. It was the biggest debate in the server. It was weird. It was like 100 and something people, and it was a flat versus globe versus concave versus simulator or something like that. It was pretty interesting. But then right after that, he made people like bow down to him, and he said he's most flat, and he would do like a audio thing when he came in the room, and so eventually the mods, they eventually just left the server and created a new one.
That's not what happened.
Okay, what happened?
The owner of the server went AWOL, so somebody had the option to take over the server, and Human Sheeple did this takeover thing.
Yeah,
not just everyone just left.
That's what I said. I didn't say the thing with the owner went AWOL way a long time ago, dude. The owner was never the owner. He was never there. Just the time.
Either way, is that your secret agent, buddy?
No.
You see each other at the summer picnics?
Not at all. But like I said, after that had happened, about a week later, after he was the high of what had happened had gone away. He was kind of depressed because the server had depleted and everyone moved to the new server. And
he was depressed. Was it the real guy or the guy with the British accent?
I never talked to him outside of that voice. Okay, so what I did was I had an interview.
Wait, you said you were depressed, or he was depressed?
He was depressed.
Was he the real? Was he actually the Cyprus guy, or is he the British guy that we know now?
He was the Cyprus. He was Cyprus. I've never.
Yeah, but now he talks with a British. He talks with a British accent now, though.
Yes, on his BitChute. That has nothing to do with any of this. Because when
who's the real guy? Dude, who's the real guy? Is it the Cyprus guy or this British guy?
Obviously, the British guy.
How do you know?
Because
obviously
he does a clean British accent, and he hangs out with other British people, and he has videos of him. Dude, he has a very good British accent.
Okay, so the Cyprus guy wasn't even real. So telling me how he felt is worthless because that wasn't even a real person.
Yeah, but he was. It doesn't matter.
He was not a real person. He was, literally a Pete Shea actor. Where's Pete Shea at when you need him?
Listen to the whole story, though, dude, because it's a pretty big deal. I had an interview with him, and in the interview, he described to me when he went to Lake Balaton. That's a very real event. He really went with Karen B and the rest of the whoever was there for FE Corps. He went to Lake Balaton in Hungary, I think it is, right? He paid to go there and went in the hotel and stayed with them. And the whole drama that went down with that. And he had the act going on the whole time.
Yeah, so that wasn't even a real guy. He was just playing an act. He was an actor. I don't give a fuck how he felt. It's worthless. How did the actor feel? Was he acting? Was it really? Did he really feel like that, or was he just acting? Because now we don't even know.
He could have been acting, but his story about what happened there was true. Everybody else corroborates.
Okay, so he went to this thing. So what? What does that mean?
Well, it's just funny. He said that like in the middle of the night, like he almost attacked Karen B. He had to move to a different room because of that. He tried to steal a canoe so he could canoe across the lake so he can set up a target in the middle of the lake. And they said it was too dangerous, and he did it anyways, and they had to lock him up in the hotel for a day. A bunch of stuff like that.
Dude, that dude wasn't real when he was with us. I don't like.
But his
whatever he
story is
did,
real.
like, yeah, but whatever he did is like, it's like worthless though. Who cares what he did? He wasn't even a real person. Dude, he used to put a friggin'. I was in a server he owned called the Ice Wall. He used to put a spirit level up to his screen on a picture of a globe and put a spirit level up to him and be like, it's flat. And then he'd put a spirit, like a 6-inch spirit level on the ground outside and be like, it's flat.
It's mostly level. It's mostly level. I don't. The thing that pisses me off the most is that he did all this. It annoyed people so much, and I don't know why he couldn't just make it more pleasant to hear. Like we had to stop what we were doing just so we can fucking listen to him, and it always sucked.
Because he was fucking dude. Because he was here to fuck it up. That's why. He wasn't here to fucking get the truth. He was here to fuck it up, obviously.
Well, have you seen his BitChute channel?
Yeah, dude, I don't even think we can talk about his BitChute channel here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we can't. But the stuff that he's doing on there also seems real, dude. He said he's wanted by the police for being like they call him the Doctor of Death or something. I forget what he said they call him. Oh no, they call him the Doctor. They call him the Doctor. That's what they call him. Anyways, none of this is important. I'm still gonna do. I'm sorry, dude. This old YouTube account. I have a lot of these yoga videos, and they get pulled up, and it's hard to not watch them. So I have to just go away. Hold on. And I won't post them anymore, Bacon. I know you don't like them or whatever. Sorry.
It's weird.
Weird?
Weird that you post it. I mean, it's weird to post this on a Flat Earth server. Doesn't make any sense. It is. Why would you do that? It's like you're in a 5th grade or something. I don't know.
Oh my god, dude. Why would you say something like that? Doesn't matter, dude. Let's what am I supposed to be posting? Oh yeah, hold on.
Not here.
Did 24/7 Flat Earth Discord get taken down or something like that? Somebody said something like that. Not Discord. I'm sorry, the YouTube. I mean.
Oh, it was recently unbanned from 24/7.
Oh wow, they only have 3. Oh wait, this is live. This is Flat Earth Discord live stream 3. Okay, let me see if I can find live stream 1. There's only 3 videos on here, so let me see if I can find the actual channel. Because
the actual channel or the parent channel?
One of the old channel, because that was cool that they had all the videos still on YouTube. I hope they still do. We don't like to talk about other servers in here, but I'm just looking for the YouTube channel. It looks like, yeah, that must have happened. That sucks, dude. That was a lot of resources, like a lot. Like you could just go back and pull up any video and see these conversations that happened such a long time ago. Oh man. Brenda debates. She has 160 viewers or members. Anyway, fine. I'm getting ready. By the way, I know I said I was gonna play that video. I just wanted to make an announcement that I'm about to stream a reference frame video. So if anyone's interested, they can click on my stream.
Yo, do the 10-second NASA countdown so I know when to not watch it.
Wow. I am going to do that. Okay, well, anyways, I'm going to do that. And I just want to let people know that if you want to speak up at any point, feel free, because I'll pause it and we'll talk about it. Or if you want to talk about something different, do that, because that's allowed, of course. So having said that, I thought you wanted me to count down because you were going to watch it, dude.
No, I said do the countdown.
Okay, where's the video?
Hold on, I'm gonna stream it. Give me a second. I gotta close down a bunch of my other apps because I don't want them.
Bro, I know the reference frame thing.
Yeah, did you ever watch the video?
I could make the video.
Okay, you can make the video, but you never seen the actual
video. I can make the video. I can make the video on reference frames, yes.
Right, so that's the problem, is that we have people on different pages, and we don't quite not that some of us are right, some of us are wrong, or some of us know things other people don't know, but we should start off on the same level playing field by being aware of the same facts. So that's why I'm going to play this, and we can watch it, and we can pause it and disagree, or pause it, discuss it, or just talk throughout it. And I'll just
Yeah, how long is the video? Because we've been talking about watching it for maybe possibly longer than the actual video is.
Also, I'm probably going to run it on 0.1 or 1.25 speed. Just slightly
Why?
faster.
No, I'm not watching it.
So just start.
I'm not watching it then.
Fine, I'm going to run it on regular speed. Fine.
Just stream it. Like,
I
why are
know,
you taking so?
0.75 speed or nothing.
I'm trying to close down my other apps and folders and stuff. Hold on.
Yeah, close out all your Grinder tabs and your.
Why would I have Grinder on? Why would I have Grinder on my PC?
I don't know how it works. I'm glad you know how it works. I don't know though.
Well, I've read into it, dude. It's an app. Doesn't matter. Almost there. Hold on. I'm gonna close all my.
How long is the video? How long is the
Never
video?
mind, you gotta go anyway.
No. You don't have to put.
Well, dinner's here. Okay,
Yeah,
so
well, you can just watch it. You don't have to talk. You just, just watch it in the background or something. Just pretend you're still here.
I don't have dinner in my room.
Wow, dude.
I'll be back. Just wait.
Well, this is gonna be the first showing. We're probably gonna have a matinee
Eat
as well.
fast. Eat fast, bacon. Hold on. Well, let's just wait for bacon. How long is it gonna take you to eat bacon? And how long is the video?
Length of the video because I want it to be a surprise. Let's just say it's 25 minutes. Okay. Great, dude. Bacon left because you started asking too many questions. It doesn't matter. Bacon already knows this stuff. So when he gets back, we can start over. We don't have to start over. Okay, hold on. I'm closing everything out.
Dude, I already know this stuff.
Well, that may be true. That may be true. I'm going to play it, though.
If there's something in here I don't know, I will send you $1 in Bitcoin. Okay. Bring you around the rosy, pocket full of posy.
Here too, because it's family friendly. It's not rated.
Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that song is about the Black Plague, dude.
These songs are evil, dude. There once was a woman who ate a fly. I don't know why. She'll probably die. Like, dude, these songs are like horrific. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall, like he died, or he got fucked up, or something. I don't know, man. All these songs are like people are always getting fucked up.
Wait, hold on. It doesn't make sense for me to use a 1080 or 720.
Nothing you do makes sense. So I don't know.
Will it be faster if I just do 720 and it just it'll be easier for people to see? I don't know how that works. If I do a lower frame rate and a lower resolution, will it make it easier to stream? I think so. I'm gonna do that.
I don't know. Your video's probably gonna suck anyway, so I don't know.
Okay, here we go. Tell me if it's bad quality. All right, we're on board now, guys.
No, I got the squares circling. I got a couple squares in a circle like you Vloggers. Oh, here we go. What's up?
Okay.
What's up, kiddo?
Now, guys, yeah, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, people come in and want to talk about something different, do the show at any point, and we'll stop and discuss it. Here it goes. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I like how he said level or horizontal because they're the same thing. That was my favorite part so far.
I told you I'd paused the video when somebody had something to say. I stepped away for a second. So what did you say, Jeremy?
I said my favorite part so far was the time when he said level or horizontal because they mean the same thing.
Did he say that? I missed that too.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, that was my favorite part.
Okay. Well, that's a good example of you make any comment you make, we'll pause it and we'll talk about it. But okay, we'll look into that. Just there's new people in here, Fundy, maybe the Leon. By the way, just to keep everybody up to speed, we're watching a movie about reference frames. You don't have to watch it, and we don't have to talk about it. We can talk about anything else, but barring any of that, and also if you have any comments, you can stop talking, and we'll stop it and talk about it. But yeah, having said that, I'm going to press play again.
Cool.
Yeah, welcome to the Show. This is what nerds do. Can we just pause it real quick?
Yeah, what's up, sir?
Oh, I just want to say you're probably the most boringest man in Texas. Anyways, carry on.
I don't think you've ever been to Texas, dude, so I don't know how you can say that.
I'm judging off of this video, but go ahead.
First of all, I didn't make this video, dude. This is a video that is the fundamentals. No, shout out to fundamental in here, but fundamentals of reference frames, dude. And something that we talk about in detail. And I feel like
we already know all this stuff, though.
I don't think
who doesn't know this.
A lot of people who we talk to.
Who doesn't know this? Anyone who's watching this video?
You.
Can you see who's watching this?
You. No, I'm not looking. I'm not worried about that.
I already know all this.
I don't know. It seems like we're not even halfway through yet. They might say something I've never heard of before. So far,
unlikely.
Yeah,
it's unlikely.
Fundy actually, he's good with reference frames. He's usually one of the good ones. You're always one of the bad ones, though, Jeremy. So here we go.
That's not even true. All right,
How
go
about
ahead.
earlier when he said what he said a couple minutes ago? He said all reference frames are equivalent. He said that earlier. Do you remember that?
That's a fucking opinion, though. I mean, how would he know?
Well, I mean, he said all reference frames with a constant velocity are equivalent, meaning that you can describe the path of the movement of the object from either of those reference frames, and they're all equally valid.
No, but only one of them is going to be happening in reality, though.
He didn't say that.
No.
That's the opposite.
I know he
point
didn't
of the
say
entire video.
Reality is the opposite of this whole video. All right.
I just want to make.
Why are you still here, Coach? Have you no home to go to?
I'm at home.
Party's over.
I'm about to go to the
Party's
store.
over.
Yeah, Pete, I just want to let you know we're watching a movie. We don't have to watch the movie. You can talk about something different if you like. And if you want to stop the movie to say something, feel free. That is all. I'm going to press play now, though, Pete, okay?
Stop. 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 He said it isn't a force at all. You heard him?
Well, you can guess
I've
what
been
comes
trying to
next.
explain that to you. I was
Guess
trying
what?
to explain that to you. Yeah, but I've been trying to explain that to you guys for years. There's no actual force there.
Okay, so we've been explaining
No
this to you.
force. Not a pseudo force. No force.
So what are you talking about? He just said it's first of all, he's about to say it's inertial. It's an inertial force. Inertial force is equal to pseudo force is equal to fictitious force. They mean the same thing. Those three words: fictitious, pseudo, and inertial forces. They're subsets of forces. They're not a force in themselves in every reference frame. They're reference frame dependent forces. He was about to express that.
Yeah. Yes, which means there's no force there. It's only because you're viewing it. It's like an illusion.
Not an illusion. It's a reference frame dependent force. He's about to say
Bob, the science guy, your boy Bob, research flat moon, super serious screen name guy. I explained the Coriolis force to him. The Coriolis effect to him one day, and he said, "No, that's not the Coriolis effect. That's just an optical illusion. That's literally all it is."
I often disagree with Bob. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah.
I actually was there, and I disagree with him that time too.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Because it is. It's literally just an optical illusion. There's no actual force there.
But it's important to understand what he's about to say, which is that it's not a real force, not in itself. It's a reference frame dependent force, a fictitious force, an inertial force. Let's see him say it, because he's about to say those exact words. Yeah, I remember this.
They're in a spinning room.
There you go.
Imagine there was no table. What would happen?
It'd probably fall on the ground, right?
Not in space, though, because all this is taking place in a room in space, ultimately, isn't it?
Hot mic.
Who's got the background noise?
That's Pete.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just walking away.
You ready? You're good, Pete. You're good, man.
I'm ready.
I love you, Pete. Perfectly real force.
Fictitious. Here comes the good part.
Frame of reference attached.
Oh, there we go. You know what? Dude? I actually was. Oh wow, Bacon, you back just in time, you fucking asshole. We just finished the video. Cannot believe you just fucking got back, dude.
What a shame.
Then it's too late. Then it's too late, Kosho.
Dude, you just missed out big
You
time,
just
Bacon.
aim when it was too late. The party is over.
Well, yeah, Jeremy had a realization.
Does Jeremy understand reference frames now?
Yeah, he does. He says that he's known this the whole time, and nothing new under the sun. That's what he says.
Nothing new under Aristarchus, Kosho. I have commentary to make on that, and it's very keen commentary as well. I think I've figured out what they've actually done. But Jeremy, if he's here, or someone else wants to comment directly on,
I do.
the
I actually want to comment on that.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Anyway, so in this video, they showed that every inertial reference frame, every reference frame that is moving at a constant velocity, is equivalent to one another. As they show with the things dropping and stuff, they had different paths. Some of those paths were curved. Some of those paths were straight, depending on which frame you were in. They were different, and they were both valid, as he said.
That's
no
dialytheism.
Well, hang on, Bacon. Let Jeremy come back
good.
in to respond as an opposing
Dialytheism.
impression, please.
You believe in two truths.
I really actually thought he was here when you did that, man.
Oh, really?
Okay, well, he's not here, is he, Kosho? So no one can respond from the other side. Well, okay, that's an issue. So if no one is willing to respond, I have something to say. Sure, absolutely. No denying what you had to present there does apply in reality, or experience or impression of reality. Absolutely, you can get confused easily by just not, especially if you're unaware of establishing reference frames. But there's a difference here. The thing is that you're extrapolating and saying that all of these principles apply to material bodies in the greater setting, because this is ultimately what the question is about here.
Hey,
What
yo,
is the
Pete,
greater
let me
nature
cut you off for a
of
second,
our
man.
reality? Go
Let me
ahead.
cut you off. We've already lost 2 viewers.
No, we're just describing our reality as we see it. It's not
Oh,
a
you're giving an
lie.
impression of your reality, and you're trying to say, okay, fair enough. I'm not taking away from the video presented. Who gives a fuck about viewers, man? Let's get to the heart of matters here. You're trying to extrapolate and say the same principles that you can experience terra firma, as indicated directly in your video there, can be applied to the greater. I guess we'll just stick to the heliocentric system. Is that the point here? So you'd have an equivalent sort of a system and relationship of motions between all the different bodies in the system as you describe it. Isn't that the ultimate point here? Go ahead, someone else who wants to talk. I mean, fucking hell. What am I? Am I dreary? Am I a burden? Am I overbearing? What's going on? I mean, honestly, I prefer if Geo kicked me out, or not you, Kosho, preferred me to leave. But people who are on a truth-seeking path, just asking questions. I've figured it out in a sense. I'm glad you don't care to hear. Well, how? What do you mean, Pete? You figured it out?
What do you mean? You figured it out?
Yeah, is that what they're
You know,
doing?
if I could jump in, I've heard this debate. I'm not that versed in it, but I appreciate the conversation as always. And it comes down to, in my mind, just the difference between this desire for a universal reference frame, and then the alternative is no, everything has an independent reference frame. And and as I look at this conversation, I say, what's the difference between those two positions on a philosophical basis? Why is this sort of idea that everybody has their individual independent reference frame, why is that more philosophically sound than saying there is a universal reference frame?
Well, those are mutually exclusive.
Well, what do you reckon, Bud? What's your conclusion? What's your answer to yourself? What do you reckon?
Those are.
I don't really know. It's like, I feel like in those videos, if you have a universal reference frame, everything kind of makes sense. You don't need to posit a fictitious force. You just kind of, resolve it in the context of what's the universal reference frame. But,
I will give you the answer then. This is all about a justification for why you can't feel, or no one else who's ever lived on Earth can feel the Earth surface motion. This is a justification for that. It is a lie,
Peter?
of course it is a lie, but within the lie there's a greater truth contained. So this is the raison
Peter.
d'etre for Einstein. This is the raison d'etre for Einstein, whether the Earth's surface moves or not. Because of course we're told via the historical tale that the Earth was already established to be a ball before it was established to move or not. Yeah. That's the official tale. I think we've come far enough now to realize that the official tale is an inversion of the truth. That's okay.
Peter.
That's okay.
Thank you,
Go
Peter.
ahead, Kosho.
I think that guy. I think the Leon. I think it was actually a good point, good question. I liked it. Okay, so, right, yeah. I think it's important to know that this philosophy, this agreement or disagreement about the universal reference frame or individual reference frames. This goes way back. Actually, I was thinking about it recently that it's actually Galileo and like Leibniz, whatever his name is. They both had this.
His name is.
Yeah, whatever his name is. They both had this idea of no universal frame. It was only Newton that brought up this universal frame. Okay, and then whenever they had discovered electromagnetic properties and like Maxwell's equations, they assumed that light speed was this constant speed in that universal frame. And so it's like a lot of physicists before and after Newton, because obviously after Newton we have Einstein, and now that's the paradigm we're in, is where there's no universal reference frame. But that's not a new thing also, because like I said, back with Galileo, Leibniz, a few other people,
Ignorance.
you know,
Ignorance.
back
But what do
then.
you
So
mean? You're
really
talking as if there's some sort of an official line where you've landed right now, the truth, kosher. Where do you stand right now? Where do you
well,
stand
since
right now?
Einstein's solution, or Einstein's understanding of what's happening in the case of, let's say, Michelson-Morley, is that there is no universal ether reference frame. That was what the ether was. It was this universal frame.
Right.
But there is no universal frame, and that every frame is in reference to some other frame, and there is no
Okay.
universal frame. That's
Right.
the
Thank
understanding
you.
we have today.
Thank you.
But
And here's what I'll say.
but I agree. But hold on. But I want to give validity to this other the guy, the Leon, what he spoke up and said, because I don't want to say that that's like absolution or whatever. That's just a paradigm we currently use.
Okay, you were after detailing a quick historical revision of the tale to date, right? That's fair enough. Here's where it comes into. If Leon wants to comment, apologies, Leon. Go ahead. I mean, honestly, I didn't mean to. Damn it. Go ahead. If you want to comment to what Kosher said, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I pretty much said everything, or asked the question. It's if we're gonna go with everybody has an independent reference frame. I just look at that word on a kind of like a philosophical level. What is an independent reference frame? Like, it sounds like it works in a kind of mathematical construction, and you can apply it in that way, but it still seems as philosophically based as a universal reference frame, and I'm hard pressed to understand how you can prove or negate.
I don't. Pete, come on. I don't see the connection between reference frames and philosophy, to be honest.
Let me tell you. I wanted to answer.
God's sake.
I wanted to answer Leon's question or just make a comment. Really, not really answer it, but
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll do that, Pete. So the ether sort of universal reference frame is so intuitive, right? I'm not saying your intuition is always correct, but it's so intuitive because of how like a kid versus like a 7'6" person will describe the size of something, right? Oh, this couch is enormous, I could fit 5 of me on this couch, right? Versus the guy who's like, man, my feet hang off the edge, like it's such a tiny couch, right? And it's like depending on what size you are, or say what speed you're moving, let's say like a door frame. The 7'7" dude is like, oh, what a tiny door frame. I got to bend down just to get through it. Right.
Hey, fundamentally, do you think you're helping here, bud?
I don't need
anything. Think you're helping?
Hey, left lane, your hot mic.
Thank you.
Anyway. Anyways,
fundamentally, do you think you're helping here, bud? Can I get in here because
let me just conclude. Let me just conclude.
Yeah, go ahead.
And someone should mute left lane. He's been hot micing a lot.
No, I just that once there.
Okay, go ahead.
I had
a lot,
please. I'm
a lot
trying
of
to get
leisure.
in as well, so go ahead.
Anyways, like a mature adult with understanding can tell you that, sure, someone who says, oh, this thing's huge versus the other guy who says this thing's small, we can entertain that they both really feel that way, and that's their true opinion. But the fact of the matter is that there is an actual truthful size to it that you wouldn't use the words big or small to actually describe. You'd give it in feet or inches or whatever. And it's the same universal size door in, it is what it is in its truthful size, its truthful sense. And, that's like that, you know what I mean? Like there is a universal size of things, no matter whether someone is going to say it's small or big.
Well, not really, no, because the whole contention is that like as that that object speeds up and approaches light speed or whatever it is in the Einstein EMF,
okay.
it becomes small relative to the stationary inertial observer. And
if you're going down that, if you're going down that avenue of approach, describing it like in all its possibilities, sure, but that's deeply related to the thing we were questioning in the first place about this whole general relativity stuff.
Okay, one second,
second,
please.
Yeah.
One moment, please. Okay, thank you for that. Fundamental. How you doing, by the way, bud? I always like to hear what you have to say. Very interesting on diverse range of topics, and you always speak well. Can I just say here, in relation to what Kosho is offering up, and I think we know well enough, Kosho is sort of detailed an official story, an official delivery. I think the fundamental aspect here is us understanding, or coming to understand, Einstein wasn't a ball earther. None of these people held that the ball earth as given, spinning ball, was a reality. So therefore there's some sort of decoding to be had from it. And this is my, well, I'm not going to go to the full extent, but the basic decoding, I think, is, this is the luminiferous ether. So the luminiferous ether was something that detailed within the heliocentric and beyond, sort of a spatial model, extended spatial model. It was something that was detailed to be still, right? It was motionless. It was all pervading. It was a medium necessary for things to exist and light to travel through, and also it was a frictionless medium, or whatever it was. So here's my point. If we're coming to the deeper layers, all of these this is all storytelling. All the great minds knew that the earth is not a spinning ball as given. So whatever we read from them then, or we hear from them, we understand that it is storytelling, but with a greater message. So here's my point. What I would say is that the alternative, the opposition of this luminiferous ether, is something that is enclosed as opposed to be non-enclosed or non-limited, as something that is in motion as opposed to something that is static, and something that I was going to say partakes in frictional activities, but yes, has a frictional interactive basis to its nature or core. And I think this is fundamental. And I will just finally say, Einstein's very reason for existing as the fabricated character was to decide whether Earth was in motion or not, and if it was in motion, and all of the rest of the universal bodies reflected the Earth's makeup, which is material of nature, well then this is a justification for creating these relative reference frames with everything in relative motion. So I'm just saying there's deeper layers, and I have more to say on that as well if anyone's interested. But I think that this is getting to the heart of matters, because none of these fucking characters believed what, if they existed, and I don't think they did, but they believed what the official story or what Kosho is presenting. So that's okay. I'll finish that there.
That was interesting. I've never heard of the fictitiousness of Einstein, but I will definitely entertain it.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You never heard of that? Einstein left his wife. Remember, there's an official story. There's an official conspiracy story, and then there's the deeper layers. He left his wife and fucked his cousin. If you look up his cousin, Elsa Einstein, it's a butch man in drag.
Yeah, I believe that actually. But before we get off the topic, that's all. Yeah, I think you kind of pointed out. It's like a paradigm difference. But I want to go back to like what that video was talking about and fictitious force. And so, like for instance, when they had that cart on the table and it was accelerating, when they dropped the weight, that would accelerate the cart. And then they had a camera, a slow motion camera, taking a picture. And then the ball dropped, and it went on an angle. It appeared to be going on an angle, due to the acceleration of the cart. Okay. And they're saying this is actually a fictitious force. We say that it's a fictitious force acting on the ball, really. But if you were the independent observer, the camera, okay, you would have no mistake that you're accelerating. So the cause of the ball dropping on an angle doesn't need any fictitiousness to it. You're accelerating. It's very crystal clear to you as an observer that you're motion is increasing. So that's what I'm kind of saying with respect to all of these problems is like you as an observer can test and know, you know, if you're moving, and it kind of goes to that universal reference frame, you know, but I don't get why there has to be a fictitious force element in that, in the camera's observation point of view, because the camera knows it's accelerating.
Can you share
well,
what's the thing that you're referring to, so I can?
It was the video that was being played earlier.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's like a there's like a rubber band attached to like a sliding platform, right? And it's gonna
see the video.
It's gonna it's gonna excel. Oh, you saw the video, so you know what he's talking about.
I'm asking if someone can link the video so I can watch it.
Just go, yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's not that complicated. There's just a platform with a ball suspended above it. There's like a pipe extending from the top of the platform, and it holds
I'm already
the ball.
lost. That's why I'm asking to see the video. It's much easier to
maybe
understand.
there's no point in expanding on that line fundamentally. Well, maybe for Bacon anyway, but for Leon and for Kosho, I guess, Bacon, you can just step back a second. Please continue.
Yeah.
Fundamental. I saw the video myself, or some of it anyway.
I just want to tell you that really when they introduce fictitious forces as being something that's like to be like really taken as like well, you could call it fictitious, but fictitious forces are just as real as other forces. What they do there is they kind of turn any force, like torque, into a fictitious force as well. Like no one ever words it that way, but when you start giving this amount of credit to fictitious forces and go into like la pretend world, and stop referring to the Earth as like a stationary environment, then you can make the arguments that the torque that turns your tire isn't actually accelerating your tire and spinning it, but because there's a reference frame where the entire universe is spinning and all of its objects are spinning around the center point of that wheel's center. The wheel is standing still, and the rest of the universe is the one revolving around it.
So I'm glad we watched this because that's not what a fictitious force is. By the way, Leftland, it was funny that you said that was a lot lizard.
Yeah, one second, Kosho. Let me just respond very briefly to fundamental. I promise I can just with 2 sentences. I promise I can with 2 sentences. So I will, Kosho. Fundamental. Okay, but all I was trying to say there. Okay, I see I'm rushed now because Kosho's trying to get in.
2 sentences. You take your time.
Okay. All I'm trying to say there, fundamental, you know the esoteric nature to all of this. So what we can write off as being immediately objectionable, maybe there's a deeper core truth to everything. And I think that's what we're getting at. Ultimately, everything conceals the ether and the greater nature of Earth. But go ahead, Kosho, go ahead.
Let me just say, I see it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I have the eyes to see it.
Okay, nice one. Now, Kosho will now bring you back into an official...
fictitious force, torque would not be involved. The fictitious force in the situations you're describing, it's simply, like I said, I use the term inertial force. Pseudo force is fine too. It's just a term that's used to describe that the force being applied is not an actual. It's not a force in every reference frame.
There's no interaction.
Force.
It's only a force in the accelerated frame. So if you're in the accelerated frame,
that's what I was talking about, though.
But a torque's not going to have that same application. A torque is a torque in every reference.
No, it does. No, it will, because check this out, right? The reason we call in the video where the platform was accelerating and it dropped the ball and the ball lagged behind it in motion. Well, you have a camera that follows at the same speed as the platform, right? And you see some sort of fictitious force pushing the ball to the left of the screen, right? And it's like, oh, it was actually the platform being accelerated from some pulley system pulling it, right? But from that reference frame, you're like, oh, the ball has somehow been forced to the left as the platform stays still. But, we know the platform's the one being accelerated and the ball wasn't pushed by anything, but we can describe it as a fictitious force, that it's moving slower or it's being moved, in a way different than it's the platform. And so if you acclimated to a spinning universe, and you considered the spinning universe from your perspective to be still, then if you spun an object in the opposite direction of the spinning universe, and from your perspective it looks like it's spinning, it's the one that's actually staying still while everything goes around it. And so it'd be a fictitious force of torque that is that is actually spinning this thing in front of you, but you're not actually spinning that thing. You're actually keeping this thing from spinning with the rest of you. You're like, it's actually, it's not moving.
Yeah, no, but that's the same. So that's a force that force you described exists in any frame. The only thing that you're saying is that if you're moving with it, then it seems like everything else is rotating instead. Or, but that's not the same thing as a fictitious force, which is if you're in the frame, if you're in the inertial frame, the fictitious force, there's no force acting on it, and it's actually just it's going in a linear path.
Right, but it's not an inertial frame because the camera feels the acceleration. If you were the camera, you would feel the acceleration. You wouldn't be in an inertial frame, and then you wouldn't have to use a fictitious force to explain the leftward path. You would say, "Oh, I'm accelerating." That would explain it better.
Yeah, but if you want to describe
you're describing.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Just say if you want to say, "Well, I'm accelerating," so I'm going to use that to describe that acceleration. Then you're not describing your reference frame. You're describing in the in the inertial frame. I mean, you don't have to be. Like, you don't have to be inertial to use an inertial frame. That doesn't change the fact that your reference frame is still non-inertial.
What he's saying is that if you're describing it from the inertial frame, then you're not going to describe anything other than the linear path that the object's taking. It'll be
but why not?
Because it's taking a linear path. There's no force.
No. I mean, why would you be under the presupposition that or the assumption that you're in an inertial frame?
Because you can you're allowed to describe it from any frame you want. So you can describe it from the inertial frame, or you can describe its movement from the non-inertial accelerated frame. And that's the case. If you're in the accelerated frame, that's where you're going to observe these accelerations, or things that appear to be accelerating that are really only accelerating because you're in an accelerated frame. And that's what we call pseudo or fictitious or inertial forces.
Yeah, but it's not wrong to then describe that same motion in an inertial frame. You can still do that. It's not invalid or anything.
Let me ask you this, Kosho. If you're in a train that is like constantly accelerating, it's getting faster and faster, and it's like you're always feeling pushed back into your seat, right? Because it never levels out at a certain speed. It just keeps on getting faster and faster. And you look out the window, and you see a car that's keeping up with you, also getting faster at the same rate, right out the window. Like, how can that ever be considered an inertial frame if you can feel that pressure of being like pushed back into your seat? Like, don't you just at that point just understand?
You feel that same thing here on Earth. You feel that constant downward acceleration. You don't consider then you to be on a non-inertial frame.
Yeah, we don't consider it inertial. Yeah, it's a non-inertial frame.
No, but can't you consider that frame that I described as inertial from a different perspective?
How?
Well, I don't know. You said like all frames of reference can be transformed into each other, can't they? From a matter of hypothetical reworkings.
Oh, you can describe the same thing in other reference frames if that's what you mean.
Right. So if you got me who's accelerating, and you got a car that I'm looking at accelerating at the same pace, and to my sight, the car and I appear to be still motionless, right? The car outside the window and me where I'm sitting, I consider both of us to be at rest. because I look straight at it, and it doesn't. It just stays right there in my vision, right?
Yeah,
But
in your reference frame, neither your position or the car's position is changing. So in your reference frame, both of them have zero movement.
right, but I can feel the pressure of being pushed upon, on the back of the seat, right? So like, isn't that a dead giveaway that you're in motion if you're getting pushed on from one side constantly?
Well, that would mean that the Earth is moving upwards, wouldn't it? Because we constantly feel
Well,
that here on Earth.
Or the pressure we're feeling isn't due to acceleration or anything. But,
right.
Oh, then that would. Yeah, so that could very well be the answer for Fundy's example. Like if that doesn't require Earth to be going up, then it also doesn't require that the train is not inertial.
But
there
there's
might be
different
just a
types.
force that pulls you backwards.
Well, you'd
But
have to
there's- now-
explain the cause of that force, and so like it's either gravity or it's acceleration, and but you're saying
doesn't
it
have
could
to-
be just
no.
nothing. Or...
I
No,
think it's
that's exactly what you
extrapolation
said. It's either
justification.
there's either a force or you're accelerating. It's one or the other.
In the video about extrapolation justification, so we can experience these things on Earth, and therefore the sky can and indeed has proven to be, in scientific terms, this way because we can appreciate the phenomena on Earth. Isn't this what it's all about ultimately? Tell the truth, Bacon. This is what it's all about.
If there's no downward force or anything, and you're in an elevator, and the other elevator is moving upward at 90.8 meters per second squared, so it's constantly accelerating upward. Whatever you drop inside of the elevator is going to hit the ground of the elevator at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Agreed.
And
Agreed.
that experience is exactly the same experience we have here on the
Agreed.
surface of the Earth.
I wouldn't
We
say
can
it's the
replicate
exact
that on
same
Earth.
experience. I wouldn't say it's the
No.
exact same experience. In fact,
What's the difference?
Those are two wildly different experiences.
What's the difference?
At every level. One, you're in an elevator. The other, you're on an Earth. Okay.
That's not an experience. That's the
But
scenario.
we can agree.
I
We
agree
can
the
agree
scenarios
on the
are
Earth
Okay,
completely
that's fine.
different.
experience.
Pete,
Yeah,
one
that's-
second, Pete.
yeah. Go ahead.
Pete. Yeah, the scenario is completely different. I agree, but the experience is the same. That's the whole.
Well, I don't know about that. Okay, so if we say that the cause of the pressure we feel sitting on our chair, if we say that has to do more with buoyancy and the whole flat Earth argument, and then the feel that you feel being pressed down in the elevator has to do with acceleration. If those are true, if that's the case, then these are two different phenomenon.
Yes.
It's just they
That's what I'm saying.
appear similar.
Extrapolation justification. And
Buoyancy.
1 second, Bacon. Let me get in
Or
now,
density
please.
or whatever.
Yes. 1 second. That's what I'm saying. We can experience the same phenomenon in a lift as Bacon describes there, and we can measure or calculate the same thing. Fair enough. We can come to different reasoning regarding what's exactly happening, but the problem lies when you extrapolate and you say that this is the basic fundamental operating principle of the greater material system, heliocentric and beyond system that you present, Bacon. There is this gap then, as Leon said, if it is Leon, how you doing, bud, by the way? Yes, yeah, when it comes to Earth and ventures into areas that we can't replicate on Earth, well, then that becomes a different matter. So yes, I agree. The fundamental problem issue, extrapolation, justification. That's what I think the bowlers are all about. But anyway, go ahead.
I think in their paradigm, it's sort of rhetorical, but if I'm wrong, tell me. But I expect the answer to be yes. If I have
You're
like
wrong.
a metal, yeah, it is funny. If I have a metal ceiling and I stick a magnet to the ceiling above me, it isn't gonna fall, right? And to my perspective, it looks like it's still, but you guys would argue that it's accelerating upwards because it isn't falling, right?
No,
No, it's still.
it's the thing is stuck on the ceiling. Is that what you say?
Oh, what a feeling!
Yeah, it's it's in contact with the ceiling and it's not falling.
Right. Yeah. So it's not accelerating.
Uh-oh.
What?
There's a problem. Do you not see the problem?
You don't see, you just abandon all the points you made thus far.
No. Why? What do you mean?
So if you're not gonna say from you're not gonna say from from a relative standpoint, the magnet is accelerating upwards.
On the relativity, you mean?
Yeah, but you just want to tell me that the magnet stuck to the ceiling? It's just still, period.
No, I mean, I'm describing in the reference frame that you would describe, which is in yours reference frame staring at the magnet. Yeah, in that reference frame, it's not accelerating. Now, if you want to talk about like in reference to space time under relativity, then yeah, that's something else. I thought we were just talking about like Newtonian mechanics.
Earth is falling. 1 second. So I think we should broaden the spectrum here because these are difficult concepts to wrap our brains around. So if we broaden the spectrum here, is Earth falling constantly, Bacon? Is Earth constantly falling?
Falling towards the sun, you mean?
I don't know. If you have a mass will fall, right? If you have it has a weight, it will fall. So in terrestrial terms, right? The lesser the medium, the quicker it will fall. Is that correct? The quicker it will.
Kinda. I mean, there's a natural acceleration which is around 9.8 meters per second squared. Medium just slows that down, but you
Which
don't
just
get
means
more than that.
That's another one of these complicated or seemingly complicated terms. Let's just call it 10 meters per second every second. All that means is if you're taking a snapshot of something that is falling, then as you gauge it in 1 second, it falls 10 meters, and as they gauge it in a second, it still falls 10 meters, but now it falls 10 meters plus the 10 meters that it fell in the first second. So it's a cumulative. It's not so complicated as it seems. But
It's a
if there's
squared function.
in the vacuum or the emptiness of space, then is the Earth, due to its weight alone, constantly falling in some direction, or is it falling in no
Yeah, it's
direction,
falling
or is
towards
it
the sun.
floating?
It's falling towards
Why
the
would it
sun.
fall towards the sun? Shouldn't it not fall away from the sun? Because the sun is the sun moving? Is the sun itself falling in relation to the galaxy?
Yeah, the whole solar system is falling in relation to the galaxy.
Everything
Not
is
just the sun.
falling around everything else.
Yeah, that's pretty much how orbits are described. Things falling, or like the Earth, the moon's falling towards the Earth, the Earth's falling towards the moon. That's how you get orbits.
I think that's mad
Orbits are
to
free fall.
consider, isn't it?
That's pretty much what
Isn't that
orbits are.
mad to
Just
consider
free
in
fall.
the emptiness, the vast emptiness of space as we are living right now, Bacon? Can you see it's always it's a perfect symmetry, a perfect balance, but there's no tethers, right? There's no tethers. So that's where we take ourselves away from the shackles of terrestrial consideration and move ourselves into the spatial reality. There's no tethers, and of course you're going to talk about space time distortion or whatever fabrics. It doesn't matter. But if we think of this beautiful symmetry that everything is falling around something else, that's mind-boggling. That's the only word I can think of. That's mind-boggling.
By the way, I struck up a conversation with Chat GPT asking it to explain electricity to me. And I did learn a lot about like the mainstream opinion, and I learned where the line is drawn between like conventional sort of electric terms end and where like quantum begins. Because I mean, I don't mean to interrupt. If you want to finish this, I just want to announce that I could like summarize that for you soon and tell you how funny it was and tell you all about it whenever anyone wants to hear it. But back to you, Pete, or whatever. I know
No,
you
no,
might want
that's
to
good.
wrap.
That's I'd love to hear
I'll
that
comment something.
at another time. But or not at a bit. But actually, that you mention it. What do you think after due consideration, of course, fundamental? What do you think electricity is? Well, I give you my answer first of all. I think
Sure.
electricity fundamentally is a collation of ether. So a collection of ether. Ether is the vaguity. Electricity is the sort of intensity. It's the formulation of the ether. It's the collection or the collation of the ether in an accelerated sort of manner. But what do you think electricity is? And yeah, Bacon, you can answer as well, of course. I don't think you're going to satisfy me or fundamental. But what do you think about that, Fundal? I mean, everything coming back to ether, this prevailing energy that gives life energy, frequency, gives vibration, gives essence to everything, especially every material thing outside of the spirit. What do you think? Is everything a metaphor for these basic constituent parts of our
Uh-huh.
reality? I think maybe. I think maybe.
Yeah, definitely a very profound constituent part of the operations of almost everything. Really, there's little that escapes the touch of having an electric nature. But about the ether, especially, like I cannot emphasize this enough, but especially after like a hour-long conversation, really backing ChatGPT into corners and stuff, I feel even more confident that the ether is an extremely valuable
Nice one.
speculation on how these things work,
Nice
because
one.
you can ask enough like why and how questions on the topic of electricity, and I can show you what happened as a result, and it admits, like it absolutely admits to me. It said, listen, don't worry about it. The 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 the, the furthest I can take you just results in figures of speech that have no relationship to anything we can detect or measure or even consider real for any reason. We just our understanding of electricity just results in just like a pretend
Oh.
scenario, and it was actually
Um,
it all boiled down towards these charged particles that it wants to talk about, whether it's what is it, ions, protons, or electrons. And it said um, there is a space around a charged particle that will affect other charged particles that enter into a region of space surrounding it, and that is where every charged particle is surrounded by an electric field, and
mm,
that the particles don't interact, but the fields around the particles interact. And I said, what's the
okay.
field made out of that surrounds the particles? And um, it said the electric field that surrounds a particle isn't made out of anything. It's just a property of space and a way of imagining that it has an influence that extends beyond its reach in just in a completely like imaginary way. There's no
Okay.
there's no a there's no agent. There's no actual agent it can describe that has an influence on anything else. It's just if you enter my like psychic bubble,
Mm.
right? Then I will affect you, and no
So,
physical contact is necessary. Just if you enter my space, I have a realm of influence. I said, well, what
okay.
is that realm of influence made out of? And it said, oh, it's just space, and it's just a property space can have. And I said, space doesn't have those properties alone. Something else must be going on. And I said, listen, man, just think about it that way. Don't ask me again what like the electric field is made out of that surrounds charged particles. It's just an inherent sort of magic power it has that is completely indescribable.
Okay, that's so great. I tell you this much. I was actually told, I was asked the same question today when I was talking about this over in Gem Pandas, as is earlier on this afternoon. And first of all, I want to know where I can hire this similar type of prostitute. I mean, I mean, this are some
What?
great conversations after sex, man. What do you, where can I get
Get out
such
of
a
here.
contact from you?
Get out of here, man.
Okay, sorry about that. That was a joke. Okay, I'm not sure about. Okay. I obviously knew what you were talking about, but that was a little bit of a joke. But I'm thinking now that this emergent chat, whatever AI, however to describe it, it still has boundaries. It still has
Oh yeah.
boundaries, and that are the programmed boundaries. And I would say this to flat earthers. I would say this especially to myself. I'm not saying it to myself, but some of the things that I've talked about, I'm not going to say discovered, but I definitely sort of came to appreciate and move on from. You know what I mean? No, I haven't heard anyone. You can't Google it. You can't Google it. So I'm thinking that the chat G is it's pretty much just a convenient equivalent for your own brain itself and your ability to search information on the internet. You know what I mean? So if you
Yeah.
have the right tuned in
It's
mind,
just
you'll be able to follow links where you will be led to greater or deeper truths that are already laid down. So that's what I'm thinking initially, fundamental. But that's very interesting. That's so interesting.
yeah. Let me just. I had a moment of clarity, just spontaneously, while you're talking, as just a better way to summarize what I was saying, is that Chat GPT, which I view as uh, through my analysis of its answers, is definitely giving like a very good representation of the mainstream. I don't think it's making mistakes. I don't think it's misrepresenting anything or it's
Oh, it is a
confused.
lot.
Well, I haven't quoted it verbatim, so you wouldn't know that yet. I'm just telling my takeaways from my
Yeah.
conversation with it. But and we can go through that in detail, of course. But that comment was a little premature. But just to summarize what I was saying is that uh, I backed Chat GPT to a corner where it didn't, but it might as well have just used the word magic. That our understanding of
Right.
science, when explored and delved into as deep as possible, just has manners of speaking like fields and other terms they can't
Right.
describe. That when you ask them, they say, "Listen, man, it's just magic, psychic force fields." That aren't made out
You
of anything
know,
besides
I
consciousness itself.
I fundamental I so you can go back I
Hey, I
guess Jen
wasn't
Panda
commenting on
deletes his
your
channel every
experience.
24 hours, but when I was asked the exact same thing, I pointed out the difference between luminiferous ether and actual ether, this life-giving essence, and I was asked for by Larry Schubel, who is a very predominant character, a very aware, a knowledgeable character on the Ball Earth side, of course, an anti-flat earther, but that's okay. I was asked to detail some of the properties of this ether that I spoke about, which is in motion, which is confined as opposed to luminiferous ether. And I said, Larry, you have to put me on a spot because I don't think there's any sort of language that I can speak to you that will satisfy you. I can't give you any equations. I can't
That's
give you
true.
any sort of. But I said,
Yeah,
I did actually use that word in a sense. It's magic. I'd have to invoke magical terms and talk in poetical terms because there's nothing to compare it against. It's the
there
actual
isn't.
force or itself. So you
Yeah,
cannot
you're
use
correct.
comparative terms. And I'm just saying that because I did actually say exactly the same thing as this. What did you say? GTA.
GPT.
GTT got a prostitute you can hire in
Get
LA.
out of here, man.
Brilliant, man.
Why is that such a
Yeah,
Yeah,
when
trigger word?
I yeah
but
when you said
I understand. I understand what you're saying, though. Go ahead.
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
when you mentioned that in your experience it's make giving a fair representation is not making mistakes, and I said that it does make mistakes. I wasn't saying that in your experience it makes mistakes. I'm saying it makes mistakes. Period. Because
Oh, sure.
yeah.
That no.
Also,
No,
you said
yeah,
that was
yeah.
premature because you didn't say what your experience was or whatever,
L-
but
let,
that
let me
wasn't
let
what
me
I
tell you.
was referring to.
Let me tell you a mistake. Let me tell you a real struggle I've had with Chat GBT. It can actually make um, like graphs for you, like outside of the normal operations of just lines of text, like see it like in a Microsoft Word doc, like a Microsoft Word document, it can actually utilize this different function where it can have like diagonal lines that stretch like throughout different. It actually opens up a little window within like the conversation window, like a little sub window where it can actually kind of draw you pictures. And I told it make I said put the numbers 1 through 23 in the shape of a 24-hour clock, and it literally made like a zigzag double helix like mess, like it could. And I tried to help it so much. It does not understand how to say like use a text document to form like a something representing like a circle, right? Well, like even a kindergartner could do that, right? You put a 0 in the middle of the page, and then you like you press tab a few times, or you put 2 zeros on either side of it, one line below, and you can kind of work out the shape of the image of a circle, kind of made out of like periods or whatever, utilizing like.
I can get it to do that right now.
No, I tried it to, but it actually had a really easy time. I said, make a rhombus out of zeros, and it made a perfect rhombus for me. It could not do the circle though, and I tried helping it so much, it just could never do it. They were always so skewed and.
Hey, because I made a picture, can you ask? I'm wondering, this is fantastic. I think someone like yourself, Fundamental, will get great mileage out of this. But I'm just wondering, I mean, if you said, can you give me a pictorial, to the best of your ability, AI, I'm sure you have a pet name for it, of, what is it, Eccentricia Galumbitz, she is the far-famed triple-breasted whore of Eradicon 6 from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
It won't do that. No, it won't do that.
You can type in. Actually, I've seen it. AI generated heroes, superheroes, or supervillains of all the countries on Earth.
Yeah, but we're just dealing with like lines of text. It doesn't generate images. It only generates like lines of text.
Okay, maybe it could describe.
But a human could do that.
Galumbitz, the triple-breasted whore of Erotica 6 from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, in erotic terms in text. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, kidding there. Okay.
No, but I mean, you're kind of like joking, but a human could actually make like a black and white picture of anything on a text document given enough space. Like if you've ever seen like a whole bunch of photos of people's faces, like thousands of photos of different people's faces, and then they'll cut them all out and put them on a wall to form an even larger sort of artwork of a different person's face. You know what I mean?
Yes, I have, of course. And I think art is dead. Art is dying, and I'm not actually unhappy to hear that. Actually, not unhappy to hear that, because in a sense, art is artifice. It's a pale or best representation of a truth or a reality, if you want to put it like that. And the AI, seemingly to me anyway, has this role to fill. Now we all become equal. There's no more heroes. You know what I mean? So now the spirit of us comes into its play, and that's limitless, isn't it? You don't need to engage in art if you already know. Do you know what I mean? So I think this is representative of the different era we're entering into. Fundamental Pisces to Aquarius. I reckon 2012, 21st of December actually happened. We'll just recognize it in hindsight.
There's no need to reckon about anything. I don't know why, but there is like a strict like a criteria that needs to be met to be considered the age of Aquarius. All I gotta do is draw a line in the sky and then say, where does the sun rise on the spring equinox? Is it above or below that line? I don't know why people find it so hard to answer. I think I could probably for
No,
myself figure out with
no, no,
Stellarium, but
no. 1 second,
you never get a clear
fundamental.
answer. Okay.
And 1 second, fundamental. You have to throw everything that's been given to us as laid down out. Not so much do Nathan Oakley on it and just be born again with a new childlike wonder. Understand that everything that's given to us is an inversion of the truth. Man has created the constellations by connecting these different lines in the sky, right? So what you got to
No,
do is take out your cosmic eraser, erase all the lines, the straight lines that man has drawn in, and now see the circles in the sky for the first time. That's a challenge for you, bud. Wonder, have you
no,
ever
no,
considered that?
no, no. I'm fine with that, man. I entertain many different perspectives all at once. I was
Good.
just saying, like, I was just saying on a technical level, there should be no reckoning or pondering or considering when it comes to the age of Pisces into Aquarius. There should be, and it's really I'll have to figure it out for myself because no one on the internet actually seems to have a straightforward answer of like the exact time, month, week, day, hour, minute, second of when it'll actually happen. And there is such a thing. It's just a matter of where you draw that line in the sky, because
Where you come
the
from? Yeah.
the region of Pisces extends beyond the like the extent of the stars themselves. Like the you can still be in the age of Pisces even though the sun has moved beyond the reach of the connect the dot stars, because there's an empty space between the stars that make up Pisces, and there's an empty space between it and the stars of Aquarius, and there's an arbitrarily line drawn in the sand between the closest stars between the two, and that is just completely artificial and man-made. But if that's what we're dealing with, then like I said, it's just a matter of where is the sun on the first day of spring? Does it
What is the
rise
first day of
above or
spring?
below that line?
What is the first day of spring, bud?
The first day of spring, well, there is like a mathematical understanding of it when it comes to the exact moment of the equinox or the Passover. But it's generally, the way our calendar works and the way it's kept in place. It's generally going to be the 21st or any time or second between March 21st and March 23rd, somewhere in those 3 days.
I thought you might say that because someone called Fatherday Saints, who is also a member here, has brilliant stuff to say. I hope you've spoken with him before. If you haven't, I hope you do get to speak. I say you would have a great conversation with him. But he was talking about the 322 and the skull and bones. So 322 being March 22nd, and this ultimately secretly, occultly representing
Yeah,
the
that's
real
true.
new year, the real new year, the real new beginning, the real new emergence. And actually, I mentioned then how the skull and bones, if according to the story, that to become an initiate, you have to masturbate into a coffin. What's the association between the two? I was reckoning that it's or that the balance, it's the incorporation of life and death. So the sperm representing life, the desire, if you want, representing life, and then the coffin, of
That's
course,
a
representing
that's a
the
good
death
point.
in the coffin.
Before he's talking about pictures of penises, now I come in, he's talking about sperm.
I'm
What
talking
the
about
hell?
322. I see Montreal, the leader of America, George W. Bush, and his father, both members of Skull and Bones 322. And in order to be initiated, apparently, as we read it, I mean, what else are you supposed to go by? You have to masturbate into a coffin in a secret crypt on the grounds of Yale University or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not saying it to be rude or lewd or bawdy. I'm just saying that this is representative of this greater sort of birth and death cycle that we're all in the midst of. And I
Yeah,
really think that this is, and they put the sun at the center. And here's the problem, though: they put the sun at the center as if that's the natural source of light, but it isn't. It isn't. That's what I think. It's actually everything's reversed. The sun is kills us, man. The sun kills us. And I think that's a different matter. The sun is not natural, and it comes back to what flat Earth actually is. And actually, can I say this? Because isn't the laws of inversion? They've put every single heavenly skylight on a different plane. Everyone, the nearest one to us is our moon, and then you have everything. Then imagine just drawing concentric circles around your own positional point here. For eternity, everything's on a different and ever increasing plane of reference, right? But if we invert it, like we did with the ether versus the luminiferous ether, well, now is it possible that we have all of these expressions on a singular plane, maybe a contoured plane of reference if they did a great switcheroo and curved the Earth's surface and made the sky flat? I think that's very possible and indeed likely. They know it as well. We erase the lines of man. That's what I would just say to you, particularly fundamental, before I stop talking. Erase the lines of man in the sky and connect the circles. The line representing the diameter, or the male, or the circles then representing the ring representing the circle or the female or the zero. Okay.
I'll just say that more and more, as I continue to enjoy these sorts of conversation on these topics, at a certain point, just feel like it's probably worth not talking about and organizing it into the best overall delivery of all connected points possible to mention in one cohesive and condensed manner, because there's so much that needs to be said, and as a lot of people are gonna have issues with you trying to get it to them, but maybe that's just because this sort of information isn't meant to be delivered, on the spot when it comes up in related conversation, because I have the same issue. There's too much to say sometimes on a subject. There's just too much to say, and people don't come here honestly to partake in like a lecture, I guess. But I often feel very encouraged to do that sort of thing. But I'm ruining people's nights when I do that, unfortunately, because I could pick all sorts of topics and be like, I would love to tell you everything I know about this, but it just isn't the right time or place for that sort of
Yeah,
delivery.
we need to make time for Kosho and Bacon and Moyak Man and yeah. If we don't catch what they have to say today, we always know that they'll be back tomorrow. If we don't catch what they have to say tomorrow, we always know they'll be back the day after. So I get the pressure that you feel. I mean, there is true knowledge and true information to be broadcast. I'm kidding there, being sarcastic, but yes, I get you fundamentally. I guess it's about finding the proper forum or even the proper time within maybe this forum as well. Maybe a quieter time. And we've had
Both of
before as well.
absolutely.
And yeah.
Yeah, I don't think right now is that time, but they do come about every once in a while, usually later at night.
Well, I will say this before I go. I'm going to head off shortly, Dan. I will say one thing. Flat stationary Earth, PSYOP. What if the Earth is moving and is stationary at the same time? Is that possible? It just depends on
Of
how you
course it
define
is.
Earth. Depends on how you define Earth, doesn't is that's the whole thing, isn't it? It depends on how we define Earth. See, we've been given the
That's
blue
crucial.
marble and its proper context within this greater system, and if we erase that, and you have to redefine everything. So to say a flat Earth It's nonsensical. That's why they came up with a pizza. Just get a fucking tennis ball and squash it down. Then you have a flat, some representation. So yeah, again, this is sort of a little. I think it's a little help for us. We have to always get beyond the different levels. But yeah, is it possible that Earth itself is something different? It's something complete and entirely enclosed? I think so. Therefore, as we look at the sky, something is moving. Could it be something to do with the earth itself, whatever it is that is giving us this expression? Very possibly. We know that the earth's surface we're on is not moving. The very best gauge we ever have, which is the testimony of every man, woman, and child who's ever lived. If there's one thing that has to be true, is that the earth's surface that we're on is not moving. And if it turns out to be moving, well then we're living in an unappreciable reality. We have no ability to work it out. We have no ability to work it out because we have no benchmark
Fair enough,
or
bro.
basis to
Yep.
continue formulating thoughts upon. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, that's a different matter. I'll leave it there. Just on the thought that maybe Earth is moving, but Earth is not moving at the same time. Thanks for your ears, friends. And yeah, thank you especially, Fundamental. It's always good to talk to you, bud.
Yeah. Likewise, man. Have a good night.
That's one. I hope you get your moderator status one of these days in Gio's channel here. So I'll be rooting for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't think I'm the right man for the job, to be honest. But who is, in my opinion? No one really.
Oh yeah, no moderators anywhere. I always said in my own channel, no wrenches on flat Earth. Very good. But okay, take it easy, friends. Love to all.
All right, man. Peace out. I saw Bacon lighten up every once in a while. What's up, Bacon?
Yeah, I forgot to mute.
Oh, okay. So what's on anyone's mind? Who's even here? Who am I talking to here? Who can hear the sound of my voice? I know Bacon can.
I can, yeah.
Looks like it's just you and me, Bacon.
Yep.
So what do you think about this sort of summary? There were things back in the day that people thought of as things that they could rely upon, like size and motion and stillness. And then later on in the scientific vein of development, the things that people took as like a certainty were uprooted in their understanding of something that actually is certain or true, where the size of something is no longer a constant, the speed of something is no longer a constant, and that all of the things that were taken as something to rely upon as like a truth of the world were substituted with this substitution of making light the speed of light, or light itself and what it does, light the sort of backbone that everything will henceforth be rooted to, that light became the only absolute certainty that you can rely on, and everything is up for debate or up for a matter of perspective. Does that sound fair?
I'm
Does that
not
make
sure
sense?
if I picked up the question in there.
What I'm saying is that there were things that were unquestioned, and you could say taken for granted as certainties, like the size of this thing, or measuring the speed of a ball rolling down a hill. Right? It's like, we can measure the speed, the acceleration. We know that the speed this ball is rolling down the hill is absolutely this absolute certain speed. And then things like speeds and sizes of things that people used to consider sort of true, unquestionable, and absolute, something they can rely on, got uprooted with the whole when all of that was replaced by with general relativity and all these different reference frames, then there's no absolute reference. They uprooted all the certainties people had about the world and life, and they placed all of those certainties onto one single focus point, that the speed of light is the only thing that is certain and true always. Not the size of something. Your bed is a different size depending on how fast someone is traveling or how fast it is traveling.
I got the question already.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we have intuitions, and with those intuitions we can make sense of things, and it's very intuitive to think about absolute motion and absolute everything.
Super intuitive, yeah.
It works for the most of the cases that humans had to deal with nature. That understanding makes sense. Works.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But then that might not. I mean, that being intuitive doesn't mean that's the nature of reality. And
Fair enough.
Turns out some things can be actually described differently than being absolute the way we usually think about it, like motion. We quickly realized that you can describe motion from moving frames, and then things that are moving are no longer moving. Things that weren't moving now can be moving. If you're
that's not that. But hold on. At this level, though, of what you just mentioned about motion, that isn't an issue, because even the person who considers there to be like a universal framework, they can still say, sure, optically it'll observe, it'll seem to me like the bullet isn't traveling if I'm riding on a train beside the bullet, but then there's still this thought in the back of their head that this is only an illusion, right? The people, like, the idea of entertaining like how things will appear to not be moving because you're moving at the same speed as them, you can still believe in an absolute frame of reference or location, and understand at the same time that when you're in motion, or that things will have optical illusions about them, where these two things in motion will appear motionless, right, to each other. But that doesn't necessarily uproot the idea that there is a truthful, stationary, like, grid of locations, right? A reference frame.
Yeah, I wouldn't make the claim that there is not a true reference frame or a universe reference frame. There might be.
It's the intuitive approach, of course, how we all live. But I was just saying that even people who intuitively understand that, like, the earth is still, and there can be optical illusions that make it seem like something in motion is still, as long as I'm in motion, right? The observer is in motion with it. That doesn't take away from the initial standpoint. It's only when all of these things get abandoned and then reallocated onto the one thing that we say it is our anchor that we latch onto, and that boils down to the speed of light. We took all of the certainties we had about the understanding the world, and we threw them away. We said sizes, no, you can never really truly say what it is ultimately. There's nothing at all that you can describe ultimately about its nature, except for the one thing we anchored our certainty towards, being the speed of light, the backbone of our understanding of everything at this point. When you take that philosophical, very scientific approach, it's like that's the only thing you can rely on. Nothing is certain except for the speed of light?
You can rely on many things. The claim is just that there are very specific situations in which you might not want to rely on them, which are not the situations
That's
that
the
me and
point.
you and like most people in this world experience. So you can still, even given that all that is being claimed could be true, even if you accept that, you wouldn't make the way you trust in sizes and distances any less reliable.
Wait, are you disagreeing with me? It sounds like you are.
I'm disagreeing with the claim that none of that is reliable. Oh,
No,
it's only not reliable in
don't.
very specific circumstances that we
It,
don't
it,
usually experience.
if it's unreliable in any situation, then it isn't purely reliable. Yeah,
Oh,
and
I didn't say it was purely reliable.
no, exactly. Here's what I'm trying to say. Right, you just said purely reliable. That's what I like. To me, that's redundant. I understand you're using the word reliable in like a practical sense, like pragmatically, right? Because no human is ever going to move at speeds or distances that will have any drastic impact onto the measurement they take with their fucking tape measure, whatever. It's practical, but approaching it from the highest philosophical and scientific level we can, we'll say there is nothing purely there is. And back to this word we came to a common purely reliable, right? We have a mutual understanding of how we're going to go ahead using that term. What I'm saying is that light, like the way science has led us to think about things, the speed of light replaced all the things that we used to consider purely reliable, and we replaced all of those opinions and then reallocated that opinion directed towards the speed of light is the only purely reliable thing at all, period.
Fundy, I hate to shatter your notion of this thing being reliable, but you do know that they have discovered, well, they say in their fantasy that they have discovered things that are traveling faster than the speed of light. So that reliability factor is no more, I'm afraid.
Hold on, man. You know it's not my opinion, right? You know I'm not expressing my opinion. I'm talking about the mainstream take. Like
Can I
the.
respond to that?
Go ahead.
Right. If you take a deeper look in what that means, what this thing is going faster than the speed of light, what's actually going on there, and what's the whole thing about the speed of light being constant. If you take a deeper look into those things, you're gonna see there's no problem. There's no contradiction there. The speed of light is the same in the sense that information can travel faster than that. So the way oscillations on the electromagnetic field propagate is in the speed of light. Well, changes in whatever fields propagate in the speed of light, and those experiments aren't violating that.
Well, I'm not talking about that. If you're talking about Einstein's non-belief in that spooky action at a distance, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, you took it into you took it to a next level that we hadn't reached yet, and it's not necessarily like a retort to anything I said because, like I said, what I was explaining wasn't the opinion that I hold. It was just a description of my understanding of the opinion science holds. Right? Science has.
I get you.
Nothing is exact. Nothing is absolutely exactly true except for the speed of light. The speed of light is the only thing that is always what it is and nothing else.
Yeah, but Fundy, even according to them, that's not true.
So what are your examples of faster than speed of light information travel?
I didn't say faster than light information travel. I said there's something that travels faster than the speed of light that they say. And what that is when they look far out into the distance, they see galaxies that are traveling faster than the speed of light. They say, not me.
Oh, right,
Okay.
yeah. The space, yeah, space is expanding faster than speed of light. Yeah.
Ah, now he got it. Now we're tracking. You see that?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's still they're still not in contradiction to the because the claim
You're
of a speed
kidding
of
me,
light.
right? You're kidding
No,
me.
And nothing's moving
yeah,
faster than
definitely
speed
not.
of
The
light.
claim, the claim of the speed of light is not that there is this spell in the universe that no two things can be getting further away from each other faster than the speed of light. That's not what this thing means. The speed of light doesn't mean that there's this magical spell written in English that says two things can get away from each other faster than the speed of light. That is not what the speed of light is. Speed of light is just how fast information can propagate.
What does that even mean? Did you hear yourself while you said that? What does that even mean, bro?
It means, for example, if you have an antenna that can propagate electromagnetic, can oscillate the electromagnetic field, and you can send information like that, then you can't send information using that antenna faster than the speed of light, which would mean those oscillations in the electromagnetic field are also propagating in that same speed, which is the speed of light.
Can anything travel faster than the speed of light? Yes or no?
That's the English spell you're trying to stick to, which is not. I mean, it's a very shallow approach to what this actually means.
Shallow
You can
approach
use
to a
yeah,
coherent, precise
Hey,
statement. That's
no,
hey,
you're
shallow.
guy.
oversimplifying it, and if you're
Hey,
oversimplifying it, it's not an accurate depiction of the concept you're
hey,
describing.
guys. There's a real issue here in matters of like semantics and definitions of words, because Montreal gave his example, right? And and it really boils down to whether or not you consider space itself to be like informative or made of information in and of itself. You Bacon, you want to take the approach that space is something completely separate than how you use the word information, right?
This is easier than that. Man.
Nah, Fundy. They're just
Doesn't have to
double
even be
speaking,
space
bro.
time.
What's going on here is
No.
every time we catch their
No,
theory that doesn't work, they just add a patchwork.
it's
They
great
first
rhetoric,
said
man.
nothing travels than the speed of light. Then Fundy, they find something traveling faster than the speed of light. But they don't say,
Sure.
oh man, we were wrong about it. Don't interrupt me, please.
We're
I'm
just doing
almost done.
rhetoric, man. We're trying to give content.
It's not, this is facts, what I'm saying. This is not rhetoric. This is facts.
Hey, go
You
on, man.
guys thought that nothing travels faster than the speed of light. Fact. Then you discovered something traveling faster than the speed of light. Also a fact. So you didn't say, we were wrong about the speed of light. No, that's also a fact. What you went on and you did and said was, you know what? Let's just say space is traveling faster. Then we won't have to admit that we were wrong about the speed of light.
You guys take
That's
a
also
long
a fact.
time to say a little bit of things because that's not at all what's being said. Space time is not even the only thing that can happen
Hey,
with. You can use, for
careful how
instance,
you use you
you can use a
guys. Okay.
laser. You can use a laser and point it at the moon, and point it at one side of the moon to the other side of the moon. And it turns out that if you're talking strictly about the light on the surface of the moon, it actually is moving from one side to the other faster than the speed of light. It's moving from one side to the other as fast as speed of light. But the information that is
Yeah.
causing it to do that is coming from the source where you're at, and information cannot move faster than the speed of light. So
I don't
that's a
have an issue.
contradiction that's
I
even
don't have an
outside
issue with
of
that.
relativity. Anyways,
That's not the same information.
with relativity, it's not a statement that space is moving faster than the speed of light. It's that the space is expanding at a rate that is causing things to be moving to be separating in space.
You took a leap there.
Faster
You
than the
took a
speed
leap
of light.
there.
That's not neither of those are violations of the speed of light being what it is.
That wasn't. Nah, man. Listen, we all know about the point of illumination that a laser pointer will illuminate. Okay, like I got you there. It's not. There's no information traveling from one. It's not the same information traveling from one side of the moon to the other or from one side of the wall to the other with a laser pointer. It's the same in your opinion as someone with a machine gun firing bullets, and doing a spray of bullets from one side of the wall to the other. If you twist the gun or you pivot the gun fast enough, the time it takes for the bullet on the right side of the wall to hit versus the period between that and the bullet that hits the left side of the wall. Yeah, a bullet couldn't travel from the right side of the wall to the left side of the wall in this.
You are
in
giving an
the,
equivalent analogy. I don't get it.
I just think that the moon thing is completely irrelevant here. We understand how that works out.
Of course, it's a red herring. They always do that.
Yeah, it is a red herring to do the laser pointer example. Let's just address Essie's question straight up here.
I already did. You interrupted me throughout my answer. First of all, that's not irrelevant because what was said was that
it is irrelevant.
Something can't move away from something faster than the speed of light. And I'm talking about a beam of light being moved from one side to the other faster than the speed of light. That is not irrelevant. Second of all, I made a more is a point that was more exactly on the same topic, which was about what Essie had brought up about the light, about the distant galaxies appearing to be moving faster than the speed of light, which isn't even the observation. Well, the observation is that if you do the redshift calculation of how fast they're moving now, and you have to do the calculation to do that, you can't actually observe that. You can calculate how fast they're moving now, and it turns out that the calculation tells you that at this point, space is being created in between us that is causing them to be moving farther away from us at a rate that's faster than the speed of light. That's not a violation because that's not them moving at that rate. That's the space being created in between us.
Okay, but in layman's
for you.
But in layman's terms,
it would be harder.
Well, hold on. In layman's terms, if there is some distant galaxy at a certain distance from us, and then we measure it a year later, and it's further distant from us than what would be predicted by eliminating it by the speed of light. Oh, it moved a further distance away from us than even light could travel at its top speed.
And so if that happened.
Can't witness this. It's not, like I said, it's not a witnessable event. This is something that you just calculate based on the. Yeah.
Let's
it's a
rework
contradiction because something is moving away from you faster than the speed of light, right? How can you ever catch up to it to see it?
You can't.
You won't.
You understand,
exactly.
Fundy? It's all nonsense. At that point, it's all theoretical nonsense that they talk about. Nothing is real.
Well, that's
the point in which the point in which galaxies are moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, that light is no longer going to hit you anymore. So the light that you're still seeing is the light that left the galaxy before that was happening. When you reach that point, so you get no contradiction. You're just getting old light. You're not getting any information from anything that is traveling away from you faster than the speed of light because information can travel that fast. That is the claim. The claim isn't nothing can travel the speed of light. This is just a summarization of the actual claim, and you're picking up the summarization of the actual claim is, and then getting wrong conclusions with that, and saying there's a contradiction. There's only a contradiction because instead of using the actual claim, you're getting a simpler version of that claim that is easier to understand, but has also less context to it.
Sure.
Okay, so
but let's have some clarity here. Is there anything traveling faster than the speed of light? Yes or no?
In what sense?
In the sense that I just asked the question. Is there anything that is traveling faster than the speed of light?
Excluding illusions.
None of the claims that are illusions. The things about galaxies aren't illusions.
Don't give them a way out.
I'll say yes.
No. I'm not giving away. I'm not giving away them out. I'm pinning them into a corner. Don't bring up the. Don't bring up the laser. The point of illumination of a laser pointer's illuminance on a surface. Wow. Is there anything truly moving faster than the speed of light? Are you aware of any examples?
So you're adding the word truly, because if you don't, it changes the meaning, right? There's some extra meaning that you're adding by saying
it opens up the opportunity for you to give me illusions, like a laser pointer on the surface of a wall. Yeah. I don't mean illusions like the point of a laser pointer, the point of illumination on a wall traveling faster from the right side of the wall to the left side of the wall faster than the speed of light.
Illusion. Yeah, that's an easy to tell illusion. But in other situations, like a photon, right? So what is a photon? Is a photon an illusion? Because if I'm talking about,
we were looking for answer to the question though.
See where they brought you, Bundy? You see where they brought you?
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. When you're adding,
it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
You're changing the question, and I'm trying to get how you're changing.
It's a yes or no. We just lay this out.
Not a yes or no if I don't understand what the question is.
So let's just ask it again. Let's just ask it again.
Let me fucking speak, dude. Let me get to the end of one sentence.
But we're way off point.
No, we're not. You said when you say
no, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no, though.
I don't have patience. I don't have the patience.
That's okay. I mean, it's really simple. All I need to do is ask: Do you think without involving
only say red or blue? Don't say any other words. Just say red or blue.
Without involving illusions, is there anything you think moves faster than the speed of light?
Only say in or out. Don't say anything else but in or out.
You went on deafen because you want to let him talk.
Excluding illusions like the point of illuminance.
You wouldn't stop talking, so we just went on deafen.
That's pretty sad. I mean, we didn't want to get into the weeds about any of this. Do you or do you not think that there's anything truly moving faster than the speed of light, excluding illusions of appearance, optical illusions? Don't bring up laser pointer illuminated points on the surface of something is shining upon, where you pivot the laser pointer and the point of illuminance travels left to right faster than the speed of light from point A to point B. Something other than that.
You gave her out just like SE said.
No, it's not a point. It's not a way out because they couldn't even say no. They didn't even say no. I don't know. Bacon just freaked out and wasn't even willing to say no. All things that travel faster than the speed of light are just optical illusions.
Have you guys ever noticed that you guys try to restrict the answers so much so that you end up looking like you're correct to yourselves? But there's no need to restrict any answers. In this case, what Bacon was trying to ask you, or was because you refined the question into what's actually happening or whatever. So you're kind of inferring a movement with some reference frame, I guess that is universal. But in actuality, if something's moving faster than the speed of light, you're asking, can it move in reference to something else at a speed greater than the speed of light? The answer is yes.
What the hell are you talking about?
The answer indeed is yes. Things can move away from each other at a speed in reference to one another greater than the speed of light.
Coach, good for you.
Does anything travel faster than the speed of light? In this context that we're talking about, are the galaxies traveling faster than the speed of light? Simple question. The original question.
Just rewind the tapes just a little bit, SC, and just replay it. Because I just answered that question.
No, you didn't. No, you just went on a hodgepodge of this and that and between and somehow and this
SC,
and reference.
I know English is not your first language, but I'll try it again, okay?
Okay.
In reference to something else, right, which is how movement's described, in reference to something else. Without doing that, you're implying there's a universal frame. So we're going to stick to being in reference to something else. An object moving in reference to something else, can it move faster than the speed of light? The answer is yes.
How? So
I'm
here,
said it, SC, but you didn't understand it. So you want to translate it and fucking figure it out.
No, you didn't. You just said something can travel faster than the speed of light in reference to somebody else. I heard you clear, plain.
Yeah.
I mean, I do understand English, right?
What's an example of that?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Space being created at a distance far enough
Oh
such
my
that the
God.
distance being
No, we talking about
just stop
things.
it. Just stop. Both of you just stop it.
You
Put each
said
other's
two
hands over
things.
each other's mouths and just stop it, dude. You just
You
asked me a
said two
question, so just
things.
wait for the answer, okay?
You
I'm
said
giving you the
two
example.
things moving apart from
Space
each
being
other.
created,
respond?
if the space
Why
in
are you
between
not
two
letting him
objects.
respond? Hold on, Kosho. Hold on, why are you not letting him respond? Relax.
Because he started talking about space expanding when
I don't
his
care,
first
man. I don't give a
his
fuck
first
what he
state.
started talking about. Let him finish, dude.
I'm sorry
Sure.
for
Why not?
insulting your Greek origins essay. But it is getting aggravating because, like I said, you're asking questions and then you don't stop long enough to get the answers. It's just in the case that I'm describing right now, the two objects being two galaxies, with a distance great enough such that the space that's being created, which is happening at an accelerated rate, what is it called? 70 kilometers per megaparsec or something like that. So every megaparsec, these objects are moving away from each other at about 70 kilometers for each megaparsec. So that means that, and this is how much space is being created to give that effect. So because of this, if you're a great enough distance, that speed becomes greater than the speed of light. That doesn't mean that they're moving away from each other through space at that speed. That just means that the space is being created, and so these objects are moving farther at a greater distance that's greater than the speed of light.
Okay. Nice explanation. And by the way, don't be crying. We only both talked at the same time once with you, so chill on that. I almost cracked up dying of laughter when you were saying megaparsecs. I was thinking of Star Trek and Spock and Captain Kirk. You know, you think by saying megaparsecs you can make something travel faster than the speed of light and explain it away like that? Really, Kosho?
I was certainly hoping so. No, dude, I'm just using the actual unit for that's the acceleration of the universe, man. That's what it's known as. I don't know any other way to express that.
But just by you saying words like megaparsec, I mean, I don't know. I'm at a loss here. Do you actually think that means anything?
Yes.
It's a unit, isn't it?
Yes, it
it's
is.
just a unit.
Okay, so is the thing traveling between? He said between two things, right? So if I'm related to you, right, relative to you, Bacon, and you start traveling, can you travel faster than the speed of light relative to me? Using Kosho's
Yeah.
words, yes or no?
No. Yeah.
So one said yes and one said no. Which is it?
It's yes.
So yes, no.
Yes.
No, right, Kosho? I mean,
what? Why are you saying no? Who said no, dude?
I think he's saying you said no.
I didn't say anything. What are you talking about, dude? Bacon said yes.
My bad. I thought I heard one guy say yes, and if I didn't, it's my bad.
Okay, so they both say. What do you both agreed upon? Yes, something can move away from you faster than the speed of light.
Yep.
That's what they agreed upon. That's what they're saying. Okay, so you heard it. So something can travel faster than the speed of light, according to Bacon and Kosho.
Away from you.
Things can move away from each other faster than that speed. Yeah.
Away from you is the caveat there. Not that it's really a caveat, but
okay.
All
So what
is relative.
So by saying away from you, fundamental, does that change anything in your mind? Does that make it somehow acceptable or better, or does that explain the mechanism of why it can travel faster than the speed of light, since in their model nothing can travel faster than the speed of light?
Well, here's the thing, man. There's a real dipping in and out of general relativity. So if there's like two objects that start close to each other, and then one of them stays still, and the other one starts moving away from that other one that's standing still at like 75% the speed of light away from it, right? Which is possible because it's not moving the speed of light. And then after it's traveled for a couple of years at 75% of the speed of light, the one that stayed still, it decides to move in the opposite direction also at 75% of the speed of light. Now the distance between you, right, is growing, 75% the speed of light one way and the other way, but they want to tell you that you can always consider one object as stationary and the other one as having all of the collective movement, which would give this other object 150% the speed of light,
Nope.
traveling away from you from your reference point.
You're forgetting special relativity if you're saying that.
That's what's going on here. You bought a little bit of the Kool-Aid and you're trying to make excuses, right? Just like they are. In their model, nothing travels faster than the speed of light. Nothing. There's nothing that you can say to change that, right? Now they found something that violates that. They don't want to admit it. So now they're going to say that space is doing that as an exception to not violate that law. Do you understand that, Fundy?
Well, that's not the actual law.
That's not the actual law. Now it's going to say something else. It's going to change it. Watch.
Never was. No. It never was. It was just stated like that because it's a summarization of what the law actually is.
You hear that, Fundy? Now you're going to get educated what the actual law is.
You can go to the first papers of special relativity or general relativity. I don't know which one it is. And see if it just says that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. If you should find a sentence there, or if it's talking about how fast changes in the fields propagate. Those aren't the same claims.
In a world. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. Yeah, well,
you
if
live in a world of fantasy, bro. Bro, you're a young kid. You're impressionable. You live in a world of fantasy. You've been sold a bag of goods, right?
Don't be too insulting here, though.
Yeah, no, but he's making stuff up. Now he's saying that it's not.
Have you read those papers, Essie? Let's all treat each other as peers here. Not
Essie, how are you making something up if he's read it and you haven't?
So it doesn't state so all this time now that we've been saying it for 6-7 years. We've been saying nothing travels in the speed of light. That's been wrong.
Essie, do you understand those implications?
Hold on, Bacon read something and he's straightening us all out now. This is what
he's telling you. It doesn't say that.
Right.
So
okay,
in Maxwell's equations, which were made before Einstein, that was already established that due to the consequences of Maxwell's equations, the speed of light is constant in all reference frames, meaning that it doesn't matter which reference frame you're in, the speed of light is a constant. This is just a consequence of those laws. It comes out of those equations. So you don't have to just make that fact up or something. That just happens to be a fact of how things that we observe seem to be operating. And so Einstein was utilizing that fact to derive his special theory. His special theory is based on that fact and seeing how that would come out, like what would come from that. So that's all that's being said here. But that rule seems to be true. It seems to be true about all information, not just light. It's the speed at which the fields of, the quantum fields or space-time, whatever, the speed that the field interacts with itself. Like that's just the fastest speed that it does that.
Oh man, it's so fun listening to you guys, man. It truly is.
It's the fastest speed information can travel. It's the fastest speed that changes in fields propagate. That's the meaning. That's the meaning of saying nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. That meaning isn't broken by galaxies moving away from each other faster than the speed of light. That is not breaking the original meaning of that sentence.
Of course not. Yeah. Just try to make things up according to one sentence and try to make this fantasy work in your mind, bro. No worries. It's not a problem. I'm used to you guys making band-aids, right? You get Newtonian gravity wrong. We go with Einsteinian. You find Einsteinian gravity wrong. That's wrong. Then we invent dark matter, dark energy. You find this wrong, and you're just going to make patching. You're just going to keep up patching things. And guys like you are just going to buy it. Every excuse they make, every patch they invent, you're going to accept it.
All right, dude.
This isn't something
This does
new.
with such
That's the
figure without the
original.
rhetoric.
Yeah,
I
that's
want to
the
ask
original
him.
meaning of things not being able to travel faster. What we just described isn't a change in the meaning. That's the original meaning. When this was first brought up, that's what he was referring to. And you can read those articles for yourself, and then see if we're making this up or if that's actually what it means.
Regardless of what he originally meant, regardless of what it says, if he changes it tomorrow, if tomorrow he says spaghetti sauce is responsible for the expansion of space, you and Kosho will both agree that spaghetti sauce is responsible for the expansion of space.
And you and your
There's
flag
nothing
will
that
not
you
understand
guys
it
will
still.
not
You
use
get it.
critical thinking, man.
Right, I see. Right. So
So
here's what's
right
going to
now,
happen.
you're
I'm just going
trying
to
to make
continue to
the
insult
speed of
you.
light
If you
not the
continue
speed of light
to insult
just
us,
by
SC.
using one sentence that you read, bro. That's what you're trying to do.
SC, why don't you attempt to understand the things that we say to you instead of going on and on and on how we're crazy for believing things that you don't understand. Like, just try to understand it, dude.
No, I understand what you're saying,
SC,
bro.
I
get it.
promise to God and Allah and everybody there is that you don't understand it, dude. Okay?
Yes, I do, bro. I promise to God and Allah, you're the biggest sophist there is. You're trying to make an excuse now of why the speed of light is not the speed of light, and you're just not going to get away with it, bro. Everybody knows that the speed of light is the speed of light. They know that even Einstein refuted the spooky action at a distance because of the speed of light.
What? Dude,
Yeah, that's right, bro.
Dude. Check this
Tell
out.
me that's wrong.
Check
Tell
this
me
out.
that's wrong.
Check this out.
Seriously at this point.
Check this out, dude. When you have a radio tower, okay, and you are sending a radio signal, what you're doing is you send a signal that runs up and down the receiver or whatever, okay, and it's what's it called? Oscillating between an electric and a magnetic frequency, right? So this gives you an oscillating frequency, and
Does it go faster than the speed of light? Does it go faster than the speed? I don't give a shit about
Hold on,
radio
SE,
frequencies, man.
this is very
What
important.
does this have to do with what we're talking about?
This is the part that is supposed to click for you. So just hold on a second, dude. Because what happens is you send out this pulse. It does this in this rod, and it communicates, and not immediately, by the way. It communicates at the speed of C to the space right next to that space. Oscillates between the magnetic and the electric field. And so this oscillation speaks to the part next to it, again, at the same speed. So what happens is you get an oscillating field that radiates from that point at this speed, because this is the speed that the field is communicating with itself. Okay? And this is true for all information. It doesn't have to just be light, even gravitation. In order for this field to communicate to the field next to it, the part of the field and the part of the field next to it, in order for it to communicate it to it, what's propagating through it, it takes time for that information to be communicated. And that's this.
What did that have to do with what?
This is what the speed of light is, dude.
He didn't listen to what you said.
What's your point?
Serious?
Oh, that was a very good impression of me, but not as good as my impression of you.
Yeah, you missed it, SE.
They're just fumbling on, trying to excuse the breaking of the speed of light. This is what you're trying to do. Now, if you think you're succeeding in that's fine and dandy. But we'll let the people listening be the judge how you succeeded in your quest.
Well, we live in fantasy, and
yes, you
I'll
certainly
show you
do.
I show you the fantasy that I live in. I posted it on Livestream text.
Yeah, bro, you live in a fantasy. You believe that right now you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. Yes or no?
I'm traveling what?
You believe right now, me, I'm sitting in my chair right now, stationary. I believe I'm not moving. You believe in your cosmology that you're traveling right now at 1.5 million miles an hour through space, correct?
I didn't know that.
Sorry?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that's what your model claims?
The model claims that what's happening? I'm moving.
Right now, as you're giggling, you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. And you're pretending you know about light, the speed of light, and how it's broken. You're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour.
Well, only if the Earth is traveling at that same speed with me, because I'm still here on Earth.
Yeah, everything is moving at 1.5 million miles an hour. Right now,
Then that
you're not
sounds entirely
you're not stationary. You're not sitting where you are. Your model claims, and you believe that right now you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour.
You mean like around the galaxy? That sounds like the right number.
Sounds legit to you?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, why not? Would you
There
feel
you
that?
go. So why am I even talking to you? Yeah, my fault.
Yeah, big numbers. I mean, who could believe big numbers?
Yeah, I sometimes feel sorry for you guys, man. Really, honestly. And what kills me is you think you're right now. In your mind, you think you're correct.
Imagine how we feel, dude.
Yeah, imagine how somebody thinks of you that you believe right now that you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour.
You should have been here for our. I mean, you and Bacon missed it, dude. We had a whole presentation about reference frames. Both missed it.
That again?
Huh? Let's say what?
Want to see that again? I mean, since me and Essie are here.
Yeah, you and Essie both decided to play hooky today when we were all watching a reference frame video. Say what?
I was having dinner.
Hooky means that you guys skipped school. You guys skipped class, and we were watching reference frames. We watched the
I
video.
only skipped classes in college, and I think that's a high school subject. So.
Yeah, well, guess what? You guys skipped class, and we watched the video on reference frames. Fundy was there. Jeremy was speaking up, participating. Missed out on, all the ideas, but he was there. And there was other people too. Pete Shea was there, and you guys missed it. And I'm disappointed.
What's there that you're going to tell us? A reference frame, XYZ coordinate. Everything is relative to that. It could be either moving or not moving. You
The
can't tell
video
the
literally
difference.
had
Blah
nothing.
blah blah. We know your fantasy. What else can you tell us?
Yeah, the video had no new information. It was literally from like 1940 or some shit. It was in black and white.
I agree. The information is not new.
Yeah, it's
It's
super
just
old.
far
Like
from
we already
new.
been known that shit.
It's fucking
There's
old.
There's no way to come up with new information on reference frames. It's so.
That's what I mean. We've been known all that shit.
No, SE still just got it wrong just now, dude. He just said, "You guys think it's crazy. You guys think it's normal that you guys are traveling at 1,000,000 miles per hour." Blah blah blah, dude. If he was watching that video, he'd understand that that's meaningless. What you just said.
No, it's not meaningless. Of course, it's not me. Anybody in his right mind knows that they're not traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour now. Anybody who's been on a car, boat, motorcycle, skateboard, plane knows I'm right. Without a doubt. Only you and Bacon think that that's ridiculous. Or think that that's acceptable because you can say reference frames, constant motion, we don't feel it, blah, 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 blah. One revolution every 24 hours. Like, seriously, come on.
I mean, to be fair, at least they're not saying gas with a Z. So.
Not saying what?
Is
just
just
making
a joke.
fun, man. My Canadian accent. These are the guys that say 10 of, by the way, not 10 to.
You know, I'm not gonna catch none of that.
That's a Canadian American joke, bro. We slang each other. But seriously, you guys have to understand that your model is on the part of the ridiculous. We say we're not moving. You guys say we're moving, and not only are we moving, we're moving at 1.5 million miles an hour.
In reference to what?
There it is. Oh,
I mean, no, it's a legitimate question. Jeremy, hold on, Jeremy, is that a legitimate question? Jeremy,
to say that.
Jeremy, is that a legitimate question? What I asked, or is it ridiculous? I just asked that.
Don't you remember?
You were there, Jeremy.
Never ask that again.
I'd say it's ridiculous that you asked it because you're asking us.
Well, I'm proud. I'm actually, you know what? I take it back, Bacon. You played hooky, but I think it's because you didn't need to be there. Okay. But yeah, but Jeremy,
I
you
was
were
on
there.
mute. So, okay. Everyone relax. Whatever, it's a new reference and whatever they measured it to, because obviously they have the speed. So I don't know what they were referencing when they measured it, but obviously they must have been referencing something, right?
It's in reference to something. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's I see.
Sure.
Right?
So they referenced something and found out that's how fast we were moving.
Oh, no, but the question is, when someone he said that was a speed, so I'm asking, at what speed? At what in reference to what is that speed relevant?
Remember yesterday, Coach Show?
Whatever they referenced it to when they measured it.
That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. What did they reference? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, he knows.
I gotta go.
What did they reference?
I'll see you, Bacon.
I'll tell you what they reference it to. You ready? And then he's going to ask another question. Ready, Kosho?
Yeah, probably. I won't have any questions. Just tell me what it's referencing.
Ready for the answer? In your model?
We're ready.
Great attractor.
We're ready,
Everything is moving relative to the great attractor. How do you like that?
Oh, there we go. Easy peasy.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. That answers my question. So you're saying in reference to the point in space that I think our local system is orbiting around, or is it our galaxies in a local system?
Everything.
Well, no, it's not everything. That's not true. It's not.
Yes. You don't see. You don't know your own model, man. You don't know your own model.
Everything is everything, Lauren Hill.
You don't know. You haven't heard about the great attractor, Kosho. Jeremy, write it down. You're the scribe. Write the date down.
Did you write down the new mass
He's going to know all about it in 5 minutes and try to school me on it.
Oh, yeah, of course. To give him at least 3-4 minutes tops. Did you write down the new mass definition we got? Because I never heard that one before earlier.
Yeah. We got another one there. What was it?
That was a new one. The amount of energy, I don't know. We might have to run that tape back because I didn't catch it. People kept jumping in with craziness.
Yeah, we have definitely got a new one there. I forgot what it was. Damn it. Yeah, you're right.
I wanted to go over it with Jace, but I don't know. Kosho jumped in, and I feel like Kosho was trying to save Jace after Jace said that crazy shit.
Yeah, he came in as a tag team.
Yeah. Kosho tried to say Kosho knew Jace fucked up or something, and I was about to rip that shit to pieces. And Reese's Pieces, and now I can't even remember what Jace said. Thanks, Kosho. I know your game.
13 definitions of mass. My God.
I mean, I could have sworn
definition of mass. His is going to be the legit one. What are you talking
I could have sworn we said what is mass, and then Chucky jumped in and said kilograms. And then
I told Chucky that Jace is going to disagree with what he said.
And then I came in and I said to him, "Is a kilogram weight?" And he said, "No." Remember? And I told you, "Okay, Jeremy, get him."
Okay, anyways, do you understand that? That's what I said. Whenever you said the great attractor, I said, "Oh wait, was that the part that our local system is orbiting around, or that our galaxies are so local cluster orbiting around?" Yeah, it's what I said. It's the object that our local cluster is orbiting around. The
Told you 4 minutes.
Yeah, the Laniakea supercluster. It would be the center of mass, the gravitational point of that, not of the universe.
No, the great attractor, if that's what you're talking about, what I just said, according to your model, is where everything orbits around. All the galaxies, they form super galaxies, they form super clusters, and all is said to rotate around this said point. I'm not saying I believe it. Of course I don't. That's your model.
Okay. So it turns out, as I said,
You're wrong.
yeah, that you're just not incorrect about this, man. You're just not
Unless they
correct.
changed it. I mean, they
never changed it. They didn't change it. It never was that. So I don't know what to tell you, but it's not the center of the universe. It's the center of the supercluster. So we're in the local, like the local group is just describing our galaxy, and then the Andromeda galaxy, and a couple of
yeah,
smaller
all
galaxies.
those
And then we are part, and then we are part of
they
a
all
supercluster.
rotate one point.
We're a part of a supercluster, and that supercluster is not even the entire universe. That's just one supercluster. But the center of that supercluster is known as the Great Attractor.
What did I just tell you was going to do, Jeremy? What did I just tell you?
To begin with, dude.
It doesn't help if you're wrong.
How fast is the great
Everything
attractor moving through space?
rotates, and I was specific. I said galaxies, super clusters, and I specifically said they all rotate at one location.
Okay.
You're saying all the super clusters?
Go ahead, man.
You're saying all the super clusters are rotating around this one thing?
Is that what you're saying, SC?
Everything. I repeat, I'm going to say it again for the 5th time. Everything rotates at one point in your model.
So, what is the Laniakea supercluster? Is that everything, or is that only some part of everything?
And there's the genius that just came in to talk. Was I not clear, Jeremy, what I said in my statement?
No, you were clear. You definitely said there's more than one. You definitely said there's more than one supercluster, superclustize, whatever the plural form is.
All the
superclusters.
All the superclusters are rotating around its one spot. You're saying
exactly
everything,
and their model rotates at around.
Pretty clear statement. Yep. I don't know if it's true or not, but we're about to find out because Coach is going to be an expert on this in another
exactly.
Dude, it's already been said. It's already been stated, dude. It's already been stated. The local system. That's the first thing I said. You said, "Are you talking about what the local system is orbiting around?" That's what the orbit is. That's what the local system is orbiting around.
Yeah.
It's orbiting around the Laniakea supercluster.
Sophistry,
the name of our
City,
supercluster.
Blues. Everything going to come out of
his
mouth now is going to be sophistry.
SE. This is the name of our supercluster. This is what you're talking about now. Okay.
Kosho, define the great attractor.
I just said that. It's a part where everything in that Laniakea supercluster is orbiting around. It's the center point of gravity.
So you're saying the great attractor is the center point of a supercluster?
Yeah, the Laniakea supercluster. That's right.
Of our local supercluster.
Yes.
But
not all of them. Just our local one.
But SC is
just
saying
one.
The great attractor is the.
Well, I could have gotten the name wrong.
Sorry, Jeremy.
But everything rotates at one point. Maybe I could have got the name wrong of it.
Supercluster, yes.
But what?
In our supercluster has a center, and it's not all rotating around the supercluster.
About it.
That's not what he's saying.
You know what, Jerry? You know what?
If you're not talking about it, then you're not saying something that's true.
Well, then say you're wrong and explain yourself. I mean, okay. I mean, everyone gets it right now, right? Kosho says the great attractor. Define this. The definition of the great attractor is the center point of our supercluster, and you understand. Montreal says the great attractor is what all superclusters and everything, even the larger scale, groupings of whatever, like multiple superclusters that they have a neighborhood they belong to, even those things, everything is going around a great attractor. So you guys have a difference in definitions here.
No,
the great attractor.
We don't have a difference in definitions. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's just what's happening.
No, you're using the words great attractor in two different definitive ways.
You're using it the same way. He's wrong about it.
Well, that's to be seen.
No, I'm not wrong about it. I repeat, if I said the name wrong, great attractor, and I'm going to check it out again because I'm not at a place. I clearly stated everything: solar systems, galaxies, superclusters. I clearly stated all those things many times. You can play the tape back. I said all those things. They all rotate again in one center. Now maybe I got the name wrong. I'm going to check it again, but I clearly stated that.
If you have access to the text chat, I put in the text chat. The great attractor is reported. This is literally word for word what I put in the text chat. The great attractor is reported gravitational attraction in intergalactic space and the apparent central gravitational point of the Laniakea supercluster. Only the Laniakea supercluster, not everything.
Okay, what did I just say right now? Repeat what I just said 2 minutes ago.
You said the great attractor was the gravitational center of everything.
Right. And what did I just say now? I said maybe I got it wrong, the name. Did I not just say that?
Your name is right. The great attractor is the name. That part is right. What it does, you have wrong. That's the problem.
Right. And I said, I clearly stated after that I was referring to the center point where everything in the universe rotates. I clearly stated that. The galaxies, the clusters, and the superclusters.
But that's the problem.
Stated that.
Everything is moving away from each other. Nothing rotates on a grand galactic scale. It's all moving away from each other on an intergalactic scale.
Incorrect. Everything in your model is rotating around a center point. Check it out.
Well, let me ask the Glober. Let me ask the Globers here. Let me ask the Globers here. There's definitely like orbits of things, you know, and orbits nested within orbits, and they don't necessarily have to align, right? But of course, there is, what do they call it, like the plane of the solar system that all the planets like kind of align towards. You know how it kind of extends out.
They say it's a flat disk, but Fundy, watch what they did here now. All this is to take away the fact that I brought up the point that we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour and how ridiculous it is. All this is to divert from that. You understand?
But here's where the correction lies, though. In what you said, if we're moving at 1.5 million miles per hour, if you probably got that number in reference to the orbital speed around this the great attractor, and if the great attractor is
no, let me correct you right away. That speed is in reference to the cosmic background radiation.
You said it was in reference to you said earlier it was in reference
to the great attractor point.
Great attractor.
The orbital speed around the great attractor, right?
If I said that, I didn't get that part right, because that 1.5 million miles an hour is in reference to the cosmic background radiation.
How could you not notice that that's what you said when that's what we've been talking about for the past 20 minutes?
Well, I got that wrong, bro. It's
fine. Fair enough. I appreciate that. But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I got right or wrong if I misspoke on a few things.
You got it wrong, but it's weird that you're surprised that.
The matter is you're gonna focus on not directly talking about the 1.5 million miles an hour. This is
here's the way
Are we moving right now at 1.5 million miles an hour? Yes or no?
I'd say yes, around the great attractor, the center of the supercluster.
No. In reference to the cosmic background radiation. That's
even faster than that, probably. I mean, even faster than that, I'd expect.
Probably, yeah, but let them answer the question, Fundy. Please don't intervene in this for just 30 seconds, okay? Please try not to talk for 30 seconds. I know it's going to be difficult for you.
Come on, man! Don't treat me like that. I'm just trying to be part of the conversation. I feel like I've earned my place in this conversation. Give me a break.
Every time I
shut up, though.
You know what, Fundy? You go on ahead, bro. You do it without me. You don't need me. Go on.
Of course he needs you, man. You're SE.
SE's got it. He's got it all under control.
You think you can let me talk for 30 seconds, Fundy, without answering for them a question? What do you think?
I like answering your questions as well, especially when I disagree with you. If you're not open to that, I thought you were open to anyone who has a disagreement or comment to speak on your question.
Yeah,
I
but
thought I
bro,
was
I'm
in the right.
trying to get to
Whatever,
a
man.
point with them, not with you.
If you want to make, well, they're not the only ones who disagree with you.
Okay, so okay, Fundy, let me ask you the question then. Do you think right now we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, sir?
In tangential speed around the greater tractor, which is the center of our supercluster. But on top of that, we're moving at even greater speeds.
No, it's not around the transcendental speed of the supercluster. I repeat, it's in relation to the cosmic background radiation in their model, Fundy. Do you understand that?
I really don't understand how a temperature.
Check it out, bro.
Hold on. I didn't even finish my sentence. It only had 2 more words to complete. I don't see how a temperature has a speed.
So go educate yourself. In their model, the speed is in relation to the cosmic background radiation. Go educate yourself on that, Fundy. Right now, I'm asking them the question, not you, bro. The ballers.
You're asking everyone a question, man. You got my
No, I
answer.
wasn't
Go ahead and get
asking you the
theirs.
question, bro.
Go ahead and get. I answered. Go ahead and get
Made
their
that
answer
clear
now.
many times, bro. I'm not talking to you.
Listen, I'm welcome here, man. I'm welcome here. I gave you my answer. Now get theirs. Go ahead and get their answers. I gave you mine.
You guys on Team SE or Team Fundy? I'm with you, Fundy.
Answer his question though. I gave him my answer. What's your answer to his question?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, in reference to, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, we're moving that fast in reference to the CMB.
Well, that's not what I said. So you're on his team, not mine. That's fine.
Okay, well then I'm in a league of my own. Okay, here we go. I gotta go to the store. I'm gonna get in trouble. I was supposed to go a long time ago. I'm listening now.
All you gotta do is accumulate the different speeds, the different tangential speeds, and average them all out in accordance to compounding the different orbits we're involved in. Now we're going around the center of the Earth in your model at 1,000 miles per hour. Then you add that up in addition to the tangential speed of the orbit around the sun, which is what, 60,000, and then you got the sun going around the center of the galaxy at 600,000. So you got 660,000 miles per hour, and then you say, how fast is the galaxy going around the center of the supercluster or whatever, and you add a couple million miles per hour there, and they say is a super, and that's where you reach the 1.5 million tangential speed. But if the supercluster is going around something even greater, if it's involved in orbit or expanding or doing whatever or heading away, then you add that onto it. But no one involves that speed. You reach that 1.5 million miles per hour at that level, and there's speeds we're traveling faster than that in reference to something, the center, the pinpoint location of the Big Bang, where it'd be faster than the speed of light at that point. SE, we're moving faster than the speed of light. We're only doing the 1.5 million in reference to the center in the supercluster.
1.5 million miles an hour isn't even close to the speed of light.
No. That's only in reference to the center gravitational point of the whatever fucking supercluster thing.
Oh,
but
I see what you're saying. How fast is the supercluster moving?
Yeah, see, that's the part that no one will give you. That's the number that no one will offer. No one's even going to recommend a numerical answer to that because it's faster than the speed of light. How fast is the supercluster going? Well, in reference to what?
I'm
just
describing
describing their
model.
model.
The rest of this shit for. Did you hear my answer to your question or no?
I don't think I did. I didn't think I
said
asked a question though. But go ahead.
No. No, you asked me a question.
Yeah, my bad, man. Maybe just
No,
tell
okay.
me, man.
I said as
Jog my
however
memory.
whatever they reference. So whatever they reference the rest of this shit too. They got all these motions. They must have been referencing something. Whatever they used to reference that with. How do you reference how fast the supercluster is moving?
Away from the other closest neighboring supercluster. Yeah, I don't fucking know.
I don't
How
know.
would you even begin to try to do that? You can't. And that's why I said the true speed we're doing in reference to even that sort of situation of reference, that's not even something they'll even offer a number for, because it'd be embarrassing to even involve those sorts of numbers. But you're definitely not talking about the speed of the supercluster orbiting anything else at it, where you're capping us off at 1.5 million miles per hour. That is very contained, not into the largest overall sense, but just in the the collection of galaxies around whatever central gravitational point the galaxies in our neighborhood are orbiting around. So SE, man, no, we're moving. The claim is that we're moving at fucking billions of miles per hour. Or you could say, oh, we're moving at 1,000 miles per hour around the center of the Earth. But then, like I said, they all compound. You add that to the sun that we're trailing,
I was
in
trying
its
to get
movement.
to that, bro, but you just didn't let me, man. You just, I
Give me
don't
a
know,
fucking
you don't
give me a
realize
fucking
it,
break,
bro. It's
dude.
very aggravating. You just interrupt every time.
Give me a break, dude. Listen, you were wrong so many times in trying to explain their model to them. Give me a break, man.
I wasn't wrong, bro.
You sure
I wasn't
as hell
wrong.
were.
I wasn't wrong. I just got the
Nah,
name
you
of
think that
everything rotates.
you think there's a known center of existence. You think that there's a
That's
known
their
center
model,
of
bro.
existence.
That's their
No, it
model.
isn't. No, that's where you're wrong. They don't even talk about that. They're not even willing to even approach that concept.
Yes,
No
they
one.
think that everything
Nah.
rotates in a center of something, man. Yes,
The
that's their model.
Big Bang had to have happened at a single point, yeah?
Where
Yeah.
is it?
Well, that's not my problem. But it definitely came from a single point if the Big Bang is a real thing in their model. So it definitely came from a singular point. Yeah?
And how do you know I'm wrong about this fundamental? You had no clue about any of this stuff before I started talking about it. That's another thing that
you gotta be
enrages
kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me. You don't think I've ever come across the term great attractor or the speeds that are claimed? You really want to say that you know that about me?
Yeah, that's right. I had to correct you. You thought that
that's a joke.
Yeah,
To be
you
clear,
thought no, it's not a joke.
That's a
You
joke.
thought when I made the reference of everything rotating around the great attractor, which I wrongly thought it was the name of the center of everything in the universe. You thought that speed, the 1.5 million miles an hour, was in reference to that speed. Then when I corrected myself and said, wait a minute, I got that wrong, it was the cosmic background radiation, you thought that was wrong. You didn't know about that. So yeah, Fundy, yeah. I think you didn't know.
I'm aware of every individual concept you're talking about. I understand the cosmic background radiation is microwave radiation at 2.73 Kelvin temperature. I understand the great attractor. Now, I've heard about the great attractor so many times, and then I had a few months back said, does Google give me an answer? What is the great attractor? Do you know it doesn't even give you an answer? Do you know that? You say, define the great attractor. Do you know it doesn't even give you an answer?
Google doesn't
it
give you
tells
an
you to go
answer.
to Wikipedia, basically.
Anyways, Fundy, water under the bridge. Do you think that we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour right now?
Well, in my actual worldview, no, I think I'm still. But if I were to talk about what they think, their model describes, that's a different story.
Okay, so you're in agreement with me. There's no possible way we're traveling at that speed.
I mean, yeah. Where do you even get that from?
Okay, so that's why I was aggravated with you when it seemed that you were siding with them that we are traveling at these crazy speeds.
No, I just want you to know thy enemy. It's very important to know thy enemy. And I thought, it seemed to me from the beginning you were very confused about who your enemy is. I just want you to understand who your opponent is and what they actually claim.
How was I confused? In what manner did you think I was confused?
Well, I still think you're confused that you think that there's an overall orbit that has a known speed that the planet Earth is involved in, that there's a known measurable speed at which Earth circulates the origin point of the Big Bang.
I don't think that. Don't
That's
think
what you're
for a
calling,
minute that I
that's
think
what you're
that.
calling that's what you're calling the Great Attractor, the center point of the expansion of the entire universe that you think
No, I didn't
everything
call it the
circulates
center
around.
point of the. No. You're mixing things up here, sir. I repeat once
Okay.
again. I corrected myself on the name of the Great Attractor.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
What are you talking
I'm
about
not,
then?
You said that everything, all of totality of everything, is in an orbital operation in their model. That there is
Yes,
a
I said that I heard
Yeah.
them say that, not that I believe in that.
They never said that. You're the only one who insisted that there is an overall motion around a center point of everything that is an orbital motion. They don't even claim that.
That's what their model claims. This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
No, at a certain point, they don't claim orbits. When it comes to the center of everything in existence, they do not claim that there is an overall rotational aspect, that everything in totality of all of existence is rotating around a center point. They don't make that claim.
It's absolutely moving. In their model, it's moving, and it has
Yeah,
to be moving from a certain point if the Big Bang is real. It's implied.
Yeah, but it's expanding and rotating. As far as I know.
They don't claim that there is a center of existence that has any sort of overall rotational clockwise or counterclockwise motion to everything in totality.
As far as I know, they do. I could be wrong about that, but as far as I know, they claim
that
there
I've
is a
been trying to say.
center point in the universe where everything rotates. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not. My head is not swollen to the point where I can't admit I'm wrong. I already did once tonight. But isn't their whole notion the Big Bang and everything is expanding from that one point? And they say that everything rotates everything? Isn't that the whole cosmological model?
To a degree, but it stops at a certain point of what they actually claim. So what you're imagining is there's, something like the moon orbiting around Earth, and that's involved in an even greater orbital system of the Earth around the sun, and that's involved in an even greater orbital system of the sun around the galaxy, and that's involved in an even greater orbital system of the galaxy around the center of whatever the galaxy is orbiting. But that doesn't hold true till the final, largest aspect. They do not claim.
Bro. It keeps going.
Where does that orbital stop? Where does that what orbit? Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. I'll just tell you straight up. I don't know.
But logistically, think about it logically. If that is true, at a certain point, it has to be did the Big Bang, everything just goes out in a certain direction, and then some things orbit, but then at a certain point, things just don't orbit.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, but no one can show us that either way.
Exactly.
We were arguing about a model that's completely ridiculous on every count. Know thy enemy. Yeah, the whole thing is bunk. Nothing about it can be proven. That's part
yeah. I'm with you there. I'm just trying to know thy enemy. That's all I'm trying to do.
If
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No Glober is going to take this logical thing down this logically this far. If everything is orbiting around everything else, which is orbiting around everything else, which is orbiting around everything else, and then all of a sudden, nope, the orbiting stops. Where? Well, we don't know. Well, that's a fun story. If you're going to argue with someone at that point, then you're well beyond ridiculousness. Like, well, know thy enemy. Your enemy is a retard.
Yeah, that's why I got upset, Fundy, when you jumped in. Like, it's like you're giving them a way out, bro.
Well, they don't claim that though. They don't claim that.
There you go again.
They
You're
don't
speaking for them again, bro.
Oh, give me a break, man. They don't claim that it's an infinite Russian nesting doll with one final all-inclusive shell that all orbits are contained within an even larger orbit. And they don't need to. This is you strawmanning them that the whole universe is one big vortex, and they do not claim that.
I'm not strong.
There's a Big Bang. So let's talk about the Big Bang instead. Let's prove that before we talk about the orbiting of a Big Bang.
I would never even try to defend. I would never even try to defend it. So don't ask me to do that.
If thy enemy, that's the question you ask them. Okay, what Big Bang? Show me. Oh well. Thank you.
So, Fundy, you never heard of this notion that they claim that everything rotates? Everything, all the matter rotates around a certain spot in the center. You never heard of that before?
I used to think that there was a term, the great attractor, which meant the center point of everything that everything rotates around. But when I looked into it, there was no such claim ever made that there is a center rotational point that everything in existence rotates around.
Actually, you can call it the Barry Center.
That is not what a Barry
center is the center of two.
I know what a Barry
objects.
center is.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to find a word for it. I don't know what you want to call it. There's a point in their imaginary world where everything rotates around. A point where everything started, and that's their cosmology, bro.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. If anyone's trying to say there's a Big Bang, then perhaps there's a way to, evaluate, the measurements and say, here lies the center of existence, that the edges of the universe are expanding equally in radius outward from, right? I mean, but listen, none of the Globers here.
What measurements are you talking about?
What? Oh,
what
okay,
measurements
okay.
are you talking about? You said you could track back the measurements. What measurements?
No, that was No. That was a hypothetical. But on that topic, I would say the answer lies in. I would say the answer, if that is something that they even want to talk about, I would say the answer lies in the explanation of the claim of their description of the observable universe, right? Because they kind of describe the observable universe as being like the horizon, of equal radius around a center point, or at least from Earth, I guess.
But it's not a measurement. It's a guess.
I got you, man. Listen, don't
argue with someone within their own paradigm that far. Like, just if they say, well, the Big Bang, before you even get into the orbits of whether or not the Big Bang is orbiting or not, just ask them, what Big Bang? End of story. And done with the question, right?
Some people aren't as prepared as you. I'm only trying to offer the service of explaining.
I hear you, but
okay.
no one who's that unprepared is going to argue orbits at around the Big Bang, that level. You're giving them too much credit.
Here you and I are having an understanding of a high degree of both sides and where they both fall apart.
We're not unprepared Globers like you just said.
Exactly, but I'm just trying to cater towards those who might need to hear these sorts of things explained. I'm not saying they're my opinion.
Why would they need to figure out the Big Bang first before they can talk about what it's orbiting?
Well, I guess so. Sure.
Yeah, look, it's fair. It's fair to be when someone misspeaks, like I misspoke the great attractor. It's fair for somebody to point out and say, no, that's wrong. That's not what they call that. That's not the center of the universe. It's the center of our supercluster. Fine, that's fine. But to agree with a fantasy without having any I mean, the whole issue here is are we or are we not traveling at a 1.5 million miles an hour? This is the issue here.
Around the supercluster center?
Doesn't matter
Yes.
anyway. It doesn't matter around the
at least.
Any distance
at least.
of any direction at any miles per hour.
Around my grandmother's lawn, it doesn't matter what. Do you think we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour now?
I'll take. Is the Earth moving in any direction at any speed for any miles an hour for 10,000?
Yeah, exactly. This is the issue.
And you already know my answer to that, so don't get me wrong.
No, I know. I hear you.
I'm talking about Montreal. Don't get me mixed up here, man.
No, I get it. I 100% agree with you. I understand, but you're giving them too much credit. Anyone who's going to be that prepared to talk about whether or not they're orbiting at a certain point is not someone who's as unprepared as you're claiming.
Don't misconstrue. Don't misconstrue my words as support of any particular idea. I'm not giving anything credit. Okay, I'm not giving it any credit. Okay,
I agree with you. What you're giving credit to the person who would think to ever even enter into this line of questioning or argument.
I'm not giving them credit.
You're thinking
I'm not giving them any credit.
Be that well informed or uninformed.
Don't give FP any credit.
Can I describe the delusion someone is under? Is that not okay for me to clearly describe the delusion someone is under?
But
that's all I'm doing.
Kind of contradicting yourself because you eventually said that, well, not a typical baller who's unprepared. Well, anyone who's unprepared is not going to be arguing the ins and outs of orbit around the Big Bang. And they're not an unprepared baller at that point. They're not they're just either. I mean, I don't know who this person is who would ever argue that point.
I think it was SE.
We're surrounded by them.
Who is that? No one is arguing. Whatever.
I think SE is the person who was arguing it. Going to part it up.
I don't put it that way, man.
He's the one who brought it up. What do you mean?
He wasn't arguing on the behalf of it. He was asking you if that's something you really want to latch on to.
The original thing was 1.5 million miles an hour. Then somehow we got to rotations, center points, and this and that. We veered off topic. The original point was, are we traveling at 1.5 miles an hour? And Kosho said, in relation to me, in relation to another object, you said, Kosho, the answer is yes, right? And then somehow we went to...
I was saying something new for myself, if that's okay, instead of saying what I said before.
Roll your windows up, man.
That's okay. Well, if you stop talking, then it doesn't add any... there's
roll your windows up.
But yeah, so what was I saying? Right. So what was I saying? Oh, yeah, so that speed you said, 1.5 million miles per hour, seems pretty fast. But in reference to that very distant galaxy that Jeremy said was 2.5 times the speed of light moving away from us, we're actually moving at something like 750 million miles per hour away from that. So there's that.
So is any one of those objects traveling faster than the speed of light?
That speed is faster than the speed of light.
So we're back to this now. So something can travel faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, I think that's what me and Bacon both said.
Yeah, when you were giggling, when you guys were giggling.
Measure it.
Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to make with you guys lately. Seriously. Like, your model says clearly you can't travel faster than the speed of light. But
What it says?
Yeah, what it says. Unless you want to bring up that sentence again that you found somewhere and you made
Oh, I
something
didn't
of it.
find any anywhere. I'm telling you, this is what it actually means. This is what's actually said is that you can't travel, nothing can travel through space. Nothing can travel through space faster than the speed of light. No information travels through space faster than the speed of light. This is the statement that you maybe that I brought up or someone brought up. But this is the
Space
statement.
travels faster than the speed.
So what?
But space can travel faster than the speed of light?
Nope, space doesn't travel either. Space can't travel, and there can space is expanding, is what's happening. So the space is increasing, and it increases at a very slow rate. Seems like a lot, but it's actually pretty slow. It's weaker than gravity, and if you're at a great enough distance, there's enough space between you and that distance that the space that's increasing is creating space between you and another object that is like I said, giving you you make the statement that you're moving away from that object at that speed, 750 million miles per hour.
This is an example of word salad. That is word salad. Like,
Thank you for saying it. It wasn't me, bro. Thank you.
How's that word salad? Which words?
Unbelievable, Kosha. You made
words didn't you
absolutely
understand?
no sense. Space.
I know that's what I'm
space can
saying.
be.
So let's break it apart. Which parts didn't you understand?
The whole fucking thing was a complete
I
word
figured.
salad.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay, so
form a complete sentence. Say that again in one sentence without changing.
Well, no, I gotta start from the basics. You understand nothing. Space is the construct that things are moving through. Okay, so things moving through
It's
space.
not going as fast as the speed of light, right?
Yeah. So hold on, guy. So you can't move through space faster than that speed. That means you can't have an object and move that object. You can't have light and move the light through the space faster than that speed. This is what the law states for the speed limit. Now, that's very, 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 very unrelated to how space is expanding at, 70 kilometers per megaparsec, meaning for every megaparsec, which is about 3.25 million light years. Okay. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Is it 3 million? Or is it 3 Yeah, it's 3.25 million light years. So every 3.25 million light years, space is expanding at 70 kilometers per second, I believe. So because of that, if you add up enough megaparsecs, which is a big amount of space, there's enough space being created in a second such that the rate that something and something else are moving away from one another, not moving through space, but positions are becoming greater and greater, is faster than the speed of light.
So
it doesn't contradict that rule.
Can you visibly observe space?
Huh? What?
Can you visibly observe space?
What do you mean?
Can you see it expand?
Can you see space? I mean, you can see things in space. Space itself is not a thing. So,
how do you know it's expanding, and what do you think it's expanding into, if not space?
The space is expanding, so it's not expanding into more spaces. The space itself is expanding.
How do you know? Can you see space expand into something? What horseshit?
If it was expanding into something, then it wouldn't need to be expanding. It would just be describing the things moving through space.
Is there any verifiable or visible evidence of what you just said about space expanding
Yes.
into something? Oh, show me,
Absolutely.
give me the space.
No, not expanding into something. It's just expanding.
Oh, so it's expanding into nothing?
No, it's just expanding. That statement stands alone. It's the space is expanding.
So where's the edge? So you can see the edge of space?
No, it's boundless.
I can hear Jeremy's teeth grinding in the background, dying to get in here.
It sounds like we've entered into metaphysics and philosophy at this point.
No, this is just regular physics.
No, it's not.
No, I asked you, can you see space? Can you observe space? You said no. So how do
Yeah,
you know
that's a
it's
strange.
expanding?
That's a strange question. I asked you to define what you meant by the question. You won't do it. Can you see it?
How do you know something invisible is expanding?
Because you can see that the things that exist in space are moving away from each other, and since they're not moving away from each other by virtue of anything, of their own accord, it's the space between them that's expanding.
Yeah.
This is
How do
what's
you know
observed.
that something is
Who's
moving away
making
from
all that noise, guys? Who's making all that shuffling?
Yeah.
What's shuffling?
Kosho, don't you realize that your description of space is a box with an inside that doesn't have an outside, which is an impossibility?
No. What I imagine is, like if I were to ask people their conception of how the universe began, people have different ideas, but some people might think it's infinite. But if you think that it began at some point, then you might think that there was a beginning and there was a starting point, and
There's already a contradiction in terms.
at that time was a second long, and then later it
There's
became
a-
2 seconds, and then 1,000
there's already
seconds. And
there's already
that's
a
fine. That's
contradiction in
fine. That's
terms,
fine.
though.
It's fine though, because no one's going to be confused that there's no, like the time's not expanding into other time. The time itself is just increasing. That's not
No,
a difficult concept to comprehend. It's just when it comes to space, for some reason, people think that the space has to be expanding into other space, but it's the space itself that's increasing.
Well, hold on, Kosho. Don't you understand the impossibility of expressing the truth through English? Because even when you begin by saying it was all just in a single point, well, the definition of point implies a space for that point to be located within, and so
I never said that.
just no, you said it. You said a single point that it all begins from. Even
No.
space time
I'm gonna,
itself. You don't.
yeah,
Like. Come on, man.
I was talking about time.
Don't you understand? Yeah, but don't you understand this? That
Listen, dude.
if
Listen carefully. And like, if I'm telling you I didn't say that, then there's no need to keep going. I didn't say that. I literally was talking about time. I said time. There was, if you believe that time started and it wasn't eternal, then it's not crazy to say time is
it's already a
increasing.
contradiction in
It's not
terms.
increasing in anything.
That's already a contradiction in terms. If events occur and have beginnings and ends within time. Space isn't something you can say exists at a point. Space is what gives things points to be described, locational wise within. Like
I never
beginning.
said that, though. I never said that. I never said space began at a point.
Time is what allows things to have beginnings and ends, and so you can't talk about time having a beginning or space being confined to a point without involving some term that doesn't even exist called super time or super space.
No, you can't. No, you can. You can either say that either time is eternal, which is one way of thinking, or you can say that time began at some point. There's two different ideas, ways of thinking, and
That
they're
doesn't make any
perfectly
sense, though.
reasonable. They're both reasonable to assume. There's nothing wrong with assuming either of those. But if you assume
No,
that time began,
there is a problem.
If you assume that time began at a point, then
You can't say that.
Yeah, you can say that. There are plenty
No,
of
you
people think that
can't.
time can start. Yes, they
No,
can.
no, no,
So what are you
no,
talking
no.
about?
You can't. Time is what bestows beginnings and ends. Things have beginnings and ends within time. Time is what bestows beginnings on ends onto events. Beginnings and ends exist within time. You can never actually describe your worldview involving. Don't even try the beginning of time. That's literally like an oxymoron.
I just read something and it said that you're not God, apparently. So apparently you don't have the answer to that. I don't have the answer to that. So it's that you can't just tell somebody, "Oh, there was no beginning to time," or "Time was eternal." You can tell me what you believe, but nobody has any idea if time was eternal or if time had a beginning. So that's not
No,
something you can do. You can't just say that that's the case. This is what I believe. No, this is just what's true. It's not what I believe, but it's true. That's not. You can't say
time.
that. Nobody knows.
No, no. If time has a beginning, it could only have a beginning within a super time. Like you really don't get like. Listen, there's time. I say, you know, within time, here's the beginning of something and the end of an event. Time is what allows things to have beginnings and ends with inside of itself. There's no logical way of actually speaking. When you say the beginning or the end of time, you're already disobeying the fucking laws of language. Not that that's an actual thing, but it's irrational at that point. You're speaking gibberish at that point. The beginning of time. The only way time would have a beginning is if time itself was an entity within a time frame, a super time frame. That time is an event within that super time frame. You don't understand how all of language falls apart when discussing these matters. You don't understand like the uselessness and just the futility and even speaking this ways. You're just deluding yourself and thinking that you can ever try to understand or even begin to attempt to describe the nature of these things. Oh, the beginning of time. You said that. The beginning of time.
Wait, hold on, Funny. How
Go
about
ahead.
this? Let's have a turn, okay? So,
Yeah.
as I said, it turns out that you're not God. I need you to understand that. You actually are not God. And so, something that nobody has any access to know,
You don't gotta be
that question being, is
one-sided
time
about it.
eternal? Yeah, Funny. You went on for a while, okay? That going on to say that time is eternal or time had a beginning. This is one of those questions that literally
It's out of
nobody
the
has the answer
question.
to. Nobody
No,
has the answer to that question, Fundy, including yourself. So
no,
it's not a contradiction of terms.
that's a
Not a
non-applicable
contradiction.
question.
It's not a contradiction of terms if
Yes,
nobody
it
knows
is.
the answer.
No,
Nobody
it
has
is
any
a
access to
contra.
the answer to that.
You
I don't know why
understand?
you start talking. You want me on for a long time. You say like all this gibberish. Said I'm saying gibberish,
It's
and
not.
then
It's not gibberish. You're
you're ready to
confused.
talk again.
No, it's not gibberish. You're confused. It is a contradiction of terms. Time is what bestows beginnings and ends. You can't ascribe the thing that time bestows upon things within itself onto it as a totality. You can't say. I mean, you just got to realize that whenever you speak about the beginning of time, or let me just ask you this. Let me just ask you this: what is the shape of space? What is the shape of space? There is no answer, and that's what you're trying to imply. You're
What are
saying
you talking
space
about?
has a shape. You don't understand that
Listen, man, have you been drinking tonight?
things have a size and shape within space. Things have a beginning and end within time. Time doesn't have a beginning or an end. Space doesn't have a defined absolute size or shape. Things
I don't
have
know.
their absolute
P Shape
size
was
and
in here
shape.
earlier. He said space is shaped like a dick.
That's weird. I mean, that's nonsensical as well. Stop pretending like you can concretize these ethereal concepts like time and space. Time doesn't have a beginning or an end.
Mad
Space
big
doesn't
words,
have
bro.
a size or time. Space doesn't have a size or a shape. Stop trying to ascribe these qualities to things that are just transcendent to the words you're
Yo, you're
using.
using crazy big words, bro.
What big word did I use? What do you mean?
You just use crazy concretizing, transcend, just all kinds of big words, bro. It's crazy.
Well, if you want to talk about concretize, that's just treating something like it's a physical object that isn't actually like a physical object.
I know what it
Like,
means. You put a lot of, you strung had a lot of big words together there in a few
Well, when people cross these lines of just deluding themselves,
Osho's a habitual line crosser. What are you gonna do?
You're gonna call them out. That's what I do. Well, like I say, I got a non-answer.
I find it difficult arguing with somebody who's had too many drinks, but let's see if Jeremy agrees with you. Let's see if Jeremy agrees with you, dude.
Hey, if you're gonna call me out, if you're gonna call me out, at least answer my one clear question.
I'm hearing you out, dude.
No, man. What is the shape of space? What is the shape of space?
Okay, I'm not gonna respond to you, dude.
Let him answer.
What is the shape of space?
Jesus Christ.
Let him answer.
Jeremy, I'm not answering his question, dude. Jeremy, what Funny was saying about time being eternal, right? He's very dogmatic about this, that time is eternal. It's almost foolish if you don't think time is eternal.
No,
right?
I didn't say that.
Even though I agree that there's arguments for that and there's arguments for it having a beginning. To claim that thinking that it has a beginning is somehow going against I don't know, the rules of language or whatever it is that you said about that, dude. It's nobody knows the answer to that. Claiming that one or the other is dogmatic is something that's a not knowable thing. So I don't know why you would say that.
I didn't say time is eternal. Eternity is something that also time would bestow upon an event. An event can be eternal. You don't understand that? An event can be temporal or like finite temporal or eternally temporal. Time isn't included in that equation. It's above it. It's not included.
Okay, so just to clarify, when you say time is eternal, you mean like I could keep counting back seconds and never reach the end?
No, I didn't say
Hold
that.
on, that was for Kosho. That was for Kosho.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, so I'm not saying time is eternal. Apparently, Fundy's not even saying eternal is below time. He's saying you need time.
What you mean when you hold on? Is that what you mean when you're saying time is eternal? Meaning you can count backwards and never reach a point where it wasn't there.
If somebody was saying time was eternal, then yeah, that's what I would understand it to mean. That you could count backwards and you would never reach zero.
For infinity.
You would just keep going backwards because there's no beginning to the universe or existence or whatever it is you want to call time, but there's no beginning. There's only time. And that's what I'm saying, that's one philosophy, sure, but that's not, there's no way that's a accepted reality that, somebody has access to even, answer on it. It's an open question. Was there a beginning or has it always been?
You've already abandoned the definitions of the English language you're using.
I do see Fundy's point though with this time thing. Say it again, Fundy. That thing with the time you were saying before.
Time. Okay, so what is the shape of space?
No, not that one. Another one.
No, it's the same point though. It's the same exact point. What is the shape of space? Is the same question. It's the same point.
It doesn't even make sense. That question.
Exactly. Space is what allows things to have sizes and shapes within it. Space is the bestower of size and shape, just like time is the bestower of beginnings and ends and periods. So don't try to say the beginning of time. That's the same question as what is the shape of space?
Yeah, I actually think time's I think time's always been ticking. You know that song, Time Keeps on Ticking, Ticking into the Future. That song? Like I think it's always been going because even the creator that created us would have been subject to some sort of time. He would have been doing things or thinking things or something. There would have been some kind of time element to his thing. So we may not be experiencing the same time as the creator, but I feel like it's happening within his time.
It is a perfectly reasonable.
What's up?
I want to know where the orbits stop. Where do orbits stop according to your? Do they stop at the galaxy superclusters?
Yeah,
Is
that's
the
a good
great
point.
what does the great attractor orbit?
Are the superclusters orbiting something? Or yeah, is the great attractor orbiting something? Or
Exactly.
is it just like chilling?
Yeah.
Is that
And
not
by the way,
orbiting
it's like
anything?
a mysterious thing they say, but I want to know, what does that orbit in your
Does that have no
model?
speed at all, or no movement or anything? Is it just stationary?
Mm-hmm.
They can't have
Yep.
anything stationary though. That's the thing.
Oh, they can't, bro.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
gotta have it. It's got to be moving,
It's
son.
gotta be fucking bolting that thing.
I bet you it's moving with the burner out. Yeah, billions of miles an hour. It's billion.
So
So how
Kosho and
fast?
Ballers, what's the great attractor orbiting? I'd like to know.
They
See,
have
their
to be
whole
orbiting, right?
paradigm, man, is just
Doesn't
nonsense.
everything have to be orbiting something else
Yeah.
at some point? Or you legit have to have orbits.
I think I said this earlier, but and I think the silence speaks for itself. They don't go this far. They don't even enter. They don't even approach this concept. This is where they just say. This is just where they go silent.
This
You're
is where
not
they
going to get an
go,
answer.
Fundy. You know what happens here? This is called the Cogdis event horizon. This is where they
Hey,
go. Yeah, that's what I
exactly.
call it. This
Yeah,
is
that's
where
a
they
good one.
go. Thanks, bro. This is where they go now and find what other people that they think are smarter than themselves say, and they're going to come back and say that. No original thought at all. Right now, they're probably Googling, damn it, what is the great attractor orbit?
Just give Kosho like 4. He might need 7 minutes with this one.
This one might take 10 minutes.
7.5 minutes tops. I mean,
But think
what are they
about it.
referencing all the other speeds to?
Well, that's easy. They're going to say the CMB.
You actually wanted to talk about the axis of evil. Kosho, you here?
I didn't even bring that up, yeah.
Well, I heard someone saying it's not even a real thing.
It most definitely is a real thing.
I think it was Dr. Parks or it might have been Fight the Flat Earth or McToon. I can't remember. Somebody was saying that's not even a real thing.
Yeah, well, tell Dr. Parks I heard the guy who came up with the theory.
Well, don't quote me. I don't want to. I don't know if it was Parks, but it could have been one of some McToon or Fight the Flat Earth or something. It might have been Parks though. I can't remember, but he said, "Yeah, there's just a wiki page on it. There's no other actual information on it except for the wiki page."
He's of the axis of evil?
Yeah.
Oh, he's way wrong about that.
You don't quote me. I don't know if it was him.
Okay, whoever said it.
Yeah.
There's the person that came up with the theory. He's on YouTube talking about it. How he was sure the first time that they got it wrong because it couldn't be, right? He said that they must have got it. They must have got the numbers wrong, or they must have made some mistake in the measurements. But then when they did it again the second time, well, then he had to go and apologize to the team and tell them, you guys were right, because the second time the same results came back, and the results were: it appears that the Earth is at the center of the universe. That's what you're talking about, right, Jeremy?
No.
That's the axis of evil, bro. And all the thing, it's aligned. It's in a plane. It appears that the universe is in a plane, like a flat disc.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
But
that's
it
what
did
it
show
is.
that Earth was in the center, but it
Yeah,
also showed that it was on the plane of the ecliptic.
yeah.
I
It was
haven't
a
read it in a
flat
while.
disc, like yeah. Everything was aligned.
Oh, by the way, this is hot off the press. We now have direct angle measurements of concave Earth. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think, but were you here when we were going over that spherical excess thing earlier?
I don't think I was. No.
You know that paper they always tout. Some of the angles didn't. Somebody went through and added up all the angles. Some of the angles didn't add up to over 180. They actually were under 180. So we have direct angle measurements of spherical excess with ironically less than 180 degrees, which is concave Earth. So get ready for this. Bro. This is it. I've been looking for a way in a concave Earth, bro. It's over.
What's the opposite of excess? Interest?
Less. Whatever.
Yeah, fair
whatever.
enough.
Less. I don't know. Excess is more. Excess is more. So less than. Yeah, less than. Like I didn't think heads really understood the ramifications of the less than 180. That's not even flat Earth. That's concave Earth.
Not to say this, but I mean, I guess the opposite of excess is incest. But that's a pretty fucked up word, usually. No, but I added a T to that. That's not fair. Go ahead. Sorry.
So we have direct angle measurements of concave Earth. I don't know why the concavers are using this. I'm about to break them off with it though, because that's some good fucking concave evidence. I'm not gonna lie. If I was a concave Earther, I'd be all over this.
You got any dreams that you want to make true, Jeremy? Aside from maybe like family oriented stuff, and aside from like financial goals or whatever, so like artistic dreams, creative dreams, maybe something that involves like an adventure of sorts, or I don't know, or a creation, an innovation, something like that.
Bro, so many things I couldn't even. We don't have enough time.
Is there one that trumps all of them? I don't know. Just tell me. I mean, tell me nothing if you don't want to, but if you want to talk about one,
I want to invent a perpetual. I don't want to say perpetual, but this kind of magnetic motor thing. I have an idea for that uses magnets and batteries. There's just so much stuff, bro. So much stuff.
Invent a perpetual motion device, kind of something like that.
It's not really perpetual, but something like that. It utilizes magnets and gravity.
Yeah, that's a good dream, man. It's a real good dream.
So there's that. I mean, I don't even know if it would be worth it because it takes energy to make the magnets. I don't know how much you get out of them because they say they don't last forever. Whatever. Anyways.
Yeah. Don't let the haters get to you, though.
I tried it before about 15, 20 years ago. I couldn't do it. You need some kind of engineering skills to be able to build some shit like that.
I just bought a nice magnet, bro.
Oh, what kind?
And the magnets are way cheaper now. What's up, Odysee?
I just bought a nice magnet. It's a 15-pound magnet.
Fishing? You go magnet fishing?
One of these flat. Sorry?
You go magnet fishing?
No. I just bought it to have a magnet. I bought some brass and shit, and just I bought some LEDs just to experiment on stuff. But this freaking
LEDs and a magnet? What are you, fucking MacGyver?
Yeah, I'm gonna MacGyver some shit. I'm gonna, yeah.
Bro, go magnet fishing with that fucking magnet, bro.
Bro, the thing is freaking strong, man.
I know, man. They be pulling
Yeah.
up wild shit out of rivers and lakes and shit.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not one of those super huge ones, right? The ones that are like 100 pounds or 500 pounds. It's like a 15-pound, but for the size, it's about an inch and a half. It's flat.
Those magnets are so strong, bro. Be careful. I had some of those bar ones, and they used to break and shit pieces would fly off. Dude, it's fucking dangerous, bro.
It's freaking strong. Yeah, I put it close to this thing on the table, and I just heard a tonk. It just freaking flew, and like it clinged on to one of these ornaments I have on the table, like one of these bowls with these balls on it and shit. Yeah, and you just heard like a bang. Okay, I better be careful.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, there's that. I'd also like to do some build some nice homes that are gonna last centuries. Something like some Great Pyramid shit, because we're always gonna need homes, right?
Yep.
So we might as well just make them to last. I mean, who cares how much effort it takes? Like, I don't know how many times you guys want to be building homes. I don't want to build them a lot. It's a huge waste and just drain on us. We got to keep rebuilding homes, building homes. They burn down. A fucking hurricane comes through, floods. Like, how many times are we gonna build these homes?
I remember talking to you about this. I think actually like a year ago. This has been something you've had on your mind for a long time, at least a year. But it's a good point. Everyone's always going to need homes.
Yeah,
So
I
why
never picture a day in the future where we're like so advanced. We're like, oh, okay, we don't need homes anymore. Like, I don't
yeah,
think
obviously.
that's never gonna be a thing.
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. So why build homes that will crumble in the future? Build homes that'll last forever. Stand up to the weathering.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like some Great Pyramid shit. You just get a giant fucking thing. Get some giant stones or some shit. We got tons of stones. I don't know. Do we have enough stones?
Sure, man. The stones are all over. I mean, there's literally nothing but stone.
They got some dope shit now. That hempcrete, that shit almost don't burn down. It's like
That too.
concrete but made out of hemp.
Yeah, on a
Tons of
more
shit.
like
That guy,
individual. Go ahead.
I liked what that guy was doing with those earth ships. I think it was in Arizona or New Mexico or something. These renewable houses, they had a lot of thermal mass in them, right? They had energy production, they had food production, water production. Really, really good homes. You ever heard
I
of
mean,
them,
that's
earth ships?
yeah. I mean, that's the dream, man. But on a more realistic level, I'm not like super wealthy, but if I wanted to stop renting an apartment and I bought, like, let's just say I buy a piece of land for myself, what kind of, say I got, I don't know, let's say I got like a $10,000 budget, right? I buy a piece of land and I want to make a really nice home for as cheap as possible. There's all sorts of different ways you can build a structure to live underneath. I mean, you could live in a tent if you really wanted, but if you wanted something real sturdy, do you have any recommendations of like, here's how you do it? And let's just
If
say
you
for
had
like
10
two people,
G's,
what?
if you had 10 G's,
Yeah. Say I have 10 G's. Do I build myself some sort of like just for example, I've heard these like building techniques where you get this like firmament or like hemisphere dome shaped balloon and then you pour
I saw that.
concrete. You
That
like
shit
pour
looks dope, bro.
concrete and like rebarb over the surface of the top of the dome and you let it solidify
Yeah,
and then you deflate the inflatable dome that it was supporting it, right?
yeah.
And boom, now you got yourself a fucking giant, like 50 diameter foot or 50-foot diameter, vessel here to live within. And after that, you can do whatever electrical or plumbing work you want after that. But I mean, the protection is there. You got the door, you got the windows, you got everything. I mean, I was wondering if you had any like recommendations. Maybe you want to go like the 3D printing route, because I've seen some people post that sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, here you go. You got $10,000. We'll 3D print you a house. There's some like large
Well, if you
scale
only got
3D
10
printers.
G's, if you only got 10 G's, you're not going to get nothing you just said. Right? You're not going to get the dome or nothing. That shit's going to be that shit's going to be a lot, bro. But if you got 10,
how expensive does it really have to be though? Like, isn't that kind of bullshit? Like how expensive does a house have to be? You know what I mean?
it
Like,
doesn't have to be
really?
cheap. I'm about to tell you, you can get one for dumb cheap. If
Well,
you
I
go
know I
like
can into the bad side of town. Like, I know I can move to the bad side of town, the fucking West End, get a house for like $200. I can buy a house for the cost of a fucking toaster over there, right? But
no, I'm saying you could build some dope shit, but like Adobe or Adobo, I think it's Adobe in like Mexico or South America, they be making houses out of this shit. It's fireproof. It's earthquake proof. They put it on. They build a miniature one, a model one, and they put it on an earthquake plate to simulate earthquakes. They had this thing up all the way. It was like a 9 or 8 or something on the Richter scale. It didn't even. The structure was fine. Yeah, and you could probably build that shit for dumb cheap. That's like mud.
right.
And then
Yeah,
there's
maybe,
another
man.
thing called hempcrete. Yeah, hempcrete. I don't know. The hempcrete is good because that's also an insulator, which is huge. Like you want that. You want what you want is a massive amount of thermal mass inside your house. Because think about if you open a refrigerator. Say you had 2 refrigerators, same kind of refrigerators, right? And one of them has nothing in it, and the other one is full of fucking Pepsis, right? So you open a door on one, you open a door on both of them for the same amount of time. The one with all the Pepsis in it is going to retain more of its temperature. You know what I mean? Like all the air is going to go rushing out of the other one or whatever, and it's going to lose its coldness quicker. When you shut the doors, it's going to be colder in the one with all the Pepsis.
Right.
That's how you want your house. That's why those earth chips, they were using a lot of thermal mass when they built their house, because then you retain the heat. You don't have to like heating air is wildly inefficient. Just heating air, what we do, we just heat air. We just blow hot air in. That's not a good way to heat. There's people now that are
Yeah, I
heating
hear
with
you,
like,
man.
there's people now that heat their house with like a bundle of sticks for all day. They just have tons of thermal mass around the fireplace or the wood stove or whatever.
Sure, I remember watching a video about a specific cave, right? And they were talking about how this the what do you call it in the video game? The overworld. You know what I mean by the overworld? Like topsoil living, right? Where like most of us like spend most of our time in versus like underground, like the overworld versus the underworld, like in caves, you know? And I watched this video recently about this cave, and despite whatever the temperature of the overworld was, they're just talking about how like there's almost like a constant range between like 60 and 70 degrees in this cave, right? Because it's just underground, and it just somehow just keeps this very nice, comfortable temperature regulation going on. Isn't that
Oh yeah,
weird?
that's the best. Well, that's the best way to actually heat and cool your house is with geothermal heating and cooling. But an even better way to do it is to just live there.
Just live underground.
Yeah, because you can always come up out from underground, and we have lights and shit, so it's not really a big deal. They found a cave in Turkey that could house 20,000 people.
That's
like
the
some
one,
ancient.
man.
Yeah, dude, it had a natural ventilation. They had fires for cooking and shit. So,
I mean, you gotta live a life, like you said, it could hold, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and I can corroborate that like a numerical claim, right? 20,000 people, yes, that is exactly what everyone the fucking underground city in Turkey, just this underground city, right? It could house, as they estimate, comfortably 20,000 people with
and
fucking
that's
proper oxygen supply, and
yeah, its
it
own
doesn't.
ventilation.
Yeah, it's got its own fucking air ducts and ventilation, and just the fact that it exists underground somehow means that the temperature will be pretty regulated, just in some natural manner. I don't fully understand it, but just the fact that it's underground just means that it's going to have this like constant sort of like 70 to 60 degree Fahrenheit temperature throughout the entire year, just like a 10-degree fluctuation. And it's like, God, are we all fucking wasting our time building our houses above ground? Should we all not just be like fucking living like it's funny, right? They tell us, oh, ancient man. What do we call them? We call them cavemen. Oh, these dumbasses living in caves. It's like maybe they were onto something there. You know,
Yeah,
maybe we're the.
I don't know when that city in Turkey dates back to.
Yeah, me either, man. Me either, really. But I mean, obviously, it couldn't be older than 5,000 years ago, according to the official narrative.
I mean, that's just a brilliant way to live. You never have to worry about your house burning down, for one. Right? That's not even a thing anymore. What's the earth going to burn down? Like, that's not a thing anymore. So that's
Yeah,
perfect
no,
right there. You don't have to worry about heating and cooling anymore. That's fucking huge, dude. Do you know how much
that's
effort
so.
we use for? Yeah, do you know the effort you
Yeah,
have to use for heating and cooling? Picture a guy who had to go chop wood for
I
3 weeks
I
in the
pay the
summer.
bills. I pay the bills, man. Fucking
Even back in the
that.
day, even back in the day, if you had to chop wood for fucking 3 weeks out of the summer, so you had firewood all winter,
Right.
you know?
Yeah. Dig a hole. Dig a fucking underground home hole. Right? Like what are you doing burning all these trees? Just fucking just dig
Yeah,
a
you
hole and
have to
live
fix the
underground,
roof.
right?
Like you never have to redo your roof if you
Sure
have a,
don't.
you know what I mean? Like that underground cave in Turkey, they never had to re-shingle their roof. Like that's not a thing. It's just
Nope.
mad efficient to live underground. Yeah.
It really is, but here's the question, man. Here's the real hard question. How do you prevent flooding? Like
I don't know.
just when it
You
rains,
don't
right?
do
It's
this
like
under the water table. I don't know.
no, I'm just talking about rain. If it rains and you live in a hole in the ground, how do you prevent that hole in the ground you live in from, getting flooded by the rain pouring down on you, right? There's got to
I have
be.
no idea. They obviously figured it out though, because
Yeah, I can imagine some techniques, right, where the rain falls down and you give it like a path, and for you to enter into like the places
I
where
mean
you also
ants
spend
do
your
it.
time, you just
Ants do
gotta
it.
like that's a good point. Are,
Like I'm sure if ants figured it
holy
out,
shit,
we should. I'm sure if ants
holy
could figure
shit.
it out, we could figure it out, right?
That's a good point. That's a
Yeah,
really good
like
point.
I mean, ants
Got to
fucking did
learn
it,
from
so we should
nature.
be. Yeah, we should be fine.
Hmm. It can't. Yeah. I can already start imagining systems where all you have to do is ask a person to like climb a ladder to enter certain like holes, right? Where like the water, the water is predictable in the path it'll take. The water is just gonna flow downhill, and for every entrance a human has to go into, well, just give them a ladder or a set of stairs in order to climb into like their domicile areas. It's like, yeah, the human, yeah, it's just a matter of geometry, really, to like have the water naturally flow one direction, away from where you spend your time. And yeah, it's not a big deal. You could handle that easily, very easily, I think.
Hey, Fundy.
What's
Can you
up,
hear
dude?
me? What's
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
dude? Hey, about 2 weeks ago, man, I went to Carlsbad Caverns here in New Mexico. We have this giant cave system. It's like, yeah, it's the world's biggest cave, dude. And
No, it isn't.
it's freaking
Mammoth.
yeah,
No,
it is.
Mammoth Cave in Kentucky is the world's largest cave system.
I don't know, man. Can that Mammoth Cave and Carlsbad are gonna have to duke it out because
Fair enough.
all over, yeah, all over their, you know how you go and read their, little fun facts.
Yeah,
Saying it's
totally.
the world's largest cave, biggest. You can fit the highest building in here. Dude, it was
Right.
it was a
Yeah,
2 mile
Google says
walk.
it's Mammoth Cave. Google says it's that Mammoth Cave one.
No, Carlsbad, they beg to differ, dude. But it's pretty cool, dude. Have you ever been to Mammoth Cave?
I have. It was amazing. I documented the whole
What was
experience on
what was
3
the
different cameras.
temperature?
Well, I don't know
What
if they regulate it at all. Maybe they just leave it up because it like self-regulates, but I'll tell you what it was. I went in I went in like May, right? I went in May, and it's it's fucking like shorts and t-shirt temperature, like a good 70 to
Well,
80 degree
Carlsbad
range.
Caverns,
It's
real
beautiful.
quick, because I gotta go real quick. But the Carlsbad Caverns, it was a steady 56 degrees year round. So that's pretty nice, right? It's a
That's
little
beautiful,
cool, but
but
yeah,
no
man.
wind.
Depending on the cave.
No wind
Depending.
though, right? No wind. That's
Also,
crucial.
if you have water evaporation, you'll get a different temperature.
Yeah, the
It was
humidity
real
and the
damp though.
wind. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you got to contend with is the dampness because it's it was really wet in there, really damp. You could feel it, like dank, whatever.
Like this thing
And
in
there's
Turkey.
water dripping, like sometimes you feel like water dripping on you and stuff. It's kind of funky, but
We get
yeah.
stalactites
And
and
then there's like
stalagmites.
stalactites.
Yeah,
Hey, and
those
then
are cool.
But the
they got the murciélagos. That's how you say bat in Spanish. But I guess right now they're in Mexico, but they migrate to the Carlsbad Caverns and they get there in May. That would have been cool to see them, but they're the big bats, those big ugly bats, but they're pretty cool,
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah, I
totally.
mean the bats got it figured out, right? Bats and cavemen. I thought that was funny when I had to jump on when you said that, Fundy, because
Oh,
it
and
sounds
cavemen.
stupid, but it's super smart, dude. Like, let's just live underground. But really, man, it sounds funny, but it's totally correct. Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
real quick, I just wanted to say a big ups to Jeremy for literally crushing Zanuck yesterday. Was it you? Somebody was
what?
arguing with Zanuck yesterday and today. You crushed. Oh, it was Brian Leakey. Sorry,
well, shout outs to
but
Brian
yeah,
then.
What was the
the
topic?
the oh, the spherical excess, dude.
Oh, that we now have direct measurements, angle measurements of spherical excess. Ironically, under 180 degrees, which means concave Earth.
And dude,
Yeah,
hey,
you think that's
Sandy,
funny,
the
but
way the way they justify this, if they make corrections, dude. Imagine if like you you made corrections on paying your house bill, and it was like, I think it's a little too much. Let's average it out, and let's see if the bank will be okay with averaging out, so what I feel
Well, I'm
like
not
paying,
worried about the
right?
corrections, bro. I'm not worried about corrections. That we have direct angle measurements. That's what it is. When you're measuring these
I
things, you
get
get an
that.
angle. Yeah.
But the fact that their math is broken and the thing they can do is, oh, we're gonna account for corrections and we're gonna use corrections, dude. Like I can't believe the audacity of these people
I
that
don't.
even though in the face of defeat, They have always a way out, a wiggle. They wiggle their way out, dude. Like, man, it's like you can't corner them, dude. They always got something.
Or if you've ever known it like a scam artist or a huge like scam artist person, they always have a way out. They can always talk their way out. That's how they do it. But I'm not saying these guys are scam artists. I'm saying that the globe's a fucking scam. It's
Total
concave. We have, yo, I'm about to get on my concave shit because, I mean, these guys have direct angle measurements of concave Earth now. What the
Hey,
fuck?
dude, Glory's living high on his hog now, right? He's gonna
You
be
don't even
Mr.
know about
Popular.
this. Dude, these
Oh,
concavers ain't even pushing this shit.
David's gonna be like his. No, I better not say.
I never heard no concavers use this shit. This is brand new shit right here.
I like Fundy to talk about this because he's always well rounded with everything, and just what he thinks on the fact that, okay, say they got their math wrong, but to still try and average out, using averages in math to like get the numbers you desire. You can twist and finagle the numbers and pound them into submission until you get the desired result. Right? That's the thing with math. You can twist it to your liking.
You ever heard of Zeno's paradox?
What's that?
It's mathematically impossible for any action to fully happen. Like if you want to cross the street, I think they use crossing the street as an example.
Oh, yeah, I think I know that one. It takes a certain amount of it takes a certain amount of time to travel half the distance of a given distance, and then you reach that point, and it's going to take a certain amount of time to travel half the distance there, and you can divide a distance into ongoing like halving units, and each amount of those halves is going to take a certain amount of time, meaning that it's going to take an infinite amount of time to travel from point A to point B, because every half unit that you can divide into infinitely will have some unit of time ascribed to it, so you'll never actually get there. But of course we do, so it has to resolve somehow. But mathematically, mathematically it's an infinite regress fallacy.
We can cross the street, obviously, but mathematically, you could say, all right, you have to, in order to cross the street, you have to cross you have to go halfway. And now you're at another point. Now you're at this midway point. So you now have 50 feet to go instead of 100. So you had 100 feet to go. Now you only have 50 feet to go. Now you have to go half that distance, and you keep having it and having it and having it. And mathematically, you can never get there because there's always going to be a distance left.
Yep. Yeah, I know that one.
The kind of nonsense they use to convince people they're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour.
Fair enough, man. Yeah, it's related.
There's your mathematical proof for we never traveled to the moon. Zeno's paradox.
Yeah, here's another fun one, right? You have a cube, right? You have a cube that's 1 foot by 1 foot, and also by 1 foot because it's 3-dimensional. So 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot. You got a cube, and you cut it in half, and take the half that you cut off of it, and you stack it on top of the other half, right? You take one half.
Fibonacci sequence geometrically.
A little bit. That's not where I'm going though. But when you cut something in half and stack one half on top of the other, then you can cut that full stack on half and put that half on top of it. And you can take any 3-dimensional object and cut it in half and take that half part and put it on top of the other half and stack it up taller and taller, and it mathematically results in an infinitely tall structure, because you can always cut something in half and put one half on top of the other, meaning that you can make an infinitely tall object out of any object that exists. which is stupid. I mean, it is kind of like impossible. We all understand it. It's just like no, like you'll never get there. It's idiotic. But mathematically, it makes sense, pans out and all, but not in reality. Same as that
I mean,
crossing the road
sometimes
thing.
sometimes math just doesn't match reality. Like that crossing the road thing, or there's a couple other things.
Hey, speaking of fantasy, guys, with this math, right? How they convince stuff. What do you think the superclusters are orbiting? If you Google what the superclusters are orbiting, in other words, one of them is orbiting. We're orbiting. Our galaxies are orbiting the Great Attractor, right? In other words, that's a supercluster. What is that orbiting? Try to Google that and find out, and see what they say now.
I tried and Googled. It gives me information about galaxies and solar systems. It isn't willing to give me any information on that topic. But if I were to just make up a word right now, the only appropriate term I would say would be called the greater attractor. So the great attractor revolves around the greater attractor, and the greater attractor revolves around the greater attractor, right? It's just a Russian nesting doll at this point of greater you know.
Exactly, and I found other contradictions as well. Apparently, there's a point where the rotation stops. The claim goes. It's another contradiction. In other words, the rotation stops. They're saying at a point because the gravitational forces are not enough. And if you dig further, I just posted another thing that they're coming up with now. Now they're calling them like they're calling them galaxy filaments, which are not moving. So it's a contradiction. I posted it at 8 past the hour.
Well, my name is Fundamental, and you can take that to heart about what I'm most interested about. And one thing I can tell you about my research into fundamentals is that there are Santos Bonacci talks about this, and I've grown to not respect his teachings the more and more he goes on to some degree. So I'll just say that. But he, as well as Ken Wheeler, mentioned these two things. But if I were to put it in my own words, what I really draw from them that does hold true is that there are literally in the same sense that there are 5 platonic solids. This is the idea of 5 platonic solids. You can't argue against it. It is just a matter of logic that there are 5 platonic solids. Just like how there is no arguing against that a triangle is the first and primary shape. You need 3 lines in order to make a polygon. You can't have a polygon with less than 3 sides. And when you go even more fundamental than that, when you just talk about motion or even geometry, it all boils down to 2 archetypes. There is angular and there is linear. And everything about motion and geometry will boil down to angular and linear. And as I mentioned, Ken Wheeler and Santos, they both boil it down to Santos says tor and bull, and Ken Wheeler says toroid and hyperboloid. And I think that even the English language respects this understanding, this like metaphysical understanding that you can either here's another way of putting it. There's only 2 types of operations in the universe. There's pulsing and there's spinning. But if you wanted to be one-sided about those terms, about spinning or pulsing, it kind of does boil down to linearity and angularity. And I'm telling you guys, I'm not sure I've ever come across any more profound understanding about the universe that comes down to this dualistic thing. Because you can say good and bad, what does that even mean? Here's something that I can actually explain to you. Linearity and angularity, spinning and pulsing, curved and straight. Just to give you one example, if you draw a line, it can either be a straight line or a curved line. And if you want to summarize it as that, fair enough. I call it the Torin Bowl, whatever. You can call it the straight and curved, or you can call it linear and angular. But there are these ways we can categorize the aspects of the universe into the most universal or overarching categories that everything fits into. And I'm not sure if this really strikes a conversation, if you have anything to say about it, but I'll just say it once over again. This is one of the favorite understandings I've ever happened upon that holds true in literally every sense, a universal application of wisdom. This is something you can rely upon, that nothing will escape. Movement happens either linearly or angularly. And they also feed into each other. If you put any power into one, it will have an effect that increases the movement of the other. It's when no, I'll shut up. I'm ranting. I need to shut up. This is just something I hold dear to my heart. It's just so profound. If no one wants to comment, also, please interrupt me. But when it comes to colors, there is the color wheel. We all know how red turns into orange, which turns into yellow, and then the yellow turns into green, which turns into blue, and then the blue turns into purple, which turns into red, and completes the cycle of the color wheel. But that is the Tor. That is the angular. That is the angular geometry that it plays a part always. But its partner is linear, back and forth, and this is where black and white come in. This is where tint come in, not hue but tint, where something can darken and lighten. White and black isn't a wheel like red, yellow, blue, and the color wheel is. Black and white is just there's white on one side and there's black on the other, and there's different shades of gray between them. So the whole complete understanding of colors and how they manifest in reality involves the angular geometry of the color wheel and the polar geometry of the tint of between point A and point B. Not a wheel, but a spectrum. Whenever it comes to everything in reality, it's some combination of a polarity mixed to some degree with a wheel. There's going to be a toroidal aspect and there's going to be a hyperboloidal aspect. And these are the two geometries that literally form a circle. If you put a donut inside of a circular shell, the negative or empty space that is left over when you put a donut inside of the center of a sphere, the leftover area is the shape of an hourglass. And these are the two constituent geometries of everything, especially motion. And you're going to see the profundity of it when you apply this understanding to literally anything else. And like Santos says, all is atum. All is atum, absolutely. But then the monad then divides itself into the dyad. there's God, and then as he develops and manifests and generates, splits himself into Jesus and Satan. His the positive and negative, or the left and right of his emanation. But it's such a pure sense of emanation in a geometric sense. That's why they call it sacred geometry, because numbers don't lie, and also geometry doesn't lie. It's one of the most in-your-face exemplifications of relationships between the material mundane and the etherical divine. And there are these bridges of understanding that we have access to. And just take advantage of them to the most as you can, because hey, I mean, do you want to be wise? Do you want to understand the archetypes of everything that exists? Do you want to have an understanding? Do you want to achieve gnosis and have archetypical understandings that universally apply to everything around you to get a grip on reality? Or do you want to be lost? Yeah, all I'm saying is that here's a little bit of a map I offer. If you want to not value what I'm saying right now, go ahead and try to get to your destination without the map. All I'm trying to offer is a map that you can use to get where you're trying to get. If you're not trying to go anywhere, go ahead. You're fine. You're fine to stay where you're at right here. I'd say this is what I just said. It's a pretty valuable map. All you got to do is assess it, look it over once or twice, get a grip on your location and existence. Whatever. It's served me well. I'll tell you that. This understanding has served me very well and given me much clarity. Take it or leave it.
It seems I have stumped our resident expert, Chronic, on the question of what does the great attractor rotate. There seems to be some dialetheism on this part.
I mean, what's the big deal? I mean, is this really a big deal?
Yeah, to their cosmology, it is a big deal because they have to say that rotation stops somewhere. Their whole thing is based on rotation. And now
not only rotation. That's the toroid nature, and then you got to involve the hyperboloidal nature. There's thrusting and there's spinning. Both always have to be present.
Yep, they have the rotational and they have the movement as well. Yep, correct. But now they're saying it comes to a point where it stops and it creates filaments. Now they're coming up with a new story.
That doesn't even mean anything though. Like, just that alone is basically meaningless.
Yeah, and it's also a contradiction. Yeah, it's astonishing.
Within the universe, I will just say, according to my philosophical or ontological approach, there are two geometries of motion that must always be present. This is exactly what I was saying. There must always be an angular and a linear aspect to motion. Another way of putting that is expansion and rotation, or pulsing and spinning, or toroidal and hyperboloidal, however you want to put it. But you're never going to find one without the other. Never, ever, ever will there be an expansion without a rotation. Never. These are two things that always have to be present in every factor of anything that's involving movement, which is everything, because there's no such thing as absolute zero. So yeah, you'll never have expansion without rotation. Ever. Doesn't exist. There is no such thing as an object that travels a straight path. Everything takes a curved linear path, just due to the forces that affect every physical object. Forces, wherever there is an object present, there are forces always present. And there is no such thing as a purely linear force, because there's no such thing as only one force acting upon a single object. There's always multiple forces. They'll always do a balancing act. It takes two to tango. The hyperboloidal and the toroidal nature will always be present in every operation involving matter. You know what's weird though? Like, even after saying everything I just said here, I still feel like I'm kind of fucking really on my own with this. And there's really no argument about it, but I don't know. Just feels kind of weird, guys. Feel like I'm talking to an abyss. Like, no one's gonna value this absolute, always true lesson. Whatever, I guess. You can lead a horse to water. Maybe that's on me for not explaining myself as well as I possibly could. I mean, enough with the debates, though, right, guys? Like, really, before I go on a rant, like, don't you agree? Just like, enough with the debates. Like, what are we doing here? Is there not an effort we can all take to just substantiate and clearly write down collectively a list of things that must be true? And see where we go after we lay everything clearly out? Or do we want to bicker over little minute differences in opinion where we all understand that there's certain things we'll never get to the bottom of? Let's just lay out the things that we have gotten to the bottom of about. Let's lay that straight out and agree upon these things before we start diving into the deep ends of the unknown and the speculative regions. You ever just feel like you're wasting your time in any argument you have, in these groups? Before you just, just substantiate and just lay flat out what the inarguable points are? Because I know you've had these same disagreements and arguments and debates or whatever over and over again. It's not helping anyone, guys. It's kind of fun, I guess. A little fun contest, battle of wits going on. Maybe I'll just like doing that. Can't say I'm immune, but I will, speak more truthfully in a time like this. It's like, come on, guys, what are we after? What are we after? Maybe just after a fun time, having an opponent to spar against that really results in nothing. Oh, you won tonight. The battle is won, but the war is not over. Don't you kind of want to settle the war and not just involve yourself in infinite ongoing battles until the day you die? No? Okay. Whatever. Silence it is. Pretty incredible, though, guys. Really, pretty incredible.
I hear you, Fundia. I'm dozing off. I gotta take off. Just know this: nothing personal tonight. If I got a little vocal with you there, it's nothing personal. It was just trying to get a point across.
Oh yeah, and right back at you, man. The apology is mutual, but you and I, we'll get over it. You and I can forgive each other. Absolutely.
No worries. Nothing personal. All right. Have a good night.
Hey, you too, man. Sleep
All right.
tight. Not really an address to my point I've been ranting on calmly. I don't know if rant is the right word, but not really what I was talking about for the past 10 minutes alone. Kind of strange. Kind of strange. But still pleasant. Still very pleasant. Any of you guys ask yourself what you really want? What do I want?
For Christmas?
Nope. Well, if you want to define Christmas as your whole life, then yes.
I want DMARC to get laryngitis.
That is brutal, man.
That's reality. Sometimes it hurts.
Yeah, and there's some things you should keep to yourself, and just wish, and in your inner mind's voice instead of speaking out loud. But a little funny. I'm sure someone maybe got a chuckle out of that.
That's why I'm here, for the chuckles.
I chuckled a little bit inside of my head.
How could you not?
But I'm a little unsatisfied as to the sincerity of the meaning of my question.
Well,
it was funny. I mean, what do you want, man? What do you want?
Happiness. The happiness of those around me. That's what I want.
Do you think that the majority of your actions are aimed towards that goal, or do you think you waste your time?
No, majority of my actions are always pointed in those directions. Not wasting time.
Oh, they are?
Mm-hmm.
When you're debating with flat earthers, you're trying to benefit the people you love?
That is not a majority of my time, but in that pursuit, yes, that's also a pursuit of charity and compassion for those uninformed and ignorant to the reality around them. I think it's important that people understand where we live, why we live, and what we can do to coexist better together.
Do you think you're the one with the answers to those questions that you can share with others?
I sincerely do. I think I am. I really do think that.
So if I asked you, what should I be doing with my time, you could give me a pretty good answer then? In general?
Help your fellow man. Have a smile on your face every day and pursue your dreams.
That's not bad, man. It's not bad. Because I'd agree that one of those most important directions your behavior should be aimed towards involves having a dream in the first place. Everyone should have a dream, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Now you want to strike a balance in the dream you have, right? Because there are like selfish dreams and there are selfless dreams, and it's self-destructive to follow either one of those trajectories. Absolutely. You want to, you want to do what's best for you to the degree it doesn't harm anyone else unnecessarily. And you also want to, you also want to benefit everyone else, but not to the degree that it causes you unnecessary harm. Right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's something that no one actually does, because everyone is going to make a decision that they think is a good decision, and then it's going to have unintended consequences that unintendedly harm others. And it's going to be a mistake. Almost every action you take is going to be a mistake to a certain degree, where you say, "Oh man, there were unintended consequences to that decision I just made. I didn't mean for it to harm you that way." Especially when you include the butterfly effect. There's people across the world that somehow you negatively influenced by buying that, or say your mom wants an iPhone 13 and you buy her an iPhone 13 for Mother's Day or whatever. Is like, shit, did I just contribute to slave labor? Right there. Fuck. I was trying to do a nice thing for my mother, but I just inadvertently contributed to slave labor somewhere across the world, because it's all connected.
Every action has a reaction.
Yeah, it's kind of unfair. It's kind of fucked up, though, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
That the world is such a blurry line, where it's impossible for you to be God. You're gonna be a human your entire life. If God is good all the time and all the time God is good, that's something you'll never be, because you're ignorant. You're not all knowing. You don't know what the best choice is. You don't know what the best plan of action is. You're gonna take you're gonna take a combination of an ignorant versus your well-educated approach, and no matter what you do, it's gonna have unintended consequences that benefit someone, maybe yourself, maybe a loved one, and it's going to have unintended consequences that lead towards the increase in suffering of others. And it's just like, damn, here I am just stuck in this situation where I can never say you live, just say there's 10 people in a sealed room, right? And there's 10 people trapped in a room. Every breath you take deprives the other 9 individuals in that room from their oxygen supply. Just the fact that you're breathing means that you are stealing the breath away from the other 9 people trapped in that room. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit of an extreme situation, but that's kind of what's going on in reality. To a less immediate degree. But still, everything you take is stealing from another, in a sense. When you use something, you deprive them from that resource. And it's just weird, man. It's just weird, especially understanding the concept of entropy and your contribution to entropy. It's like, am I expending energy with the conscious free will decisions and impact on nature that I involved myself in? Am I doing my part to steer the universe into the proper direction? Or am I a net negative effect on the overall condition of everything in totality? You never really know. But we're definitely selfish beings that are usually looking out for ourselves and our own pleasure. I'll tell you what, I could probably recycle more, or I could probably find more what do you call it, eco-friendly ways of operating. We all could. Oh, I threw away a glass bottle into the trash. It's going to a landfill. If only I could have recycled that into something else. It's so weird. A lot of these concepts are touched upon in the Matrix. You ever seen the Matrix where Agent Smith describes humanity as like a cancer upon the world, or a virus, I think he says. Agent Smith, man. Agent Smith tells Morpheus, he's like, every animal seems to find some sort of homogeneous or homogeneous sort of relationship with the environment where it gives and takes equally. But humans, they just ravage an environment, and when they've depleted the resources of that place, they just move on to suck the life of a different place. You know? That's what Agent Smith says. I think he's got a little bit of a point there. Like, what is the nature of man? Are we striking a balance with nature and like the ecosystem? Or, like all the fucking propaganda tells us, are we just this fucking destructive force of nature upon the world that is just ruining it for everything else? Plants, fungus, animals alike. I think I've heard you talk about Xanac enough that you don't buy into the mainstream narrative of man-made global warming, and that's actually something really surprising. It's actually really surprising to hear you be a bit of a, for lack of better words. I know I don't really mean it this way, but it is surprising to hear you, the air quote glober, right, be a bit of a conspiracy theorist on such a serious topic as global warming. It's kind of refreshing.
Well, I call it like I see him, and that's definitely obvious to me. People are so clueless and using it to make money and serve their political agendas. It's ridiculous.
How do you ultimately like resolve your opinion on the political operations of the world? Do you take it as far as I do, where you think that it's a one world system, or do you think that governments and countries are truly like divided, like areas governed by authority, like separate authorities? It's like, oh yeah, there's the leader of this country and there's the leader of this country, and they aren't part of the same agenda. They got their own things going on. Or is it some sort of mixture?
I got a rule, but I agree. I think that's exactly what's happening. I think all these countries are independent, and they all have evil, and they all have corruption. So that's the sad part about it. But I have to chop the hop real quick. Okay, get some shit done. I'll touch you later.
You don't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Bye.
Oh, you're good, man. Man, I have a hard time believing that there isn't a one world system going on. It's like, I don't know. There can be some like what do you call it? Internal disputes, whatever, within the one world system, but I'd say it's a bit of an illusion going on. All this like separation of borders and countries and leaders. I think there's a big club and we're not in it, but they are. This is probably gonna get struck down from YouTube just for saying that, though. Perhaps. I think it's pretty obvious, how everyone kind of conformed to the same sort of regulations over the past 2 years dealing with a certain incident. I think it's pretty clear that they're all on the same page working together. And I even think some countries are just test subjects to see how well a population will respond to, or how negatively a population will respond to a certain new sort of order of operations, introducing a new sort of a tyrannical dictation. I mean, come on, guys. Did you see? I mean, honestly, guys, honestly, did you see what they did in Australia over the past 3 years? You see it, man? Anyone? Did you see that? Really? Like, really? Any of you understand what happened in parts of Australia over the course of the past, like, 2.5 years? If you told an Australian citizen what kind of dictations and tyrannical, you know, oh my God, you know, I don't even want to call it legal obligations. What do you even call it? Dictated obligations enforced by the point of a gun, enforced by enforced by force. I mean, just don't forget. I mean, I just see a bunch of people forgetting, or maybe even completely unaware of what has happened so recently. And it's so funny. It's so funny how much we just let bygones be bygones. Like what just happened, we just act like it didn't even happen. But it did. It did, guys. It really happened. Probably more happened than you're even aware of. For some people who, pay attention to these things, what a clear sign. What a completely clear communication and demonstration and exemplification of the impact and the magnitude of the systems of control and the impact and the changes that can occur and be enforced onto a gullible, sheepish, mass of people at large. It's incredible. I saw footage of a fucking 80-year-old woman being fucking, oh my God, so mistreated for wanting to sit on a park bench in front of a river to watch the birds. What's going to happen? Oh, she's going to get fucking, it's not even comfortable talking about it, Arrested, to say the least. Forcefully arrested. What are you doing outside? What are you doing sitting on this park bench? How dare you? Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. We're all just gonna move on from it now because what are we dealing with now? The Ukraine is that still going on? Russian-Ukraine war? Has that stolen our attention? Or what? The Ohio train derailment, chemical burn off, oils, chemical spill, whatever. I'll tell you what, I saw a perfectly healthy looking rabbit dead on the side of the road. Not on the road. I mean, like in someone's front yard. Just a perfectly healthy, looking dead rabbit, as if it was poisoned or something. And don't blame me. I wouldn't expect you. Don't blame me for thinking that. Man, does this got something to do with that chemical burn off, poisonous cloud plume? What do you even call that? Geez, what are we dealing with here? I wouldn't blame anyone for just saying fuck it. I'm gonna focus on me. Enough with any sort of pipe dreams of having a major impact on the world. I just want to pass the life test. right? I wouldn't blame anyone for saying that. I'm gonna worry about myself if there's some sort of test to achieve salvation after death and spiritually evolve in my experience while I'm stuck here. I'm gonna worry about myself and my own spiritual development. I'm gonna live life according to that perspective. Spiritually worry about myself, and that's gonna involve treating others well. But like the samurais prepare for. What does a samurai spend almost every hour of his waking day preparing for? He prepares to die with the proper mindset. Maybe that's all we should all be focusing on. Is it about living correctly, or is it about dying correctly? And is there really a difference? I would say not. If living is if the definition of living is receding from the moment of birth, and the definition of lying is approaching the moment of death, then I guess it's a bit of a paradox that living and dying have this almost the exact same definition. From the moment you're born, you're approaching the event of death. As you continue to distance yourself from your birth, you are approaching your death. As you're approaching your death, you are extending away from birth. It's all just this one process, this one operation. It's all the same thing. Living is dying. Moving away from birth is the same thing as approaching from death. Very interesting, but here we are doing the thing. This is the dance. The two absolutes are doing the tango. And what's the Third Eye Blind song say? Here I am stuck in the middle of you. I'll tell you what, a lot of these pop songs, they'll drop some red pills on you every once in a while. A lot of these bands, I don't know, I have a hard time believing that they make up their lyrics on their own. Almost seems like these songs are written for them and they just perform them. Because sometimes there's lessons in them that's like, oh, what, this group of 20-some-year-olds wrote these lyrics that have such a deep spiritual implication to them. I don't know. I think they might have been given these songs. Not that that's anything new to the music industry of an artist singing a song that they didn't write themselves. Pretty sure Taylor Swift or whoever the fuck, Rihanna, doesn't even fucking matter. They'll all probably admit at this point that, oh yeah, we don't write our own songs. I just sing whatever they tell me to sing. But who's behind that? I'll tell you what, there's a scene, if you want to search the piano player underneath the Silver Lake scene in a movie called Underneath the Silver Lake, that'll give you a pretty close approximation to what's more authentically going on. You'll have to watch it yourself, though. I'm not going to talk about it. I wonder what happens if I just say, Hey, what's up? What's on your mind? Anyone who wants to talk? I'll shut up. Tell me what you're thinking about. Might be live streaming. So for any of the listeners who watch this later, maybe you want to take a deeper approach about what they say about the four forces of nature fundamentally. They say the strong nuclear force. What is that? The weak nuclear force. What is that? The electromagnetic force. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? And as an honorary pseudo member, the gravitational force. Oh, the four fundamental forces. The four forces. Ooh, what's going? Almost seems intentional in the design of language, or who knows? Could happen in any manner. Now, I don't know much about the strong or weak nuclear forces. Well, they'll tell you that they'll actually back themselves into a corner if you ever ask them to explain the gravitational or the electromagnetic forces. It's going to come down to the imaginary framework of a fictitious fabric of a space-time. It's just a pretend mental construct that enough people have agreed upon in a matter of speaking and elaborating upon. And then you're going to get down to literal magic force fields surrounding charged particles if you try to ask them about the electromagnetic force. Unless you're willing to dive into quantum mechanics, where the concept of virtual photons as how do you say it? The intermediary agent between charged particles. There you go. The intermediary agent. But I mean, classical explanations of magnetism don't even go that far. It's a new development. But it's necessary because they got no idea how to fucking explain what they're talking about once they've abandoned the ether. Now they just have no logical system of linguistics or explanations that they can possibly describe through any form of language to get to the root of what they're discussing. Ask them enough whys and how questions and it'll reduce to there's magic psychic force fields surrounding charged particles. Incredible. Well, I'm going to bed. It'd be really funny if anyone said good night at this point. But hey, I'm off to bed, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. And a 1, and a 2, and a skiddly diddly do. Nope. Okay. Good night. Good night. What does Truman say? In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. YouTube viewers who might watch this someday in the future. Probably not. Fundamental signing off.
Bonjour, bonjour. Mic check, mic check.